AJ went with Brisky.
Yeah, he went with the entire theory that he has used to get to this point.
I just kind of think that they went with the same script that they went with yesterday or the day before when they played that game, and they kind of knew that they were going to go that same. It kind of scripted out. To me, it seemed that way anyway, But I really wish we would have won that game.
I know.
Because then we'd be looking real pretty.
Well, then you'd set Scooble up. You'd be facing the Yankees. You'd be sitting real pretty. You'd be advancing.
Yeah, Brett, I think everybody listening right now would probably say the same thing. I really wish we won that game.
Understatement. It went Olsen, Holton, Gunther was a lefty in there too, but they took the lefties out for Brisky. I thought it was the right call by AJ to go Brisky against Fry. He had the matchup. Brisky gets up 0-2.
Yeah, but his
Brisky
point
misses
was
the play.
Going from Holton to Gunther.
Oh, to Gunther, because then Gunther put on the traffic. Okay, yeah all right.
Holton gave up the Ramirez home run.
Right.
I think you don't want Holton pitching back around again to Fry. The matchup says Brisky.
Yeah.
Brisky lost the battle. I mean, look, he has been fantastic. This is going to happen. I the more I think about yesterday's game, and the only thing I really have a huge problem with is Vest not starting the ninth.
Yep.
And I don't know how Clase pitch. I'm serious, guys, when I mean this. Like, they had a 2-run lead. Clase's mental approach might have been a little bit different if it was a 1-run lead. Who knows if he gives up the double, and who knows if the Tigers score, But I don't get why Job came back out there. And I am bothered by the fact that Job has yet to strike out a batter in the postseason. And usually you see these young guys with this electric stuff having the edge early on. And I don't want him to be in a leverage situation anymore at this point. Look, if they advance, you're going to have to use him if he's on the roster. I think it's questionable whether he should be on the roster.
If he's not going to get big swing and miss, he's really no different than Mize or Montero, and then it's okay, pick your poison. Who do you want on this roster? Him coming in the 8th inning, trailing 1, I didn't have an issue. Him coming back out for the 9th in a 1-run game kind of felt like AJ was treating it like they were down 3 or 4 runs. It's a 1-run game. You need to keep it within 1 run. Quan is due up, which means there's a chance you could see the top of the order.
Right.
I would put Vest in. I try to keep it a 1-run game. You have an off day the very next day. I think AJ, that's the mistake he made, was not using Vest to start the 9th inning.
What about this, though, too, and not using Job and using Foley? He hasn't pitched this series, so obviously, to me, I don't know how you go to an unproven rookie over Jason Foley, who's proven it this year, despite I'm kind of uncomfortable when he comes in. But think about it. Who's the better choice?
Well, so it goes back to some of the argument we had before we knew that Reese Olson was going to start yesterday. There were some, looking at Jim Costa, who wanted to see Jackson Jobe start the game.
On Wednesday, yeah.
And that's where I keep going to matchups. I don't want to put Jackson Jobe in that position to have to face the best hitters that Cleveland has.
But the thing is, he's a starter. He's not a reliever. I mean,
he will eventually will be a starter for this playoff team on this club. He is a reliever right now.
Right,
he won't pitch more than an inning or so.
You brought him up. He started in the minors. He didn't relieve.
Correct.
And
yes.
Maybe there's some dynamic with that.
Yeah, again, I wanted him to start the other day. I didn't want him to pitch 2-3 innings. It was, hey, get in, settle in, get a few outs. He did settle in. He got through the 8th inning, right? I didn't love the idea of bringing him back for the 9th inning.
Not when you have Vest ready to go.
Yeah. The Tigers used a bunch of relievers. 5 different pitchers gave up an earned run yesterday. So, I mean,
wasn't like anybody got smoked.
You can single out one guy if you like. Collectively, they missed a few chances. A few things got them. Like early in the game, bases loaded, nobody out. They only score 1 run. Sack fly, and then Torkelson gets doubled off second base just to sleep at the wheel. I mean, that's as big as any decision. Bo Brisky giving up the go-ahead home run to David Fry. When he had the right matchup, when he had the right he had him down 0-2. That, to me, is as big as anything. There were little things. Like Vest in and of itself doesn't lose you the game. You're already trailing at the time.
Right.
But it's a little thing that adds up. So I would give a slice of pie to AJ for not using Vest, but I think there's a slice for Torkelson. There's a slice for Brisky. There's plenty of blame pie to go around yesterday.
Yeah, and I mean, so Vest threw 7 pitches, 5 strikes. If he faces the entirety of that inning, what does he throw? 11,
sure,
maybe 12 pitches and you have a day rest, so he should be full go on Saturday.
Yeah.
That's the argument for why didn't you go to Vest? Because you're not going to burn his arm.
We can play what AJ said, and again, he treated it as the difference in leading versus trailing. If they were up a run, I think he would have gone with Vest. Because they were trailing, he went with Job for another inning to start. The problem to me is you weren't down 3 or 4 runs. It's 1 run. You kind of have to treat it like it's tied or that you're winning even because you can't allow any more bleeding. Here's what Hinch had to say. Let's get to Ron in Commerce. Ron, you're on 97.1.
Morning, guys.
Hey, good morning.
Yeah, I agree with this Jackson Jobe thing. I mean, the kid's got 3 innings under his belt in the major leagues. I thought when they used him in Houston, it was a mistake. He failed, and I thought that was it for Jobe in a high-leverage situation. I'm surprised they brought him back and didn't use somebody like Foley, who's been doing it all year. But the fact they got 1 inning out of him, great. You've got to go to Vest in the ninth. You can't let him pitch to Quan, especially after he gave up a hit before that. You just can't do it. That was a huge mistake. And the other mistake was back in I think it was the 3rd inning. They had bases loaded, nobody out. Bibby couldn't find the plate. He couldn't come close to the plate on McKinstry. And the next 2 guys swing at the first pitch. They get 3 outs in 2 pitches. I mean, that was huge mistake.
It was painful. It was, I believe, the 2nd inning. But yeah, it's exactly what you're talking about. You got bases loaded, no outs, and you bailed out a pitcher who could have had one of those blow-up innings.
Yeah.
And in this series, what does 2-3 runs mean early? It means everything. And you're right. It's McKinstry sac fly, and then it's Rogers who hit a rocket up the middle of the infield, and Torque gets doubled off second base. I mean, you cannot state just how detrimental that was early in the game. And they would finish 1 of 11 with runners in scoring position.
And that's the thing is you did have pressure on Cleveland. You just never followed through. And it was the one time where and they've stranded runners before, a large number of runners. This has been an opportunistic team. That's why you need to continue, if it's Boyd, no matter who it is. You got to have pressure on them early. You've got to be on the attack on Saturday.
Ticket Texter says, do you guys think AJ was thinking about saving Vest for the 10th, hoping that they would tie it and he would use him then, Justin Madison Heights? I would hope AJ's not that stupid because you can't play for the 10th inning.
No.
You have to play for the inning that's in front of you. You worry about the 10th when you get there first.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that could happen tomorrow situationally is do you use Holton literally for 1 batter. You trust him at this point. You trust his season over because his postseason has not been all that great. Listen to this number, okay? They've given up 15 earned runs in the postseason. 12 of the earned runs have been allowed by these 4 pitchers: Holton, Jobe, Madden, and Olsen. That's pretty damning, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a deep sigh right there.
And Madden is garbage time.
Yes.
You know, the
Yeah,
2
yeah,
runs,
yeah, yeah.
the 6th and 7th runs on game 1. I mean, that says right there you don't use Holton and Jobe tomorrow.
I don't think any of those guys will be pitched on Saturday, right?
No.
Saturday will be Skubal for 6, 7, hopefully as many as he can possibly go, and then
Vest and Brisky.
No, you get late in the game. The decision's going to be something like this. You bring in Holton, and they got Brennan stuck in the game.
right.
And I think you do. But it's like 1 batter. It's lefties only.
Well, you have
right?
the three batter minimum.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah.
unless it's to end an inning. You get 2 outs and you make the bold decision. If he gets the out, then we can yank him. Here's the other big thing. I think AJ screwed up with the Vest deal. I still think you got the better manager going into game 5, don't you? So you're going to tell me I get the better pitcher who's going to throw the predominant amount of innings in the game. He's going to throw more innings than anybody else in this game. I get him, and I get the manager who I still think is the better manager. I get the team that's been hotter for the last 2 months. We can complain about last night. I think some of that is healthy. You vent about it, the missed opportunities. We'll take those phone calls. But I don't want to miss sight of this or lose sight of this. I still think they're winning the series. They're favored. They're going to win this deal, right?
I believe so.
Okay. I just think that needs to be said today. 248-539-9797. We got a bunch of ticket text, phone calls, and more. It's 97.1.
Hey, Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. They get the Planet Fitness 30-minute workout. If you've only got 30 minutes to get in there, if you want more, they've got the Black Card membership, and it includes access to 2,500 locations worldwide. So if you're a traveler, you want to have access to gyms, you got it. It's also unlimited guest privileges, so you don't want to work out alone, you can take someone with you. They want you to build an active, happy lifestyle, and you could do it right now for a lot less. They got the Strong Choice sale because it has been extended. Now you can put just $1 down, $15 a month, and you can cancel at any time. And they are constantly upgrading all of their facilities. In Detroit, Brighton has a new cardio and revamped strength layout. Southgate has a new Matrix 360. Ann Arbor, new equipment. Everywhere you go, they're trying to the best they can to keep it clean and give you brand new equipment. If you want to find out more, go to planetfitness.com.
I tell you, that did wake up the crowd. There were some lulls yesterday. McKinstry matching Jose Ramirez, as we all predicted, each hitting home runs early in that baseball game. Tigers lose. Now we got Game 5 in Cleveland. Ticket text to get to, phone calls as well, 248-539-9797. We'll work the Lions in as the hour rolls. Ticket texter says, it amazes me how quickly fans have turned on this team. We aren't even supposed to be here. It's awesome to see Comerica rocking again. First of all, no one's turning on this team.
No, there's angst. I mean, we had one caller said, I really wish we won that game. Well, hell yeah. I mean, that's the understatement.
But are you surprised that the day after a loss, people have called in and texted into sports radio with some gripes? I mean, are you new here? No one's quit or turned their back on this team. The season will be a success no matter what happens from here on out. They're playing with house money, but you're here and losing sucks. I mean, I'll give you another obvious statement. Losing sucks.
Yeah. And the other obvious statement is I would rather have, going into Game 5, I would rather know that Tarek Skubal is on full rest, that we are going to war with him versus anyone else.
You could have Cy Young himself on the mound. You can't win games if you can't consistently score runs. Last night was our chance. We blew it. Our season is done. Okay, maybe some people are turning their back on the team. 1 for 11 runners in scoring position. I will say they squandered the chance, but the series isn't over. Season's not done. Ticket Texter says Hinch doubled down on Job. He never should have got to pitch that 9th inning or to pitch to Quan. That was terrible.
I agree. I thought that.
Look, I'm not going to call AJ a bozo. He's done a great job. He's built up cachet, but that was the wrong decision.
But he's pulled all the same strings that he's pulled to get to this point. They just didn't work out yesterday. You can't sit there and say, how about subbing in Wenzel Perez?
Yeah, great call for Torkelson. He gets the bloop, scores the go-ahead run.
All right, so now all of you're thinking, the magic, the voodoo, it's all there.
Everything he touches turns to gold. And Brisky was the right matchup. He just got burned.
Yeah.
Left the pitch over the heart of the plate.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but this is baseball, right? That does happen?
It does happen, John.
And so, but does it happen twice in a row? Does it happen when you have Tarek Skubal on the mound? It can. I'm not going to sit here and say there's a foolproof plan to win this game, but I like the odds with Skubal on the mound.
Right. Ticket Texture says another thing that bothered them. The homer that Holton gave up to Ramirez, it's like he served it up to him. So it's 2 outs. Ramirez is batting from the right side where he's better. You don't want to give him anything to hit there. You're not going to intentionally walk him, but you don't want to give him something to hit. The first pitch was way off the plate. Mm-hmm. And then I think he felt like he had to try to get something over the plate. He didn't want to fall down 2-0. The problem is he threw him a cookie. Change up over the heart of the plate, and Jose Ramirez said,
bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah, that was served up. That's another one of those plays that add up in a one-run game.
Well, again, A.J. Hinch pulled all the same strengths. He used, 6 different pitchers yesterday, which that formula has worked at a very high percentage to this point. He used, 4 different pinch hitters throughout the course of the game, and when he put in Wenzel Perez, it instantly worked.
I just thought Holton should have been way more careful, especially with Ramirez. I wonder...
But that's not Hinch.
Right, yeah, no, nothing ever should have been inside. It should have been the, last 20% of the outside of the plate. Every pitch should have been there. And if he walks him, he walks him. It's the intentional walk, where you're super careful with somebody. I said it yesterday. He was my concern. Yep. He's a great baseball player, and he was due to have a game, and you can't give somebody – let him get a double. You can't let him get a home run in a game like that. And I thought the one thing about both Holton and Brisky missed on – and Brisky's count was 0-2.
Yes.
You can't do that. And I wonder if these guys – I wonder if the environment affected them.
What do you mean?
I wonder if they're trying to overperform in front of the home crowd. I'm reaching.
That feels a little
But
reaching.
they've never done it. It's the pressure.
I will say, I thought the crowd, clearly more people than the day before, better crowd. You had some of it's a night game, the backdrop. But I'll tell you, the crowd waned. There were lulls as the highs were higher But those lulls, I mean, it felt like
You
ominous.
felt like
ominous.
they had it when they went up 3-2.
Oh, 3-2? Yeah, I'm going to walk into the Red Wing game feeling good.
Like I felt like that was and sometimes, like John said at the beginning of the show, sometimes the other team's just better. David Fry had a very good beginning of the season this year, and it kind of fallen off. But, and Vogt took some chances last night. He put Class A back in, and the TV announcers, I had Dan and Andy on some too, and I heard them. They were blown away, and you said the press box was blown away that he did it. It worked.
It did work. We have a ticket text, and I don't say this lightly. We get a lot of smart, intelligent ticket text. This might be one of the dumbest we've ever been sent.
Oh, let me hear it.
The ticket text reads, I think it's very dumb to pitch Tarek Skubal in Game 5. We should save him in case we win for Game 1 of the ALCS and throw the bullpen for Game 5.
Huh.
Again, I don't like calling our listeners stupid.
Did they put their name on that one?
This is shockingly unnamed.
Unnamed texter.
They should save Skubal for the next round, even though they
might not get there.
I'm
kind of speechless on that one. I don't.
Can't say anything nice. Don't say anything at all. All right, let's. Bill in Grosse Pointe, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, what's up?
Eighth inning, bottom of the eighth, Riley leads off with a single.
Mm-hmm.
Next batter hits a deep fly ball to right field. Riley went halfway, what you're always taught to, but that should have been a clear read to tag. We've been aggressive on the base pass all season. He gets the second by tagging. Perez gets another single his next time up. We would either add first and third, one out, or possibly or he scores. Yes, it was a shallow single to left, but first and third with one out is a lot better than first and second with one out. So it's just just a missed opportunity there.
Yeah, but I would say it's pretty rare that a guy tags from first to second, right?
But it was deep. It was deep. It was deep. And if you read it properly, he's probably standing on second. And then just back to the Ramirez thing real quick, and you can comment then, is Ramirez need to hit Holmes' pitch. You had a lefty coming up after Ramirez. You would still have the matchup.
Yep.
Ramirez was sitting from his right side, his strong point.
Yep.
You got to make him hit your pitch.
I agree with you totally. Like, Bill, you brought up a couple things. We've been doing this. The little things that add up. A pitcher who misses his spot, a reliever who's got the edge and misses his spot, a tag up here, a base running blunder by Torkelson early. All the little stuff killed him in a game they could have ended the series.
But when you get into the ALDS, your margin for error is very small. If you're lucky enough to make it to the ALCS, that margin for error is going to be a little bit even smaller. And so you've got to take advantage of all those little things, but you can't cost yourself either.
Theory, that ticket text was actually sent in by Stephen Vogt. Don't pitch Skubal Game 5, save him for the ALCS, signed Guardians manager.
Yeah.
Updates on both Tiger injuries coming up next, and we'll mix in the Lions. Big game this weekend. It's 97.1. I thought that was the biggest moment of the game. Dan Dickerson's call. Bo Brisky had him 0-2. Had the matchup. Righty on righty. AJ using the right reliever in the right spot, and Brisky gave him something he could do damage with. Flipped a 3-2 lead to a 4-3 deficit. Tigers would lose 5-4. It wasn't the only reason they lost. We can highlight all of them, the little moments that add up to a loss, a missed opportunity. But when we did this yesterday, this show, we said we think the Tigers are winning this series. Mm-hmm. And despite the fact that they lost last night, John, as we wake up today,
I still think they're winning the series.
Series isn't over. They didn't lose it last night, and they'll send Tarek Skubal to the mound on Saturday. The concerns are, will this team support him? They've only been shut out in one game. The offense isn't good, but they don't need to be very good. They just need to give Skubal like a run or two, and he's going to lay it all out there. You got the best pitcher on planet Earth.
Yeah, and AJ was doing AJ things yesterday. Now, we disagree with not putting Invest in to start the ninth.
Yeah.
And going with Joe
for another inning, yeah.
But he did everything he normally does with pinch hitters, with 6 pitchers going to the mound, and it just didn't work in their favor yesterday.
I mean, he saved Vest to try to win the game, is what he did, that they would get the lead and then he would pitch the ninth. Their manager decided to use their closer, the best in baseball. I think Volk managed a little more desperate, a little bit more like their season was on the line than Hinch, which it
was.
Theoretically, it was, but I don't think AJ cost them the game last night. I think the thing that cost them the game was the bottom of the second inning.
With the bases loaded, nobody out.
There was an opportunity there to post 3-4 runs very easily, I thought.
And bury them.
Before they get to their bullpen.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's Torkelson getting doubled off, and it's Brisky giving up the 2-run home run. AJ, we can talk about his mistake. I do think it's a mistake. But for the most part, John, you are right. This is the way AJ has done things. Texter says, we're doing the thing to AJ we did to Campbell. Let the guy do what he's done to get here. We'll live and die by it. So be it. Comparing it to the 4th and 2.
Yeah.
Ticket Texter says, the thing that scares me, Skubal got 0 run support in game 2. He can dominate, but the guy's got to hit. Too many strikeouts in big situations. Tigers 1 of 11 runners in scoring position yesterday. And I think they were like 1 of 7 in Skubal's last start, the one being Kerry Carpenter. Will Carpenter play? It's a question in everybody's mind. Here's the update on the 2 Tigers that are injured after yesterday. From Chris McCoskey of the Detroit News. Tigers have 2 injury worries. No real update on Carpenter. It is a hamstring injury. They will get tests on it and make a decision from there. Mm-hmm. The other injury we haven't even mentioned, Jake Rogers. He got pinch hit for late in the game. I assumed it's because Malloy was more likely to get draw a walk, get on base, get to the top of the order. Apparently, he's dealing with a left wrist and forearm injury. It was wrapped after the game. He went into the x-ray room for imaging. We do not have details until Friday, so later today. The Rogers deal is a big deal because he's caught every Skubal start. He's worked this entire bullpen, and the alternative is Dylan Dingler, who's a rookie.
Right. Yeah. So insert another young, inexperienced player that is going to be catching Tarek Skubal. How much does that affect Skubal? I don't know.
In a game where the margins are thin, I don't love it. In fact, I actually think, and this sounds maybe stupid, the Rogers injury is more of a concern because that is a guy who's got to manage the pitching staff. Yeah. And it's a pretty robust pitching staff.
Well, it's like your center quarterback combination, and we talked about it with Frank being out.
Yeah.
But the beautiful thing, and when we talked to Dan, was you got Glasgow, who is experienced, to go in there against Seattle. Now you get Frank back. Yeah. Everything seems to be good. But if you've got to make that change, now a lot of the pitches are going to be coming from the dugout anyway. But it's framing the pitches. It's
great at that.
Yeah, and
stopping the run game.
It's the guy that's in the fight.
Yeah, and obviously Carpenter, we'll see what Cleveland does. If it's Boyd, Carpenter wouldn't start anyway. You'd get Justin Henry Malloy. So it'd really only be one, and I know one Carpenter at bat can be a big deal, but it would really only be one Carpenter at bat that you'd be missing. Right. Rogers is 9 innings in the fight, managing everything. Couple ticket texts. This one says, no one is talking about how he had the bases loaded with no outs, and he sent Sweeney and Rogers up there swinging. You guys, they needed to work the counts better. McKinstry came up, swung right away. They got the sac fly. They scored the 1 run. It was important at the time. Rogers smoked a ball up the middle. So I think he liked the pitch he saw. The problem is Spencer Torkelson was on another planet at the time and got doubled off. If Tork doesn't get doubled off, he's still got runners in scoring position and another top of the order's coming up.
Yeah.
And the Rodgers thing is just this game equals out. That's the Vierling play for them from Vierling from Game 3. Vierling's catch was better, but when you hit a ball right at somebody really hard and they catch it, it's just sometimes the thing's not rolling your way. I want to throw something at you guys here that I've just kind of came across about Game 5 tomorrow.
Okay.
It's supposed to start raining here about 8 o'clock tomorrow night, 7:30, 8 o'clock.
So it'll make its way.
And it's going to go to Cleveland. And right now the forecast says it should start raining in Cleveland at 11 o'clock.
Which means they should get the game in. But your concern of why you're bringing this up is could it chase Scooble out of the game if it arrives early?
That's so close to the margin of error in terms of this far away with a weather forecast that it needs to speed up. It speeds up an hour or two. And I got to say this right now. Major League Baseball needs to consider moving this back to the original time they had it scheduled, which was 4:30.
To avoid any of the rain.
To avoid weather.
It's too important of a game, and it's the... Clearly, we feel this way because it's our starter, but any team should have the right to have their starter throw as many innings as the team wants them to throw in a big game.
If this game gets delayed tomorrow night, it will become more clear tomorrow because the radar, you'll have to see where the rain's at, and the timing will be a little bit more evident. Like, I'm talking about a day of move up. Like,
well, even if they moved it up to 6:30, 6 or 6:30 instead of 8:08, which is the current scheduled time for Saturday night's Game 5.
It's 8:08 because it's the only game, and they want it in prime time,
of course,
to go up against Oregon and Ohio State.
You know what they don't want, though?
LSU.
But what you don't want is, we'll join you after this rain delay. So consider that, TV executives. Do you really want a rain delay during your primetime game?
If Tarek Skubal is in the game and gets pulled because of a rain delay, I won't be here on Monday. Okay? God. That Detroit controversy I can't deal with. I've done this too long. So and then the Lions get screwed in Dallas again. See ya.
So if you're keeping score, rain, a couple key injuries, I still think they're winning this game, but we want to check in with you guys. 248-539-9797. Ticket Texter says, Costa, if we had Matt Chapman instead of Vierling hitting third, don't you think the series is already over? Okay, that's bait. That's bait. You're trying to get me in trouble today. I'm not going to take that bait today. Ticket Texter says, was at the Red Wing game last night. As a season ticket holder, I was embarrassed and let down with how little fight they had. Husso was terrible, should never see the pipes again. Lalone needs to talk about grit. They need guys to step up, including Dylan Larkin. That signed Matt, a season ticket holder. John, let me tell you about the saddest convoy of fans who left the Tigers game. I was in this convoy. Just an awful, heartbreaking, tight loss and a clincher. And we're all sad, caravanning our way into Little Caesars Arena, where the score at the time was 4-1, Wings trailing, and Husso had been chased. I go, this is just a lousy, miserable night.
Did you sit down next to your wife and she said, we should just go home?
Did you consider just not going and telling her to take an Uber home, too?
Oh, God. Here's the deal, Kels. Got an early morning.
Oh.
No.
Wouldn't put it past you.
No, that didn't happen, but yeah, this ticket text is noted, and I think even Larkin talked about after the game. That was a poor effort from them.
Hard to start the season off like that.
Yeah, not fun, John. Not fun. Although, plenty of the fans tried to make the double dip, and it was a painful double dip for Detroit sports.
Just a difficult night.
Yeah. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take more of your phone calls, your mood going into Saturday. You know what's at stake. You know who you've got on the mound. 248-539-9797. If you got some gripes, what went wrong last night, we'll, of course, take those phone calls. And I promised we'd talk Lions football, damn it. It's a football Friday. We'll get to it next. It's 97.1.
Last fall, we put a new roof on the house. We used Rapid Roofing. Mike Beatty and his team showed up, and it was a great estimate. It was a very professional job that they did from start to finish, from showing up, letting us know what was going to happen, and then following through on it with showing up in one day, old roof ripped off, new one put on, repairs made, and then cleaned up and gone in one day. They can do most roofs in one single day, and I know my house is protected, I know my family's protected, and we're thinking about moving. It adds great value to the sale of our house. So if you want the same service, you want to add the same value to your house, call Rapid Roofing, 888-360-ROOF. That's 888-360-ROOF. And you can find more information on the web at rapidroofing.com.
You got to be careful with Jose Ramirez. If you walk him, you walk him. You can't leave it over the heart of the plate. Dan Dickerson's call. Tigers lost 5-4. I think we need to work the Lions in here too. So if you're calling in about the Tigers, don't worry. We'll take those phone calls. We got a big Game 5. Got a lot to react to from last night. All the little things that you can complain about and the mood for Game 5. John, it's Friday. The Lions are off the bye. They're playing this weekend, and they're not playing just anybody. They're playing one of the games we circled when the schedule came out.
Oh, yeah, Dallas Cowboys.
A revenge game. Maybe the revenge game on the schedule. Now you shake your head.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Your confidence level they win this game, pretty high? Off a bye week, knowing, hey, Dallas doesn't seem right. You can run on them. Detroit's going to be well-rested. Frank Ragnow back. Like, I feel really good about the Lions this weekend.
Yeah, I do. I feel good about it. And the fact that it's not just Frank being back, it's all tools at disposal for Dan Campbell. 53 guys that are on the roster are available. And now you get a chance to sit there and pick and choose who you want up, who you want down, who's going to help you win this game. And they've had 2 weeks to sit there and work on, and the coaching staff, 2 weeks to sit there and continue to work on a game plan for this one game.
I feel like this sets up the Lions' chance to go on a little bit of a run out of the bye. It's not an easy stretch. It's 4 of 5 games on the road, but it's a chance to lick your wounds, in terms of injuries. Still a 3-1 football team. But really get things clicking both sides of the ball. Because I still don't feel like they played their best football at 3-1. They're coming off their best offensive day of the season, but it's just starting to get going. They're coming off their worst defensive game of the season, but it had looked good. They haven't played the most complete football game of their season yet, and I feel like with the bye week, it gives them a chance to take a deep breath and charge into this next stretch of games and pick up some notable wins. And I do think this Dallas game means more than just a regular game for the fans, and I won't be surprised if the players have a little bit of that revenge on their mind too.
Sure, they were wronged. And whether or not they ever want to admit it, some of them have. There was a mistake made. And I think they've all said, we don't think it was intentional.
No, I don't think it was
a mistake.
Yeah.
But they've got 2 games here that are NFC. One of them is NFC North, both on the road, at Dallas, at Minnesota. So if you want to come charging out of the gates, out of a bye, healthy as you're going to be for the rest of the season, these are 2 games that you got to have, especially knowing that Minnesota, who's on a bye,
it's ready,
is going to be ready for you.
5-0.
And they're 5-0. I'm not going to say you've got to absolutely have this game, but it is a tone setter.
Do you feel better about the Lions or the Tigers this weekend?
Oh, the Lions. And I know Scooble's going to the mound. I know all that stuff. And I am confident that they win. But I feel much better about Detroit going to Dallas and getting a win because of some of the things you've already mentioned. Dallas has struggled to stop the run. Their studs up front, one, DeMarcus Lawrence, is on IR. He won't be playing. And you also have a guy in Micah Parsons that is questionable and as of yesterday was yet to hit the practice field.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think they'll both win this weekend, but the team that I feel even better about is the Lions because they're the better team of the 2.
Well,
right? I mean, like on its most simple, like the opponent matters, but the Lions are a better team than the Tigers are.
The level of talent.
Yes.
The level of experience. Yes, they are a much better team. They don't have the equivalent of a Cy Young Award winner. They don't have an MVP. Maybe a defensive MVP in Aiden Hutchinson, but he's got to be able to show that he can not just get sacks against high school defensive tackles. He actually has to do it against starters.
Tarek Skubal is one of the best in all of baseball.
Which he will.
Yes. Skubal is the best pitcher in baseball. But the Lions have a lot of guys who are arguably the best at their position. They have multiple Tarek Skubals.
Yeah.
They are the team I feel better about between the 2. We could ask you guys that too. This is a bold idea. We're going to try to talk football on a Friday. 248-539-9797. You guys in October. You guys are welcome to jump in and talk about a 3-1 Super Bowl caliber football team facing the Dallas Cowboys in a big national TV window at 4:00 on Sunday. We'll throw the number out. We want your reactions. And yeah, you can answer that question between the 2, Tigers or Lions. Which one do you believe in more this weekend? It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Beninati Pools. The ALDS continues between the Tigers and Guardians. They'll need a Game 5 to settle their series after Cleveland won last night 5-4. A pinch hit home run by David Fry off of Bo Brisky put the Guards ahead in the 7th inning. The first runs given up by Brisky in the postseason. Now, the deciding game will be in Cleveland. That'll play tomorrow night at 8:08 p.m. Detroit ace Tarek Skubal will be on the mound for the rubber match. The Yankees did advance past the Royals in the ALDS, clinching with a 3-1 victory on the road in Kansas City. They'll await the winner of Detroit and Cleveland in the next round. During their home opener, the Red Wings giving up 5 goals in the second and third periods, losing to the Penguins 6-3 in their first game. Starting goalie Ville Husso was pulled after giving up 4 goals in 25 minutes, giving way to new veteran Cam Talbot. Alex DeBrincat scored twice in the loss. Michigan State basketball receiving their first commitment to their 2025 class, 4-star forward Jordan Scott out of Virginia, choosing the Spartans over Maryland and Virginia Tech. And Kirby Joseph added to the Lions injury report, listed with a hamstring issue that was limited during their Thursday workout. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
It is a football Friday. Lions are a topic of conversation, and the phone lines are open. We've got picks coming up at 8:35. Heather is out today. Her picks will still be part of the show. So everybody tailing those and getting rich can keep doing that. Mm-hmm. The Lions and the Tigers, we'll get those calls too. The Lions play the Dallas Cowboys. Is this the biggest revenge game on the schedule, John?
I don't think it's the biggest revenge game. It may be. I don't even think it's to this point. I think there's a lot of people that were looking at that Seattle game as you got to beat Seattle finally to prove it on Monday Night Football because of the way that the last 3 have gone. And so, check that box. Now it's the next revenge game. And who knows where San Francisco is or what San Francisco's doing at the end of the year, what's on the line. A lot of that will be context. And I know it's not the playoffs because the loss to the San Francisco 49ers was a 17-point lead and it was in the playoffs. NFC Championship game, but I think that's one that people are looking to more than the matchup against Dallas. Dallas is interesting because there's a lot of people that don't like Dallas because of the whole star America's team, blah, blah, blah.
How about them Cowboys?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That sounded very Jim Costa-ish.
Yeah, it's just this nobody likes the Dallas Cowboys.
No. But what happened in the game last year, and honestly, it's not just that game. It's every time they seem to play Dallas in Dallas, it's something happens. There's always some drama. There's always something that feels like it is Detroit versus everybody.
The Dallas game last year was the greater injustice. Like, they lost to San Francisco. It was painful. But the Dallas game was the injustice. They beat Dallas. They converted the 2-point play. It should have been allowed because they reported eligible. I know there were 20-some seconds left on the clock, but that felt like a game the Lions earned and won and was taken off the ledger. Revenge against San Francisco exists, but I don't think you can get revenge on them in the truest sense in the regular season. I think the only real revenge there is to take care of business in the NFC playoffs. So I would argue this is the biggest revenge game for the Lions in the regular season.
Okay, you don't even know if you're going to get that opportunity in the playoffs.
That's fair.
And, who knows?
Well, it'd be revenge enough if they fell off a cliff and you were hosting home playoff games, right?
Yes. They're in a position right now, a very precarious position, because is Christian McCaffrey ever going to play this year? I'm kind of starting to feel like that answer might be no. Deebo Samuel goes off last night. And I feel like that win puts them back on the trajectory that we thought they would be going into the season. They've had some stumbles. They've had some major injury issues with all of their studs being out. And now all of a sudden it feels like they're probably Kittle's back. He had a nice game. But now, this feels like it may be the biggest revenge game because it's the next one on the schedule. Are we a prisoner of the moment?
The 49ers look like they've survived the storm.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I got a feeling of last night. And now, aren't they leading that division? I mean, it would go the head-to-head on Seattle. I believe they are, right? Kurt?
Yes.
You know,
at
so
3-3.
and that gets you a home game. So we'll see how it plays out. On the McCaffrey thing, quick, I'm getting vibes of Kevin Durant from him.
Meaning
that basically, if he plays, he's going to tear it. That was kind of the feeling about Kevin Durant going to that Game 6 in Toronto that year, and it was like advised, don't play. But he played because it was a clinching game and you were trying to get away with it. I'm kind of getting that same vibe that I just feel like he's got to shut it down, or does he have to have it, surgery on it or something like that? But I do think this is a revenge game. And
is it the biggest revenge game was my question.
I think it is. I'm very bitter about
But
Dallas
who's the revenge on? Is it on Dallas or is it on the NFL? Because it's the officiating and that's what cost them the game.
It's on both. It's on Dallas because I hate them now. I hate still what happened back to Pettigrew back in the day.
Yeah.
I hate what happened last year. It seems like it's always against them. I want to go down there and I want to kick their butt. Like, seriously, I want to go down there and I want to win 31-13. Like, I want something like that where it's just I want to bitch slap them. I don't have that same thing towards the Niners right now. Because I think it was self-inflicted last year what happened.
You guys could answer it. 248-539-9797. The way you view this Dallas Cowboy game. Revenge game, biggest revenge game, confidence level that they win. And you can use the Tigers as a barometer, more or less confident in the Lions and the Tigers this weekend.
I mean, look, John is talking about like having revenge against the refs. Are going to wait for a Brad Allen refereed game. Like, ooh, we got the Brad Allen game.
But that's why I said I don't think that it's kind of the mystery of like who is the revenge against. Because you can't get revenge on the officials. Like, oh, we stuck one by you. Like, I don't even know that how you would even try and go about that. Because Dallas wasn't the ones. They were on the field when the injustice happened. And they won the game because we were wronged.
Then let them be your proxy.
That's what I'm saying. They are the proxy. They are the one to which you can extract what's taken from you.
I don't want to sit here and defend Dallas. I think that the Lions are a better team. They go out there and win because they're the better team. It's not going to be because of revenge. It's not going to be because, we're going to get you because you beat us last year, even though there was a bad call involved. Like that, I can't generate that type of animosity for Dallas. There's plenty of animosity for Dallas to begin with.
They earned a win last year against Dallas. They converted the 2-point. It was wrongfully taken from them. They can't make that right, but the next best thing is to go down there and beat that football team. Maybe they're a stand-in for the officials. Take what was taken from you. You're chasing the 1 seed this year. You were chasing the 1 seed last year. Go out there, get your vengeance. Emotional, maybe not practical as it may be. But, John, I feel like this is the revenge game on the schedule. San Francisco's a measuring stick game, but I don't think you get true revenge on them until it's the playoffs.
I'd rather have revenge on Green Bay for what they did on Thanksgiving Day last year.
How about the S-storm you caused, though, out of this in Dallas if you go down there and kind of punch them in the face and win?
It'd be beautiful.
That's going to be the talk of the league next week.
Does CeeDee Lamb...
You caused that.
Yeah. Is CeeDee Lamb mouthing more, slurs at Dak Prescott on the sidelines?
Is Jerry Jones going to helicopter into practice and take players off the field? I mean, the theater of it all is worth rooting for.
Also bothers me about this is it seems like the 2 times the Lions have gotten screwed against Dallas. It wasn't that big of a deal nationally. And to me, that's a sign of disrespect to Detroit because if you reversed both calls, it would be out of control. The amount of attention it would get from all these national pundits.
If Dallas converted a 2-point conversion?
They reported and they screwed it up. Can you imagine?
Dallas did everything right.
I hate them.
You know what?
I hate that city.
It just sounds whiny.
From us?
Well, then...
Yeah.
Well, okay, hold on. We have every right to complain. If it sounds whiny, fine. But I think you have every right to complain because Tom is right. Perception after that game, did you realize what the undercurrent was? Well, the Lions were doing too much. They didn't confuse the officials. They wrote them a handwritten note before the game, walked it over to them, and explained what they were going to do. Nobody was confused. The referees botched it.
All right, I'm going to convince John to join us.
Okay.
If they don't win this game, then Jim's going to get Dan all mad again next week.
Not sure what I'm rooting for.
Say it. Say it like you mean it, John.
Listen, if he goes for it,
is he going to ask, are you doing a good job?
Oh, no.
To Dan.
Yeah.
He had to come through the mic and rip his head off.
Do you notice we had him on this week, and he was like really defensive of the Tigers, and he said all the people giving him crap this season. I'm like, is he talking to?
He doesn't just listen to when we talk about the Lions.
He's a P1.
If he brings up Matt Chapman to you at some point, if the Tigers keep winning.
Well, I think coaches don't want, like, most coaches don't want to be disrespectful. Dan's a good guy. It would be funny, though, if we built that level of relationship with these guys where they could go, hey, you don't like what I did? You didn't like the Chapman? Like, exactly. The full circle of it all would be funny.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. I want to get some phone calls in the mix on this. Brian in Livonia, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to say that I believe in the Tigers more this weekend just because every time, I agree with you guys wholeheartedly, every time we go into Dallas, something just seems to go completely wrong. It's not our fault. I'm not even thinking about the 49ers game last year. I'm just really hoping we go into Dallas and win by like 28. I think that's the only real way we get like a good revenge game in. I'm not even thinking about revenge on 49ers.
I think a 3-point win's plenty of vengeance for me. Now, 28 would feel really good.
Sure.
Brian, do you have more confidence in the Lions or the Tigers?
Just because the refs, I gotta say the Tigers.
Oh, because of exterior forces.
Yeah, it's not even on the Lions. It seems like every time we go down there, something happens that's not in our control.
How do you feel about the Tigers?
Pretty good. Scooble's pitching, I was really hoping they would get a win yesterday, but pretty confident today or tomorrow.
You sound pretty chill. I don't have to hard sell you or really.
No,
hey,
yeah.
You get it. You're not panicked. I like this, Brian. It's good stuff.
Well, thanks.
Yeah, but here's the other thing, though. I think you go down there and you make it a no-doubter. Like, you don't leave it up for chance. You don't leave it in the hands of the officials.
Yep.
You go out there, you don't turn the ball over, you don't have pre-snap penalties, you don't hit a quarterback late, you don't extend drives, you don't, if you get them third down and backed up, you take advantage of the situation, you gain field position. If you're in the red zone, you score. You do the things that you're supposed to do, that you're built to do, that you have done previously, so that it's not coming down to a 2-point conversion where, there is some deception involved. Should the officials have gotten it? Yes. They didn't. But why make it come down? Why even have to go for 2 at the end of the game?
Revisiting that game, wasn't it Derek Barnes that whiffed on the sack? Like, he doesn't get his chance for revenge, which is unfortunate. But CeeDee Lamb was the recipient. And I do think if the Lions secondary is improved, this is a good opportunity. They're going to be feeding CeeDee. He's unhappy. Do we see Carlton Davis? He says he wants to be a shutdown guy. Do we see Terry and Arnold, who can shadow bigger body, avoid the penalty? I think there's a storyline to watch for this game too, right?
Yes. I just think that we're mislabeling this game.
You don't like revenge?
I just don't feel like it's revenge. I feel like it's a reckoning.
Okay.
Like, you gotta go out there and right a wrong. And that's where I just feel like the revenge is just the wrong word.
The wrong R word. Kevin in Macomb, you're on 97.1.
Hey guys, how you doing today?
Good.
I am so excited. I work down in Dallas. I live here in Macomb. I'm down there every week. I've had to live for a year listening to all my fellow workers complain and bitch about about saying that we can't beat them. We're in the middle. I'm going to be down there with coworkers. For me, it is a revenge game.
Okay.
I'm excited. Go Detroit, man. This is going to be so good.
I'm happy for it. I think you're right.
I'm glad you're going to be there. It's going to be a hell of a lot of fun.
They already joked with me. They said they're a little nervous because I'm going to be in full Detroit gear in the middle of the field. And I said, I'm not worried, man. Let's go.
Bring them on. Bring them on. I wonder what the crowd looks like. Detroit fans travel. I know Dallas is Dallas, but I won't underestimate Detroit.
Yeah, but Dallas, the fans will be willing to throw their team under the bus if they feel like in an instant.
You're absolutely right about that. By the way, that did happen. Greg and I simultaneously played the same drop that is not a normal drop on the show. That's called timing. We're in sync today on a Friday.
I should have used the jinx on you.
Oh, know. Are you going to do the Gator routine?
Jinx 10.
I don't know if Gator and I are cool anymore. He did not like my confidence in the Tigers. Do you see, by the way,
Doesn't matter.
The Red Wings? First of all, it doesn't matter. Yes, it doesn't matter. If I could control what was going on with our teams, it wouldn't be 10 years of losing. I'll tell you that much. But if it makes you feel better, Gator, you can go ahead and blame me. If it helps alleviate the loss, you can blame me. Whatever helps you out. The Wings, by the way, also listed who do you want to play in the ALCS on their Jumbotron last night, which probably didn't make Gator happy either. All right, anyway, we got picks coming up. Phone calls 97.1.
Hey, the NFL season's flying by. It's hard to believe that we're in week 6 already, but it's time to start the season or keep it rolling with a big return on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. You're going to get started with $300 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. That's $300 in bonus bets if you simply win your first $5 bet. And check out this same game parlay. Detroit. And we all know they're traveling down to Dallas. We've been talking about it. Goff over passing yards. Amon-Ra St. Brown, anytime touchdown. And let's go Gibbs over rushing yards. With as many injuries as they have, I think that's a good bet. Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more this NFL season. That's FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We've been taking Lions phone calls this hour. Why don't we get some expert analysis? Brian Baldinger, he joins us on Fridays. Brian, we're looking forward to Dallas this week. Break down that matchup for us. Good morning.
Well, I mean, Dallas played without, Micah Parsons for the first time in 4 years, and they played really well. They had a nice game, and Dak had a roller coaster of a game. He threw a lot of interceptions. He got the ball lost in a fumble, but they overcame all of it, and they finished really strong. So, and then, defensively, they were able to overcome some of those turnovers last week, to win that game. So I don't know what Micah's status is this week. They're certainly not as good without him, but it was probably good for Dallas to see that they could win without him for a change. But look, I mean, this is a game where I think Detroit coming off their bye, Dallas has had a hard time against teams that run the ball really well, and that's what Detroit does. And so I'm sure that's going to be a big part of Dan Campbell's game plan this weekend to see if they can stop, both Montgomery and Gibbs.
What's the status, or I mean, it's probably all speculation, but the status of the relationship between Dak and CeeDee Lamb?
I think it's still good, John. I mean, they're not going anywhere without CeeDee Lamb.
Right.
They need to get him fed. If you look at him this year, I mean, obviously no off-season, no preseason, anything like that. The guy still averaging over 15 yards a catch right now. The ball's going to Jalen Tolbert, which was a draft pick a couple years ago in Ferguson, and they mix it up with Devontae Turpin and some other guys. But the offense runs through CeeDee Lamb. He's capable of busting out in any game, any place, because of how they use him, where they put him, and how they get him kind of matched up. So he's a big part of this thing. It's not going away. He's not having the numbers that he's had in past years, the last 2 years right now. But I think that's going to change as the season goes on.
We were talking about Dallas, and an issue early in the season was their run defense. It feels like a licking their chops kind of situation for the Lions in the run game. But as you break down Dallas's defense, is it personnel-based? Is it scheme-based? Why had they struggled so much in the run defense?
I think it's their run fits look terrible to me. Like, I mean, there's you watch them against, say, the Baltimore Ravens. Like, they'd never seen a read option before with Lamar. They turned down a bunch of plays to Derrick Henry early in that game. I mean, he had a great game, probably 150 yards, something like that. But I feel like the run fits is where it's at. They look like they got better last week. Now, Pittsburgh's all banged up, and so you didn't have to see a great offensive line or a great running game last week. But I felt like they got a little bit better. But really, anybody that wants to stop the run, I mean, just play a good gap defense and be where you're supposed to be. You're going to squeeze it, and you're going to limit the number of runs. Cincinnati did that last week to Baltimore for most of the game until that overtime run by Henry. But I feel like it's basic football. You get your ass in the A gap, B gap, C gap, and take it away right now.
I'm curious your thoughts on the Lions' new secondary, because obviously, they had to play DK Metcalf and the receivers that Seattle had. They've had 2 weeks to review some film. Terrion Arnold's been penalized a lot. Brian Branch was out last week. Where do you see, is there growth, and can they defend the receivers and Dak Prescott in the pass game?
Honestly, John, I think Carlton Davis is playing as well as anybody right now at corner. I mean, he's playing well. Joseph is taking the ball away. That was their Achilles heel last year. I feel like Carlton Davis has played great. Now, Terrion Arnold's a rookie. He's got to learn this stuff, but he's got the talent out there. Sometimes you got to go through some growing pains. I believe in playing these young players early, John. You may have to suffer some penalties and some big plays, but if they're the right player, and I think he is, then they're going to win for you late. And as the season goes on, I think you'll start to see the route combinations, start to see some of the talents, start to understand the defenses a little bit better. I think he's going to grow into the job. Brian Branch is a guy that they don't have any replacement for. He's just a remarkable player. He's a great tackler. You can play him a lot of different plays in a lot of different ways. He's a guy that makes a difference in that defense.
Minnesota's out of bye. I think we're all shocked that they're 5-0. The Lions have them on the road next week. Yep. Where are they in regards to dominant teams in the NFL? Where are they right now? Is it still Kansas City 1? Who's 2 and 3?
Well, statistically, they're the best defense in football right now, John. And so you got to give Brian Flores a lot of credit because a lot of people don't know Andrew Van Ginkel or Blake Cashman or Josh Metellus you just go through it. It doesn't matter. Pat Jones. Like, they have a system that, Aaron Rodgers had no idea how to beat it. They really shut them down all the way through the game. But they've done that almost every week. They're very, very difficult to pierce. They really protect the back end. So that's where they're led. They're led by their defense right now. They lead the league in sacks. They lead the league in takeaways. They're very, very talented. But at the same time, offensively, they kind of got it handed to them by the Jets. They defended them really well last week. Sam Darnold had his first game where you're like, maybe he isn't the answer. So I think they're still very, very good. I think that's going to be a great game. If Detroit takes care of business this week against Dallas, then that's for first place in the NFC North, whatever that means in mid-October. But it'll be a great test regardless.
He's Brian Baldinger. Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. Brian, we'll talk to you next week. Thanks.
Enjoy the game this weekend, guys. Take care.
Thanks, Brian.
You too. All right, we got a little wordy with Baldy, but I do want to get to Corin, who's been waiting on hold. I only have a little bit of time for you, but you want to talk about Dallas. You want to use the word revenge, even though John over here doesn't. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, I think John's wrong. I get where his heart is, but I think he's wrong. I think it's definitely a revenge game, and it's not because of the 2-point conversion. You got to remember, Derek Barnes had a wide-open, can't-miss sack in the end zone for a safety. That's a 9-point swing. Then you got to think about the repercussions of that loss. Dallas goes to the 2 seed. We would have been the 1 seed. San Francisco is not beating us at home. That's an NFC championship game in Detroit. We win that game, we're in the Super Bowl. That game, to me, definitely cost us a Super Bowl win. So it is 100% a revenge game. I don't care who's playing. I know Barnes is out. Kind of sucks. I wanted him to really get back on that one. But 100%, man, this is 100% a real game because it actually cost us. We had the best home field advantage. We have the best home field advantage in football, and we would have been in the Super Bowl with that win.
You still had to take care of it. San Francisco, I think, still had the ability.
Should we say thanks to Brad?
Yeah, that's the Brad Holmes sound alike. I agree it's a revenge game. All right, we got a lot to do. We're going to talk Tiger Baseball 8:55. We got picks coming up next. It's 97.1.
Here we go. 94-38, Jansen. The NFL season continues on, and there's no better place to get in on the action than on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. It's week 7, and you can get started with $300 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. That's $300 in bonus bets if you just simply win your first $5 bet. Now take a look at the same game parlays. You can choose from the SGPs that are pre-built from in the app, or as Detroit takes on Minnesota, you can build your own. Try Goff over passing yards. Amon-Ra St. Brown, anytime touchdown. Gibbs over rushing yards. It's just one that you could pick from. Try building your own. See how you do. Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more this NFL season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 94-37. Cap off NFL Week 6 with a chance to win on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. New customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win a bet on tonight's game. And it's Monday Night Football. It's Bills at Jets. And let me repeat that one more time. You bet $5, you're going to get $300 in bonus bets if you simply win. Go with Garrett Wilson over receiving yards, James Cook over rushing yards, Dalton Kincaid anytime touchdown. That's just one example of a same-game parlay on tonight's game. Again, it's the Bills at the Jets. All you got to do is visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more this NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online wheel running wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now in trouble bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 94-39. Oh, shoot. Get ready to take on the NFL action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now, new customers can bet $5 and you're going to get $300 in bonus bets if you just win that $5 bet. Again, it's a $5 bet. You got to win, and you're going to get $300 in bonus bets. Check out the same game parlays. Here's an SGP for Thursday Night Football. Start the week off with Broncos at the Saints. Let's go with Alvin Kamara over rushing yards, Bo Nix over 1.5 passing touchdowns, and Rashid Shaheed over receiving yards. It's just one of many that you can pick from or build your own. Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to make every moment more this NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now in trouble bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. And 93-71. The MLB postseason is in full swing, and there's no better place to get in on the action than FanDuel, America's #1 sports, because right now, new customers can get $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $300 in bonus bets. All you got to do is win a $5 bet. Then you can bet on everything from stolen bases to strikeouts, all on an app that's safe, secure, and super easy to use. Plus, with live same-game parlays, you can make an SGP from the first pitch to the final out. So don't miss your chance to score $300 in bonus bets if you simply win. Just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen, and make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now in trouble bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. David Feminino and his team, they're an attorneys group that I have been talking about for some time right now. And all you need to do is listen to some of the results that David and an amazing team have been able to get for injured clients. $3.5 million for one, $5 million for another, $11.5 million for an individual client. You need an attorney and a team that will fight relentlessly for you. And you can call and speak to David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
To me, that was the game. Guardians pinch hit. AJ counters. He had the matchup he wanted. Brisky had him 0-2. Go from having the lead to playing from behind. Series of missed opportunities for the Tigers, but I think that was the biggest. We will talk about our baseball team. Big game coming up on Saturday. The mood for this city. But first, it's Dallas week. And Tom reminded me of this. And we have the audio. The last time the Lions played the Dallas Cowboys, we all know they lost. Mm-hmm. And we all know the end of that game, the 2-point conversion where Dan Campbell just said, I'm going to go for it, I'm going to go for it, I'm going to go for it. Even a 4th and 7, he was going to go for it. And I was in that next Tuesday in place of you, John, and Stoney and I were asking him about that decision. And, well, here's how the exchange went. The no at the end is pretty great.
I can't get enough of that. I just can't. I remember that 10 seconds when he started confronting you. Mm-hmm. I knew exactly what he wanted you to do. He wanted you to say the word you used the rest of the show.
Reckless.
So he was either listening or somebody else was.
One of the two.
That was awesome. I love his. That just shows you how real and authentic he is.
Oh, yeah.
John,
what was on his sleeve?
I've never asked you this. Like, you weren't in, but clearly, like, eventually you heard
about
it.
Yes, about the interview?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
What was your reaction?
It honestly, I felt like it was just you being you and Dan being Dan. I didn't see it as some people had said, oh, well, it was offensive. I didn't see it as that at all. I was like, it was raw in the moment. It happened. And there were a lot of people that had the same question.
Agree to disagree. We do it in life daily. I thought it was great. It was real. And I think your real reaction was that, am I really going to be working with this guy in 2 months?
Please. Yeah, I had no idea it was going to lead to, are you doing a good job?
When did you find out about it? Was it day of?
Oh, yeah, because it hit social media, yeah. And it was a little bit raw for me at the time, too, because at that time, I had been watching it in California, getting ready for the bowl game with some Dallas fans. And I was up celebrating, touchdown in your face, because they were all chirping at me all the game. And I was just, let it, like I do, let it play out. And then all of a sudden, the carpet was just ripped out.
Well, Dan recently said let it play out, didn't he?
Oh, yeah. He did. He did this week with us. Yeah, I mean, here's the deal. I like a lot of the 4th and 1, 4th and 2, play to your strengths, you're aggressive, it's your O-line, it's your run game. I love that they went for the initial 2-point conversion. I was incredibly defensive of the fact that they did everything right to win that football game until Dan went reckless mode. I still feel like from the 4, the 7, I think he would have gone for it from the 15. Like, I really think he was headstrong and stubborn, and the word I used was reckless. And I came away from that really appreciating that he doesn't want anybody to sugarcoat anything with him. And it even solidified to me why the guys love him so much, is I imagine he's like that with his guys in the locker room. Hey, if you have an issue, if you disagree about something, don't be whispering over in the corner with your teammates. Walk over to me. We'll talk about it. We'll get on the same page. We'll move forward. And the rest of that interview was like completely normal. Yeah. I know it's like a really heated exchange. The rest of it was like, hey, so what about your run defense? Like everything else was normal after that. And I came away going, hey, I get why everybody loves this guy.
The reason they love him is exactly what you're talking about, is honesty. You want to know where your coach stands. You want to know where you stand with your coach. That's why I only had it for 1 year playing for Marty Schottenheimer. And we called it the truth according to Marty. You may not agree with him. He didn't care, but he was going to let you know exactly where you stand. I was standing there when guys would have conversations with him of, hey, coach, do you think I'm going to make the team? These are conversations that are real, that happen during training camp. And he would bluntly say, you're not going to make this team. But I am going to give you as much opportunity in the preseason because I do think that there is a spot for you on one of 31 other teams. You just, you don't fit what we want to do, or you don't fit our roster. You're the fifth of 4 receivers that we're going to keep. Like, you want somebody to shoot you straight instead of saying, well, you got just as much chance as anybody else. And we all know what the numbers work out to be. And so if you're not going to make it, just say you're not going to make it, but I'm going to give you all the opportunity in the world to make one of 31 teams.
Yes. And again, just a last thought on the little exchange there, which ended up being like a huge social media, like you said, you saw it on social media. I was filling in. My name wasn't even on the show. I didn't want to go, hey, coach, I think you were an idiot. Like, I was trying to be, in my mind, respectful, but I love that he's like, hey, cut the BS, dude. Come on.
Yeah.
No, you got an issue. Say your issue. Say it.
Yeah. And that's the beautiful thing is he's going to tell you how he feels and what's on his mind, but he expects the same in return.
Which I love.
And if you don't, then there's going to be a little bit of a lack of respect.
Of course. Lions Cowboys. Full circle moment. Don't let it come down to a 2-point conversion. Beat them up. Take care of business. Win this football game. We all took them in the picks, right? Nobody on the Cowboys?
No, it was unanimous.
Unanimous selection for the show. We feel good about the Lions rolling into Sunday in Dallas.
Does that make it a lock?
No, but I think there's only been probably less than 5 people total to pick the Lions in a game this year.
You're saying against the Lions?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Listen, they're a good football team. Most of the time we pick the Lions. Yeah, it's a good point. Lions should win this weekend. Tigers should win this weekend.
Who are you more confident in?
Lions probably, but I think both are winning. I do. The Tigers think...
It's so riding the fence.
No, it's the Lions.
Yeah.
I'm more confident
Okay.
the Lions win. I think both win, though. I mean, it's not like
you can't
only
think both,
one's
yes.
allowed to win. Yeah, I think both can.
Yeah, this is
and
not one of
will.
those stupid questions of, would you rather?
No, we have some of those coming up with Cookie Jar to end the show. Don't worry. Some really dumb questions on a Friday. But I want to get into the Tigers. Out of the update, let's talk to Tiger fans because they did not lose the series last night. Factual. As you wake up today, Tarek Skubal will throw on Saturday, and you're favored to win and go to the ALCS. We can hit on all the bad from yesterday, but let's also look ahead. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. A back-and-forth battle, big hits, tons of 2-out base runners on both sides. The only problem for the Tigers is not being able to put away the Guardians in the late innings. Cleveland sending the series back to Ohio after edging Detroit 5-4 last night. The Tigers using 6 pitchers in the game. 5 of them gave up 1 run, all but Vest in the 9th. The Detroit clubhouse expressed their utmost faith in ace Tarek Skubal, though, for tomorrow's Game 5, which will be an 8 o'clock start to settle the series. If the Tigers can move on, it would indeed be the Yankees waiting in the next round. They finished off the Royals and KC 3-1 to advance. Wings coach Derek Lalonde said that Ville Husso just did not look comfortable last night, giving up 4 goals in 25 minutes and eventually pulled for Cam Talbot. The Penguins piled things on during the 6-3 final in the home opener, and Newsy liked the opening period, but the rest of the game not so much. Alex DeBrincat had 2 goals, but called all of their issues self-inflicted during that loss. Lions center Frank Ragnow does indeed plan to be on the field this week after a short recovery from a torn pec. He said it's good enough, baby. A full participant in practices this week. And new Piston Tobias Harris rejoined the team after an absence due to COVID. He expects to make his debut on the floor tonight for their preseason game in Phoenix and says that he likes the energy of the team that he's seen so far. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket at Odyssey.com.
I am feeling a little deja vu as we settle in on a Friday. I think we did this show on Monday. Tigers are coming off a loss to the Guardians. Some of you were on the ledge, and we had to remind you, the best pitcher on the planet will throw the next critical must-win game. And this weekend, It's not hypothetically a must-win. It is literally win or go home for both teams. Tarek Skubal, Tigers should win. They didn't lose the series last night. They lost a game, and we can go through it, but this series is still very much ball in their court. They're going to have the pitcher who throws the most innings in this pivotal game, and he's the best pitcher on either team. You have the better manager. We can talk about some of the decisions from AJ yesterday, but Game 3, he did laps around Stephen Vogt. I trust AJ more than I do Vogt. There are some injuries that can be concerning if you're a Tigers fan. We don't know about Carpenter. We don't know about Jake Rogers. John, I said what I said yesterday. The Tigers are winning this series. I'm not going to back down from that.
I believe they still win the game. I don't care if it's here or if it's in Cleveland. I don't care who the Guardians put on the mound for all the reasons you talked about. And yeah, the injuries could be concerning. If Jake Rogers is deemed that he can't go, that's probably the biggest concern. I'm more concerned about that than Kerry Carpenter. Kerry Carpenter with a hammy, if that's what's being reported. He could come in and, swing the bat one time. And hopefully he, if he needs to stretch a triple into a single, I mean, that's kind of that's what I do in softball. I'm always stretching a triple into a single. But if you have that opportunity to go out there and swing for the fences with the guy that's done it before, then all you got to do is walk around the bases.
And we'll see what they do, but if they start Boyd, it actually would help because Carpenter wouldn't be playing in the first. It just wouldn't start that game anyway. It'd be Justin Henry Malloy. Carp's a big deal. I would point out the Tigers have only been shut out once in this series. They've scored in the previous 3. And I do think the margin for them offensively, they don't have to score 4 or 5. It's Tarek Skubal. Can you get 2? Right? 2 might win the game if Tarek does what he's been doing.
Yeah, you've taken 1 in Cleveland, you drop 1 in Cleveland. You took 1 at home, you drop 1 at home. It is a 5-game series. And so they're going to play the 5th of 5 games, tied 2-2 with the best pitcher in all of baseball.
And you're really going to shorten up that bullpen. Everybody will be available. Off day today. You got your best on best. Tigers should win this game.
Ideal situation is obviously, Skubal goes, 6-7?
Perfect.
Continues his scoreless streak.
Yep.
And then you go with Vest, 1, maybe 2. You bring in Brisky.
Yep.
Finish it off.
Yep. Ideally, Skubal leaves the game. You got a lead, and it's right where you want it to be.
The wild card is you've been able to get base runners. Whether it's walking or it's been able to put together a couple of hits, but you've got to be opportunistic. That is what these bats have been for 2.5 months. They have taken advantage of opportunities. They're not blowing the doors off of anybody. They have taken advantage of opportunities, whether it's in the 1st or the 9th or extras. That's where they've got to change from where they were yesterday, stranding 11 on base. And you've got to not, especially when you have them loaded with no outs.
Yeah. As for why they lost that game, they didn't capitalize on opportunities, right?
Right.
It's bases loaded in the 2nd. They score 1 run. It's a sac fly, and then Torkelson gets doubled off at second base. Can't happen. They were 1 of 11 runners in scoring position for the game. Why'd they lose? Jose Ramirez gave him something to hit. Bo Brisky, he gave Fry something to hit. Late in the game, I do think we can challenge AJ on
Job versus Vest.
Why Job a 2nd inning knowing Kwan was due up? I know you're trailing, and that's some of his conversation after the game. You got to treat it as though you're tied. You have to treat it as though you are trying to minimize every run that could possibly be scored. It kind of felt like he kept Job in because they were up like 3 or 4, or they were down 3 or 4 runs. They were only down 1. Go to Vest, keep it 1, give your offense a chance because they did score 1 more. They just didn't win the game because Vest came in with 2 on and they pulled off a beautiful squeeze play. Credit to Cleveland on that.
Yeah, and AJ was pulling all the strings. The same ones that he's been pulling. Now, the one that he wasn't planning on pulling, at least not at that time, was Kerry Carpenter for Jace Young because Kerry Carpenter came up limp. But you put in Andy Ibanez for Colt Keith. We've seen that before, and we've seen it work before. It didn't work yesterday. We saw Wencio Perez in for Spencer Torkelson. Did that work?
It did. Gave him the lead.
It did. And then, you talk about Justin Henry Malloy for Jake Rogers. All right, you get a hit.
A nice, double.
And so he pushed all the same buttons. They came up 1 run shy. It happens in baseball.
Even the Brisky move, it didn't work, was the right move. Fry is a righty, doesn't do well against righties. They're extreme splits. He got his best, most reliable postseason pitcher, power arm, 0-2. AJ didn't give up that home run. Like, I know he gets a slice of the blame for the ninth, but it's not the biggest slice to me. It's torque, it's Brisky, it's execution, it's little things that they cost themselves in the first 8 innings of that baseball game.
It would be one thing if they lost that game like it was game 1. 5 runs in the first, 7-0. You don't score. You don't ever threaten. But it wasn't. It was just, hey, they played a little bit better than the Tigers played. Again, it's baseball. Now you get a chance to do it again with the best pitcher in baseball. I like the odds.
Yeah, margins are slim, but that's a pretty big edge to have going to game 5.
Margins are slim, and they're going to get even slimmer, but you can't have base running mistakes. You can't have small errors that cost you opportunities. Now, who knows? If Spencer Torkelson doesn't get doubled up, maybe they don't score. But you take away any chance because of a small error.
Well, in the moment of the game, it's only the second inning, but you've got their pitcher on the ropes. And you know with the tenor of these games, if you can go up 3 or 4 runs, and AJ can, again, advantage position, downhill, pin vote down with the relievers in the bullpen machine, the chaos, huge missed opportunity early in the game. You still have the lead. Bo Brisky, huge miss, giving something to Fry to go deep. Having said all that, the reason they lost the game wasn't us being bold or chesty yesterday on the radio. I know we angered Gator, I think.
I think he angered more than Gator, but yeah.
Yeah, I got message. You jinxed us. Listen, if blaming me makes you feel better about last night, if blaming John makes you feel better about last night, then God bless, do what you need to do. But we're not taking at bats. We're not coming out of the bullpen. They lost that game. We were right to feel confident in them, and I still feel confident in them today. The series is the Tigers to lose. They should win and advance to the ALCS.
And it's about putting pressure on the opponent. Even in Wednesday's game, it's 1 run in the first. You start stacking runs. You put another one on in the third. You put another one on in the 6th. And you keep putting pressure. You go to the win in Cleveland. And it was very similar to the same thing where you find ways to put pressure on them early. And even if it's just base runners. And I know that they didn't score any runs until the top of the 9th, but it was constant pressure throughout the game.
Let's get Sam and Windsor involved this morning. Sam, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Good. I want to start with full disclosure. I'm Sam from Windsor, and I'm the guy that says that Campbell's not smart enough to win a Super Bowl.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Maybe leave that out next time.
But Hinch is a genius.
Okay.
You got to give him credit. The only issue I have, and it's a huge issue, and nobody's bringing it up, bottom of the 7th, down by 1, man on first, nobody out. Man, play some small ball. Bunt him over, sacrifice him the second. We get 2 hits after that. Your thoughts?
We've dissected this game a million times. I want to make sure I get the situation correct. So you're talking about Tigers batting in the bottom of the 7th inning.
I believe we were down 1.
Yes, down 1. In the bottom of the 7th, Rogers strikes out looking. Meadows flies out to short. Jae-Seung hits for Kerry Carpenter, and he walks. There were 2 outs.
Okay,
you wanted Veerling. Okay, you might be thinking the 8th.
Maybe the 8th.
Okay, the 8th. The 8th. And I think Gov brought this. That's why I ask. I just want to make sure we get this right. 8th inning. Riley Green singles. Ibanez flies out to right. Perez singles. So now you got 2 on. McKinstry's ground ball moves both over to second and third. Sweeney's at the plate with 2 outs. You wanted Sweeney to bunt on board and score the run?
Squeeze?
No. There was a time, I'm not really sure what inning it was then, but there was a time we were 1 on.
Well, those are the only chances they were trailing.
When we were trailing, we had 1 guy on first base, nobody out.
Okay, so maybe to start the inning, you wanted Riley Green got the single, you wanted Ibanez to bunt him
right
over.
Away. Exactly.
I want Ibanez swinging against the lefty. Clase wasn't even in the game at that point. Herron, a lefty, was in the game. Ibanez can hit for some power. I'm not playing to tie. I'm also playing to win. I'm not playing for 1 run there. I need to.
Maybe the argument could be that Green didn't tag up on that one. We've heard that argument a little bit.
Yeah.
I somewhat disagree, but
I disagree with that too. But I would have bunted him over. But I do see your point. He has some power.
Yeah, I think I don't really have a critique of that at all.
No.
I thought if there was a chance to bunt last night, it would have been Sweeney off Class A.
With
and
2
just
outs.
Go complete suicide squeeze to try to get Green home. Because I think the odds were higher that Sweeney would lay down a bunt than actually get a hit off a Class A. But that's nitpicking. And look, that would have been a risky thing. I did think that in real time, and it was funny that they ended up having Fry bunt to get that important 2-run lead. By the way, quick tomorrow, weather in Cleveland. 11 o'clock, they're starting to say rain. So that's so close. There might be a consideration to bump this game up an hour or two, because what would stink is if that rain moves in a little earlier, like say 9:30, and you get some sort of delay and Skubal doesn't get to keep pitching.
Yeah, it wouldn't stink. It would be like a travesty. I mean, come on. They don't want to have a rain delay during their primetime game. Nobody wants a team to have to race their starter or chase their starter out of a critical Game 5 do or die. No, we can't have that happen. If necessary, move the game up. We got Cookie Jar coming up at 9:35. Mike Valeni in studio next, his dog of the week, and his Yankees have moved on to the ALCS. What does he think about a Yankees-Tigers ALCS if Detroit gets it done? We'll get some of those thoughts next. It's 97.1.
When I needed a new furnace and AC, I called the guys at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. When I needed plumbing, same guys I called. They've got all the best equipment and prices, but the best and the biggest difference is their customer service. And it's also the 5-year warranty, so I know I'm covered for anything. Call Mastercraft for your heat, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They even have generators. Tell them John Jansen sent you for up to $500 off fast installation. And how about same-day service? That's something they offer as well. If you want to find more information, you can find them on the web at mastercraftheating.com.
Last week it was Cal, late night. You also threw out Minnesota, who won outright.
Dude, we're 6-1.
Cooking.
We should just do this. No more pot.
Cash the ticket is out.
Give one pick a week.
Yeah.
It seems easy. I got a good one for you this week, too.
Yeah.
I think, maybe.
The college episode is out. Check it out. Cash the Ticket podcast. We'll tape NFL later today.
Yes.
Can we talk a little Tigers before we get to Dog of the Week?
Whatever you want, man. I'm here till 6.
John, you think they're winning. I think they're winning. Nervous energy. You were nervous yesterday for Game 4. Are you nervous for Game 5?
Yeah, I am nervous. Just look, I'll take Scooble in a deciding game over just about anybody. I'm confident enough that they will win, but my fear, I was just talking to John about this, it's exposure rates. Like when you start to see the same arms, this is the curse of a playoff series. Like you're starting to see players alter their approach, oh, look, now Bo Brisky bleeds. Like Scooble's fabulous, but this is not going to be a surprise. This is not going to be unfamiliar. They just saw Scooble.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be asking Scooble, who's still young and still relatively inexperienced, to go on the road and to do it again. And you got it. Look.
Does Cleveland go with Boyd?
Yeah, I think so.
Or they go empty bullpen.
I think what they do, John, is they kind of go Boyd opener-esque.
Right.
Get through the top of that order. And look, what's the status of Carpenter as we wake up today?
Hammy and nothing definitive.
Mm-hmm.
And Jake Rogers, in case people missed it, also injured. He's caught every Scooble start this year.
I think you would go Boyd, and it would be a lot like Olsen in that the minute you get in trouble, I'm coming and getting you. But I think you do need to start with a lefty so it preserves Heron and Bobrovsky or whatever that kid's name is, who's really good. The two lefties.
Right. But my point would be, okay, they've seen Scooble now the second time.
You've seen Boyd.
You've seen Boyd.
100%. No,
and you got the Boyd in the first inning.
Totally plays.
And they put guys on base against Boyd, I think, in the first 4 innings of the first meeting.
Look, if I'm them, I may go a different route. But see, they haven't done business this way. Like, if I'm them, would you ever flirt with the idea of Cade Smith to open and go get me 6, 7, 8 outs?
Right.
Start the game a different way. See, you don't want to alter what you do. So, look, I'm with both of you guys. I have a lean that the Tigers will get it done. I do. But I'm much more nervous needing this now versus we're in the driver's seat, we're at home, like, go do the job. And Bybee wasn't any good last night.
The second inning, bases loaded.
I know.
In a game where you could break their will.
I just feel
2
like
innings
even
in.
though you didn't have the lead a bunch last night, you got it late, you let it get away last night.
did.
More than just the 3-2 to 4-3. You let it get away in that Bybee was bad. He's their ace. He was having a mental breakdown out there. I mean, Carl Willis kind of nursed him through the first time. He was bad. I just feel like they let it get away.
How will you handle Tigers win and it's Yankees-Tigers ALCS? Your Yankees got in last night.
It's radio gold. What do you mean handle? It's fun. Like, I'm not – first of all, I understand my team is they're hateable.
Yeah.
We should be hated. I don't take offense to it. Second of
But
all –
do you become persona non grata for the week? Like, how does that go on?
No, I'm not Rico. I'm not going to run
Right,
from
yeah.
that crap. I'm going to sit here and have fun. It's sports. It's not like you're calling my mom a whore. It's Yankees-Tigers. Yes, I like a baseball team. You do too. If the Tigers win, I'm good because I want people here to be happy. I really don't like dealing in misery.
Yeah.
Now, yes, I want to win a World Series again. It's been 15 years. But there's no lose. We'll have fun with it. Make no mistake. I like the Yankees in a 7-game format, right? Like, you guys have seen the schedule.
Well, I don't know who wouldn't. I mean, even though when you say like to pick them, like to win
the
the
favorites
series.
will be the
favorites.
Yankees.
Because I think
Like,
your problem
it's obvious.
Yeah, well, it is and it isn't. Remember, like, now, yes, the Yankees have been choke artists. They've gotten to the ALCS 4 times like the last 7 years. Problem is, it's been the same cheaters that have knocked us out, which is the Astros. This isn't the Astros. The other thing is, I feel like if you close out yesterday, my view of the ALCS changes because I have to face Scooble in game 1 and 4.
Potentially
Maybe.
3 times.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe. But the point is, now I might only face him once. If I do my job and I view game 3 as an auto loss with Scooble on the mound, if you don't see game 7, who cares?
Right.
You just
You only
the
faced
other
him
problem is, and you're starting to see it, you got a taste of back-to-back playoff baseball now, In the ALCS, that you're doing 5 games in what, 6 nights?
6 nights. I was looking at it. It's the first time I really stared at it to kind of see what next week would look like. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Right. And I just think
that's harder to do the bullpen thing.
It plays in the Yankees' favor because, look, AJ's been brilliant. And this Tiger team has been incredible, but you're asking them to do something that it borders on physically impossible with no starters. Now, you have Olsen. You could roll him out. That's fine. But I'm with you. Like when you're talking about, all right, well, we'll just pitch Cater Montero. It's the ALCS. I mean, just because I don't love Carlos Rodon, if I ask you right now, Rodon, Montero, who do you want? Or if I ask you Clark Schmidt or Montero, who do you want? That gets tough, man. And look, Garrett Cole actually looked like a guy you pay $40 million to. So, yes, I would. It won't be a walkover by any means.
No, it would be great theater, though. Your Yankees, the Tigers.
Yeah. Look, if the Giants and Lions hooked up in a playoff game, you don't think that'd be radio gold?
That'd be great. Well, you're already the bad guy to some people, so it'd be phenomenal.
It doesn't matter, even though I picked Tigers in 4, and I had them here, and I quit. No one remembers anything nice you say, so why bother? But no, I think I'm confident, but I said, you heard, you and I were talking outside.
Yeah.
I get nervous in closeout games. I was nervous about the Yankees last night.
Because you only got to do it once.
Right. And I said, guys, I'm just nervous because everything has gone so well for you. And you have gotten breaks. You have. What happens if everything doesn't go your like I think I used the line yesterday, is Jose Ramirez going to be Bernie Lomax all series? Well, the answer is no. Same thing, David Fry. That's an all-star caliber player who's been asked this series. Well, look,
eventually they're going to hit.
Guys, you had no shot of making the playoffs. You're in Game 5 at ALDS with a chance to go to the ALCS. You got your stud on the mound. Like, free roll. Let's go.
It does change our Saturday because now they're playing Saturday night. We're doing a college football.
Multiple TVs.
Yeah, multiple screens.
You guys are having a sleepover?
Yeah. Get the
no,
Chinese.
You know what it is, John? You'll appreciate this because I know you got you're super dad. You got a bunch of kids. Evan is dying to get out of the house.
Oh,
he can't take anymore. So I said, look. What about Oregon, Ohio State is like a circle your calendar.
Yeah.
Let's just get together. And
something to look forward to.
And he can lay the groundwork weeks in advance to bail because he can't stand being home. He can't take anymore. So it was the idea of, we'll get together. It's actually a great Saturday night of football. Yeah. Well, now, okay, the Tigers are in the mix. Now, they've changed this to 8:08.
8:08.
Right? I was so pumped at 4:38.
I know.
All right, so what? So the second half of the Red River shootout, I don't have to care.
Right. It might be over by then. It will be over by then.
Should be.
We'll work it out.
Yeah, it'll be part of the mix on Saturday night.
Work it out.
Do the
okay.
Chinese.
Are you going to be okay, though? Or are you still supremely confident? Or are you a little nervous? Just a little.
Why did you say supremely that way? Supremely confident.
I'll do something.
You thought I was being over the top?
No, you were being fun. This is your hometown team. This is a dream state. You have every right to be like peacocking a little. I'm just saying it is Game 5. It's a little nervous.
Oh, of course there's a little nervous energy. I mean, listen, I think that the Tigers should win the game.
If Carp is out, now it takes me to a different place.
Yeah, but if Boyd's pitching, he's not going to be in to begin with.
No, I know, but when I take care. Let me ask you a question. Who's the Tiger you feel the most energy about when they come to the plate?
Well, it's certainly Carpenter.
Right. So if I don't have him, how does that alter my lineup?
How many aura points do they lose, as the kids would say?
No, it's what decisions does A.J. Hinch make at the beginning of the game because he knows he doesn't have that card to play at the end of the game.
Yeah, I think that's just one thing, John. Yeah. Like he is, I don't want to make him into something he's not, right? Yeah. He's not Albert Pujols in his prime, but he's a damn good baseball player who, it's like Jordan against the Blazers. He's in the zone.
Yeah.
Carpenter is locked in. I'd say him and Meadows are the two I look at, and when their at-bats come up, you kind of sit up a little more. If you take that away, and he's a murderer of right-handed pitching, that would be a massive loss for a team that already does struggle to score runs.
Before we get to your dog, I want to ask you a question about the whole, traveling 2 time zones, the new Big Ten, going coast to coast. The what is the number? 1 and 7. 1 win, and I think it's 8 losses now.
Sounds right.
Sure. Penn State traveling to USC, Ohio State going to Oregon.
Take both West Coast teams. Look, I don't like Franklin. You know.
Oh, trust me. I picked USC, even though I think USC is not that good.
They're not.
But James Franklin is
I also wonder, too, you got to put something into it. Like, no, Lincoln Riley's not going to get fired, but he needs this game. It's a bit of a pressure spot.
Yep. Awful loss.
And Penn State hasn't faced anyone with a passing attack. Let's just be fair.
Correct.
West Virginia doesn't throw it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry if I don't think Luke Altmaier is Justin Herbert. And, they played UCLA. They haven't faced anyone who can sling it.
I kind of wonder if this is a bit of a wake up call. And like Jim has talked about this, like Penn State has just gone out and played with their food the last couple of weeks. They don't look locked in. They don't look dialed in. They have kicker problems. The Ohio State thing, I heard you talking about it, and it sounds strange. I question their toughness up front. I would defer to you on that, but that offensive line doesn't strike fear in my heart.
But I question Oregon's toughness too,
Yeah.
especially with what I saw a Dan Lanning coach team do twice last year
Lanning
to
needs
Washington.
it.
Yeah,
Was it you? I was driving in, and you guys were going really fast, and it was, Dan Lanning needs to win a showdown game.
Yeah.
One of you said it. It's the truth. He had 2 cracks at UW last year with a better team. Went in as a 10-point favorite in the Pac-12 championship game, didn't get it done.
and got beat up.
Needs to get it done.
Yeah.
Daddy Phil is cutting those checks. He's going to start asking questions. What the hell am I paying you for? You don't beat anyone I care about. So, yeah, I lean that way. Look, if the game was in the shoe, I take the Buckeyes. If the game's in Outson, I'm taking the Ducks. I don't like either quarterback.
Yeah,
You can laugh. I know they beat Michigan State, but like I didn't walk away going
impressed by Will Howard. Yeah,
like you walked out of the 2021 game against Ohio State, and State was down like 50-2 at the start of the second quarter. You go, Jesus, Mary and Joe, we're not the same planet as this team. MSU moved the ball against Ohio State and Oregon. We made plays. We're just not any good. But I don't look at either of these two and I'm like, oh, that's vintage Bama.
That's why I have the under on Cash the Ticket. But you got to listen. Episode's out.
Shameless promotion.
There you go.
Like it.
Well, you're on here. We can promote it.
Fair,
NFL episode we're cutting later today. College Dog of the Week.
You know where I'm going with this.
We had a bunch of dogs this week.
Yeah, but this is a game. This is a game I wish I was actually at. This is a place I've been. We're going to Death Valley on a Saturday night. Ole Miss has played 7 straight weeks. No bye week, no break, nothing. 2 extremely physical SEC games the last couple weeks. LSU at home at night off a bye. The things that Ole Miss does well, LSU doesn't care about. Oh, you stop the run? That's cute. We don't run it. Oh, you rush the passer. Great. I have 2 NFL tackles, Will Campbell and Numbnuts, whatever the other guy is.
Yeah.
The point is, I don't trust this.
John, have you done a lot of tape study on Numbnuts?
Numbnuts is big.
No,
time.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah, both of them are really good.
My point is, this is a spot. You're giving me LSU at home getting 3.5. Plus, doesn't it feel like Ole Miss? Oh, and Trey Harris may not play for Ole Miss.
Good note.
Biggest weapon, huge target share, and it's Lane Kiffin going Lane Kiffin. Now they may win, but give me the 3.5 points. Give me the LSU.
All right, he's Mike Valeni, 2-6 today.
Let's get to 7-1, shall we?
Cash the Ticket. Keep giving out winners. We got Cookie Jar next, 97.1. All right, it's the cookie jar. Ridiculous questions and prompts to round out your week. Our first question. What age is considered middle age? The context, Heather is off celebrating her 40th birthday.
She took 2 days off to celebrate her birthday.
Off Monday, too.
Mm-hmm.
What is middle age?
I think it's a moving target, but it's 35 to 50. I think it's middle age. And I don't think you jump straight to senior citizen.
No.
I mean, if you want one number, I would go with 45.
That's right.
Things started changing when I turned 45.
Well, the average
40
person
wasn't a big deal at all.
The average person lives until the early to mid 70s.
Yeah.
So middle age, I think 40 is middle age.
Yeah, I would go with 40, with starting middle age. Obviously,
She's just now middle aged, Heather.
Yes, it is obviously some range, but I'd say it starts at 40.
Yeah, I think this has a range, 35 to 40.
Okay.
Are you going to start referring to her as middle aged when she's like here?
Yeah, why not?
Trust me.
I don't think you want to do that.
Oh, that would be amazing. Please do that.
I'll pay for her to slap you on the show.
Oh, yeah.
All right, next question. We're doing Chinese buffet Saturday. What is your go-to Chinese food?
Not a big Chinese food fan, so I think I would have to go with chicken fried rice. It's usually my go-to order. Some spicy mustard mixed in there.
Strong, safe, reliable, dependable.
Yeah. Almond chicken count.
There you go.
A lot of people don't. That's the American Chinese food. I do like it, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, but egg rolls.
Egg roll.
It doesn't matter what's in them.
Yeah.
I love egg rolls.
As long as you have that spicy mustard to dip it into.
Yeah, or the sweet and sour, too.
Yeah, I'm not a sweet sour kind of guy.
General Chow's chicken.
Great call,
General
Greg.
Chow's chicken, yeah.
Great call. I like a kung pao chicken. You do a shrimp fried rice. Oh, there's all kinds of good stuff on a Chinese food menu. I would do kung pao chicken.
You guys should get Chinese at the Valenti football party tomorrow.
That's what we're doing.
Are you?
That's why the question's here.
Oh,
yes.
Oh, yeah.
Reveal a famous movie you've never seen.
We've gone over a number of them that I haven't seen, but Titanic.
Wow.
I've never seen, nor will I.
Boat sinks.
Boat sinks, yeah. I kind of know how it ends, yeah.
Spoiler alert, John, for anybody listening out there. How dare you?
The boat sinks. Seriously? You could do that with almost every movie. Just reveal what happens in it, and then you don't need to see it.
Well, it's obvious. The Titanic sinks, Tom.
Yeah.
Thanos snaps his fingers. I mean, okay.
What's a movie, Tom?
It's Braveheart.
You've never seen Braveheart?
I've never seen Braveheart. This is such an easy answer for me, but because it's by far the biggest, most popular movie that I've never seen.
You would love it.
He dies at the end. The Sixth Sense. Have not seen it. I do know how it ends. Bruce Willis is dead.
I ruined that movie for myself more than any movie ever because I figured it out when they were at the dinner table.
Okay, but don't you enjoy finding out the mystery?
Yeah,
and then
that you were right. Yeah.
I was right. Affirmation.
Yeah.
If two I'm debating which one will get a bigger reaction, I have not seen The Big Lebowski.
The Dude Abides.
I know the lines, but I haven't seen it.
You should see it.
I know.
You really should. Take an afternoon.
Wasn't Raiders of the Lost Ark one of yours?
Also one of mine. I haven't seen The Matrix either.
Because somebody made a face melting joke and you didn't know what we were talking about.
Lions and Cowboys this weekend. Which NFL team do you hate more than any other?
For me, it's the Cowboys. They are the Buckeyes of the NFL. No question.
Mine's the Commanders. And it used to be the Redskins. Because I grew up a Cowboy fan, and in the early 80s, the Cowboys lost the NFC Championship game at Washington.
Yeah.
RFK was shaking.
Mm-hmm.
They had the pigs or the hogs, whatever they call them.
The pigs.
And
the pigs.
I just couldn't stand them. And to this day, that still holds, even though I stopped being a Cowboy fan when they fired Tom Landry.
This is difficult in the age of today's NFL when there's fantasy football, there's gambling. So, I mean, especially fantasy football, you grow to appreciate each individual player. Yeah. I still got to say the Vikings.
Vikings?
Really? Is it that stupid horn they have at the games?
Yeah, it's the horn. It kind of goes back to the sex boat, and they were going to be so
Fred Smoot, former teammate.
They were going to be they're such a distraction. Oh no! And then the Packers are playing, and they blow out the Packers.
I'll be honest. I didn't.
It's appropriately known as the Love Boat.
I didn't expect. It all goes back to the sex boat to come up today. But there you go. I would say the Cowboys. Them boys, America's team. How about them Cowboys?
Yeah.
Obnoxious. Blah, blah, blah.
The
blah,
hole in the
blah.
stadium so that God can watch.
Stupid.
Now, on his Vikings one, there is a definite distaste for that franchise locally, mostly older people, because the Vikings were so good in the 70s. They made like 4 Super Bowls. They lost them all.
Lost them all.
And then the other thing with my Washington one is that they own the Lions franchise for like 50
For a long time,
years.
yeah.
There's a catch with this. Pick a Detroit sports team to win a title immediately. The catch, they will never win another in your lifetime.
This one seems easy to me. It's the Pistons. The Pistons win one immediately because, one, it would come out of nowhere. It would be completely ridiculous. But, I mean, we have so much fun talking and cheering for the Lions, the Tigers, and even the Red Wings. How much fun did we have last March thinking that they were going to be a playoff team?
I wondered if anybody would say the Pistons because it's a sneaky answer. Everybody else at least has some upward momentum.
Yeah.
Mine's the Lions. And it's just because I know I'm getting one then because I am middle-aged now.
But don't you feel like you're getting one anyway, Tom? And maybe an era where
there's
more
always a
than
chance.
one?
Yeah,
This
for
guarantees
more than
it,
one.
though. This guarantees it.
Or maybe it just guarantees you're not long for this world.
Yeah, who knows? I don't know. You never know. Your day's coming up.
Okay, here's a critical question. Are we limiting it to just the 4?
Yes.
Does college count?
Just the 4.
Okay. Pistons. I think they're going to be terrible the rest of my life anyway. Might as well win another title.
Got you there, Greg.
I don't know how sustainable this Tigers thing is. I want to see them win it immediately this year. I would pick the Tigers.
And then be dog turds for forever?
Well, it doesn't say they're dog turds. It just will never win another one. I've lived my entire life waiting and hearing about 84 and 68. I want one for my generation. Let me see it.
Don't impress the Pistons on everybody else, okay? It doesn't say they're going to be bad for the rest of your life.
Right, yeah.
One more. Pick an all-time Tiger to add to this World Series push.
This might be the easiest question I've ever answered. Is Gibby. Put him on this roster. I mean, the dramatics, there's never been a bigger bat in the most crucial of times. Give me Gibby every time.
Miggy. And I struggle between Miggy and JV because JV and Scuba will be dynamic, but we saw that still doesn't win necessarily when they had the great pitching staff. But I would add Miggy because if they had that one bat. They don't have that one bat. Riley Green's a nice player.
JV. Yeah, JV and Scooble. 2 aces going. Then you can still do the pitching chaos and all the matchups. You can still do that, but you got 2 aces.
Yeah, and it lasts a little bit longer at that point.
I was going to say JV too, and I thought I was going to be sneaky with it because if you go to the ALCS, if you make the World Series to finish this out, you need people that can go 6-7 innings so that it's not bullpen after bullpen after bullpen with no days off. And Cabrera, while obviously they could use his bat, they're not a station-to-station team. They want to run the bases. Cabrera's not a guy who runs the bases.
Yeah, but Gibby's going to get up every 8th, 9th inning and hit you a home run every game.
Can I add one?
Yeah.
Who's Detroit's most current hated athlete right now?
Javi Baez? I said that
No.
quick. Am I missing somebody?
No, an opponent.
An opponent?
Oh, opponent. Javi Baez.
Gosh, I don't know who would be the most hated.
It's Josh Naylor. I've gotten so much unsolicited Josh Naylor hate in the last couple of days. People can't stand him. They didn't get compared to a septic tank.
On Carson Anderson?
Yeah,
Yes.
septic tank, yeah.
He looks like he smells, by the way.
You know what? When I was watching the game, I thought of that comment too. When he was up to bat, that bad body, I'm looking at it going, he kind of does look like a septic tank. That's a great descriptor.
Smells like one, too.
Might.
Probably.
Wouldn't know.
All right, we wrap the show next. Is Gator still mad at me? It's 97-1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank, and I think you should as well. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you as they did me and work with you to build a plan that fits your unique situation. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. And just at the last break, I was on the app. It's so easy to use. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. And they volunteer on a regular basis and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
I'd like to change my answer. A ticket texter brings up a great point.
Yeah.
At the end of the cookie jar, we had the question, who's the one Tiger you'd add to this team to make a playoff push, a World Series push? Alan Trammell. Clutch. Whatever you think of Sweeney, he's a defensive upgrade and certainly an upgrade at the plate. Alan Trammell, the World Series MVP from the 84 Tigers.
It'd be a good pick.
You had Gibby?
Yeah.
JV and Miggy were both brought up.
Mm-hmm. Stoney's
in the studio.
How are you?
Hey, good to see you.
Well, it wouldn't be me without really going way back in the Wayback Machine.
Yeah, you're going
Ty-Cobb.
No, I'm not going that far back. And I know he's actually had a couple of hits. Norm Cash. Get a great power-hitting first baseman.
Hey, just before we get to crosstalk, I want to work in. We've got some calls from downriver for Brandon Inge.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that. Gator is in the studio.
I don't even know what the question was, but the fact that Stoney is mentioning Norm Cash.
It was the end of the cookie jar. The one Tiger from history you'd add to this team to help win a World Series.
You're way off. How is it not Hank Greenberg? I mean, weekend of Yom Kippur.
I know.
Go with Hank?
Stoney.
Yeah, you're right. First base. You're exactly right. Well, because I think they need a left-handed hitter.
No, the answer is Miguel Cabrera.
Are you and I good? Because I feel like... Because I got a lot of hate last night on social media. They're like, you ruined this game.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say
it was
a
all
word.
Karsh?
I mean, Doug had brought it up, and I'm like, oh, Jim knows better than this. He knows better. I think that's basically the tone that we set.
Were you guaranteeing? Was this a Costa lock?
I didn't use the
last night?
word guarantee or lock, but I said the series is over.
Yeah, you're right, which is the worst.
Stoney's making faces now, too. I felt like you got a home game and a school bowl game, whether it's last night or Saturday night, they're winning this series. And I still feel like they're winning the series.
God love you. Hope you're right.
Look, I didn't post anything social media. I didn't do it. And then you.
But I know you hate jinxes.
I do. I can't stand him. And because you and Carlos Monarez both.
Oh, don't let me in with
Big
him.
time. Well, I'm sorry. But
that's
he basically
hurtful.
said the exact same thing.
Oh, no.
I think maybe
I'll
in the same
reevaluate my
words,
life choices.
in the same words.
And then I sent you the photo last night.
Right. And I was not in a good place last night when you sent that. So when I replied with some snark, I hope you didn't take that.
No,
personally.
you're good.
What was it? Was it the photo with the
worried.
scoreboard at Little Caesars that you?
It was the Little Caesars scoreboard saying, who do you want in the next round of the playoffs?
And then Jim wrote, it's.
I could read our exchange.
Yeah,
if
go
you'd
ahead.
like.
Yeah.
We now know it'll be the Yankees.
Yes, we do. But I texted you and Doug.
Yes.
Because I got a lot of messages. Hey, the midday show's bringing up that you. I sent you the photo of the scoreboard, and you said, "Are they following your lead?"
Right, because the scoreboard basically showed,
who do you want to play?
Yeah.
And I said, "Confidence is contagious."
And what did I say?
So is COVID.
Jeez.
Meanwhile, I think, except for the McKinstry home run, I think the loudest cheer at Comerica Park last night was when they showed DeBrinket's goal.
Yeah.
Which says something, but I'm called a hater because I suggested the crowd was not raucous and crazy on Wednesday, and it was about the same last night. It's just not.
I think it was pretty loud, but again, you and I were talking a little this morning. It depends where you're at.
Correct. Yes.
I spent some time up in the right field area, the first base side over in the corner. It was loud.
I felt
That
like
was Wednesday, you mean, right?
Yeah.
Wednesday, I thought Thursday was louder at its loudest moments on Thursday, but
Right.
there were more lulls, like silence.
Yes.
Well, there's some. I mean, come on. Ramirez hits that home run. Everybody
No, I
immediately
know.
a hush goes
But when
over
you,
the ballpark.
But when you watch some of the other playoff series, every time, no matter what inning it seems, if there's 2 strikes, 2 outs, the whole place is up, and it's. I mean, maybe we just forgot what it's like because it's been 10 years. I don't know. I don't think it makes a difference, by the way.
Oh, thanks, Mike.
I think our crowd is fine. And
It's fine. It's like
hopefully-
Comerica Park. It's fine.
I really like Comerica Park.
Yeah, I do
You don't
too.
Like Comerica Park?
It's fine. It's not.
What are you treating it like it's the thumb? It's okay.
Yeah,
the
I
thumb
mean,
is
it's
not overrated nor underrated. It's just fine.
The
It's
thumb,
okay.
the thumb of Michigan, or your actual
The
thumb?
thumb of Michigan.
Oh, okay. I was going to say the thumbs are not.
That's
one of your great bits.
Yeah, it's our deal in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Or in the midday show. We're just like it's fine. It's okay.
America's fine. I mean, it's there's some things that are good. And there's
Stoney hates
whatever.
Comerica
I
Park?
don't hate Comerica Park.
And he says our fans suck.
But when you compare it to some of the other parks that have been built around the same time, I'd rather go to them. Even the one in Cleveland.
You'd rather be in Cleveland than you'd rather
go to a game there than Comerica. Yes, because you're actually closer to the field.
Huh.
You know,
I've been there a couple times.
The suites. There's not. If you're sitting in the upper bowl, okay. At Jake, I still call it progressive. There's one level of suites, so the second deck starts a lot lower and closer to the field. It's better sight lines. Now there are more cool things to do in the corridors at Comerica Park, but it's sight lines is what I'm talking about.
Do they have a Ferris wheel at Progressive?
No, they don't.
That's what I'm saying. All right, what do you guys got coming up next?
Well, obviously the WNBA finals are going on.
Yes. What a choke Brianna Stewart is.
Come on. No. Obviously we're going to be talking a lot of Tigers, take the temperature of Detroit right out of the gate. We got a Lions game to preview, which is fun.
Yeah.
There's some big college football games tomorrow that could be kind of fun to look at. We have our picks coming up at 1:35. But yeah, it's blocking and tackling. It's Tigers and Lions, and I guess the Red Wings, apparently they played last night too.
Kicked off the season.
Let me tell you, it was the saddest convoy of people, because I was in that convoy, going from the Tigers' loss to a game they were already down 4-1 against the Penguins, all just, all right, here we go.
Yeah, my brother sent me, my brother did the Daily Dip too last night, which I was stunned by. I'm like, well, that's a nice flex you're doing there. And I'm thinking to myself, a lot of disappointment.
It was very disappointing.
Yeah.
All right, better things ahead. Carson Anderson with Stoney in. It's 97.1.
Well, it is a Friday. I don't know how jazzed I am today after the events of last night. But nonetheless, the season's not over, Stoney. Stoney's in for Doug.
Yeah, right. There's, they got 81 more games, Wings?
That is correct.
Okay, yeah.
I believe the Red Wings still have 81 games left.
And Kenny might agree with me. After one game, we saw yesterday, SOW. Same old Wings. We'll get more into that later. Bad goaltending, bad defense. Same old Wings.
Well, I don't like that.
I don't
want to hear it.
I know. The truth hurts sometimes.
It's one game.
I know.
It's first game of the season.
Yes,
I think it's going to take a little. Well, we'll get into it a little bit later.
Yeah.
We need to talk about that now. And obviously, we got the Lions. That's a big story for Sunday's game at Jerry World. Looking forward to seeing the best team in Detroit play. But the second best team in Detroit is still pretty good. And they were on display last night at Comerica Park among the 44,000 plus, the tremendous throng in attendance. It's one of the few times you get to use the word throng, which I really enjoy. They they're still alive. It's a Game 5 situation. Winner take all tomorrow night, Progressive Field in Cleveland. Obviously, this game last night, Stoney, disappointment, bitterly disappointing for the Tigers fans that went there, the Tigers fans that watched it, the Tigers fans that listened to it on the radio. It was actually a really good baseball game to watch. If you just love baseball, this was a great game to watch.
It really was. And sitting in the stands, and I'm counting in my head, all right, they need 7 more outs.
That's I did the same. Everybody's doing the same thing.
And then, what happened?
I mean, it's 2-1 Cleveland. Bob in the 5th inning, and Zach McKinstry hits the home run to tie things up.
Yeah.
We're all excited. The Tigers push across that run in the 6th inning. Everything's looking great until it's not looking great anymore, which is really, really unfortunate.
And usually,
Bo Brisky came in to pitch and facing Fry.
2 strikes.
Yeah, he had 0-2, and then it came, what was it, 2-2, I think?
Yeah, and then he had the wild pitch or whatever when it went in the
it was a terrible looking pitch.
Yeah, and maybe that, I don't know, psyched them out or whatever, that he wasn't going to use a cutter anymore or a slider, whatever he was, but he went fastball. He went with his stuff, 98 miles an hour. It was just a little too much of the plate. And Fry, if you remember, early in the season, there was a game in Cleveland on an afternoon where the Tigers were leading 4-3, and the Tigers it was early enough in the season. I think I actually can give you the exact date. Maybe I can't. Anyway, where the Tigers were winning 4-3, and in the bottom of the 9th, Fry hit a home run off Chafin to tie the game, and then the Guardians won in extra innings.
Fry's been a very good player for Cleveland when he's able to play.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, give credit to the manager vote for working it the way he did.
Yes.
Saving him as a pinch hitter. Comes in, Bo Brisky, and like you mentioned, it was 98-mile-an-hour fastball. The bottom part of the strike zone. It was a good pitch. Not a great pitch, but it was a good pitch. It was a great swing.
Yes.
And Fry made it pay for it. It was a no-doubter, 382 feet over the wall in left field, and that gave him the lead. But it didn't end things. The Tigers did have their opportunities. Unfortunately, Cleveland tacks on another run there in the 9th inning.
Fry again, great squeeze.
Yeah, it was a great squeeze. And, wishing that didn't happen the way that happened, but it did. And they get that run across, and that run was obviously quite important because the Tigers, for a second straight game, they got to Clase.
Yep.
And they got another run off of him. So maybe one of the positives, if we're looking for anything positive come out of this game, and I've got a few of them, but maybe the biggest positive is that the number one weapon that Cleveland has on their team, which is their closer, he's been, I don't want to say neutralized because he ends up getting the save.
Just showed a little bit of vulnerability.
Again. But it's 2 straight outings. He's come in there and Tigers are like, okay, you're here. We're all right. He doesn't give up hits. And he gave up the double to Malloy, and he ends up coming around and scoring. So he's not invincible. He's not Mariano Rivera. He's very good, but the Tigers have made him look average, which is fun. That's a very minor positive.
Very minor.
But something that could play huge tomorrow if it's a tie game.
Yes.
Late in the game and Clase comes up there, it's no longer this daunting task. It's something that you can literally look at. Oh, let's look at some recent at-bats against Clase. Oh, here's a hit. Oh, here's a hit. Here's a near hit from Perez off him. Here's a hit. Oh, here's Carpenter's 3-run homer. They've got at least that memory, a recent memory, the recent taste in the mouths of being able to get to him if he's going to pitch on Saturday night. Frankly, I hope he doesn't. Because if he's not pitching, it means the Tigers have some big lead, and we're getting ready for the Yankees.
Or the other way around.
Bite your tongue.
Yeah, well,
but yes, of course it could be that.
Yes. Look, from what Costa told me, the Tigers are still favored tomorrow because of Scooble, which I find kind of hard to believe considering Carpenter's not going to be playing. It doesn't, not official, but it looks that way. Scooble's great. The question is, will they be able to get enough offense? Is Matthew Boyd, who we haven't been told is definitely the pitcher yet, I don't think. Will he pitch as good as he pitched for Cleveland
I
last
can't
week.
imagine he pitches as well as he did. I mean, I'm hoping it's Matt Boyd because I feel like what we saw from Matt Boyd was an anomaly. That's not the Matt Boyd we've seen.
Right.
And for him to all of a sudden figure it out and put it together all these years later, I'm not buying it.
It's not that he's like Mike Maroth or something, but he was good here. He wasn't great.
No, he wasn't.
He was okay. It's okay.
What was his ERA with the Tigers?
It wasn't very good.
4.8, something like that?
I think he was an average pitcher, basically.
Below average pitcher.
Okay, whatever.
I'm going to say.
Okay.
For the Tigers rotation at the time,
yes,
he was average for the Tigers. Put him on any other team, he's probably sent down in the minors. That's right. I'm speaking bad about Matt Boyd. And I don't care. Because I'm upset.
You
I'm disappointed with what happened last night.
So am I. And, we always, like to play the blame game, especially in baseball. Why didn't AJ do this? Why didn't AJ do this? Why didn't they do this? There really wasn't that much where you can sit there and say, God, they should have done this. They should have done that.
Well, we like to call that first guessing on the show. If you had a first guess.
Yes.
Before the move is made, do you even have an opinion on something like, I hope they don't end up doing this? Or when he makes a move, are you like, I don't like that at all? Or this is smart. This makes all the sense in the world. You can't change your thoughts.
Correct.
After the fact. And you have to be honest. All right. And this is where we're going to start the show. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text. You can get through that way as well. Stoney will be reading some text today from you ticket texters out there. We got Kenny working behind the glass. Obviously, Doug's in Istanbul. Don't worry about it. You'll see him on Monday, maybe with a whole fresh head of hair. We don't know. But we got a lot going on with the show. We're going to start with the Tigers. We're going to start with the first guessing or anything you saw last night that you're like, I wish they hadn't have done that. It's hard because AJ Hinch continues to push buttons and continues to push the right buttons. Last night, maybe a couple of those malfunctioned a little bit, but he still pushed buttons that worked. And love the guy as the manager. Love the guy leader of this team.
Me too.
And hopefully that they straighten things out, get an offense going against whoever it is tomorrow. Although anytime you see undecided, I start thinking, well, that's the Cy Young Award winner.
Yeah.
Because the way undecided is pitched for the Tigers, it's been like a Cy Young Award winner.
So we have two Cy Young Award winners.
That's right. That's right. With Scooble.
We're stacked.
So we can ride those two into hopefully a World Series run, which we still on path to do. 248-539-9797. Same number to text or to call. We'll talk to you next year on 97.1 The Ticket. That was a highlight for sure of last night's game. Unfortunately for the Tigers, they were unable to secure the win. They took the lead 3-2 going into the seventh inning, and things kind of fell apart for them there. Had a great at bat from Fry, who ends up getting a home run, pinch hit home run off of Bo Brisky. Now, this is where we get to our first guessing. Any move that you didn't like last night in the game that you felt at the time, not sure I would agree with, right? None of this revisionist history stuff.
Right.
Okay, because the result worked the way it did. But you and I were talking before the show. For me, I wasn't sure going into the game. Like this is after the game on Wednesday. I thought, okay, Bo Brisky threw 27 pitches on Wednesday. Is Bo Brisky going to be available on Thursday? I'm thinking to myself, probably not. And Will Vest threw 20 pitches on Wednesday. Is he going to be available? Because both these guys also pitched in game 2, right? So I wasn't sure if they were going to be available going back-to-back days after throwing 20 pitches and 27 pitches respectively. But when Bo Brisky came out, my initial thought then is, okay, I would have questioned. However, I do trust A.J. Hinch completely with what he has done with his pitching staff. That he and Chris Fetter, they talk with the pitchers. They know exactly where they're at. And if Bo was coming in there specifically to face a right-handed hitter, I should say, in the pinch hitter in Fry, okay, that's the matchup you want. If he gets out of the inning, if he gets him out, then he doesn't have to pitch anymore. Because as a pitcher, yes, you have to face 3 batters, but only if it's in the same inning. You can finish an inning and then you don't have to come back. So it would have been a one-and-done type thing. So I kind of bought back into it because, all right, if it's just one, I get it. But still, I was a little nervous about it because of how much he had pitched.
Well, the question was going to be, though, if he did get out of it, do you bring him back for the 8th, or who do you put in for the 8th? Because if Fry makes the last out, you're looking at Ramirez, Naylor, and Thomas coming up. So basically, it's 2 lefties and a righty. Well, Ramirez is a switch hitter, but he would bat left-handed if it was Brisky or Vest or Foley, because I don't think they had any lefties left, did they?
That I'm not sure.
No, because
Holton
pitched already, and so did.
Oh, it's Tiger. You're talking about Tiger's pitching.
Yeah.
Staff.
So it was going to be a righty. So he might have pitched. I don't know what they would have done. If you're going to talk about second guessing moves, I don't know if I would. I had no problem with when they brought Job in because they hadn't seen him. Maybe wasn't the greatest idea to have him start the 9th, but whatever. That didn't work out because they got a run. The thing that I would, and it's not on the manager, it's more maybe on the player or the first base coach. Riley Green leads off, I believe it was the 8th inning, right, with a single.
Yes.
Okay.
Off the 8th inning, off a Heron hit a base hit.
Right. So they're down 4-3 at that time.
Correct.
Okay. He brings in Ibanez to pinch hit.
For Colt Keith, which makes all the sense
all the sense in the world. And Ibanez hits a long fly ball to the wall in right field.
Opposite field, yep.
Opposite field. I never got the sense it was going to be a home run from where I was sitting, but it was and I don't know the read he had for the first base coach or Riley Green. Why is he halfway between first and second? That should have been an automatic, especially Riley Green is pretty quick, okay? That's a tag up to second base. Automatic for me. And I know, they don't do it enough in the pros, in Major League Baseball. I can never understand why, especially at Comerica Park, which is the biggest park in baseball. To me, he should have been on second base. Now, who knows whether the base hit that followed would have still happened if he was on second base? Everybody always goes by that. Well, this would happen. No, you never know because the pitch choices may have been different with him on second base. But to me, you got to get him on the scoring position.
I agree with you 100%. That is a pet peeve of mine that I have watching games because that extra base is so important. And I feel like this was a misstep by the Tigers because I feel like this is something the Tigers do a lot of. We praise them for what they do on the base pass because they are so heady, because they are so well prepared. That Jake Rogers goes from first to third on a base hit like it's his job because you know what? It is your job.
Yeah.
But he does it despite the fact he's not fleet of foot. Here you've got Riley Green who is fleet of foot.
Right.
And I'm with you. the fact he didn't tag up, I'm like, oh, come on, what, you didn't tag up.
Right.
And does it end up being important? Yeah,
if,
it's important.
Right, if.
Because you play the if game, sure,
right.
because then you follow that up with
Perez got a hit.
Yep, which would have scored Riley Green.
Right. So that bothered me. And also you can even, I didn't have that much of a problem with it earlier in the game on the sacrifice fly that scored the Tigers' first run. I thought Torkelson could have tugged from second to third.
Well,
but
the only problem,
that's
I mean, because as Torkelson doesn't run well. The other thing is the outfielders for Cleveland do have good arms. So you have to take that into account. The Riley Green thing, I'm with you on. Maybe
yes.
Torkelson not as much, but Riley Green I am. 248-539-9797. Let's go to the phones. And Adam is in Gibraltar. You're first up here in 97 The Ticket. Hey, Adam.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Kind of a rough day for us, Detroit.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I went to the Wings game last night, so feeling the aftermath. But anyways, I'm with you, Stoney, on the Torkelson thing. I know he's not fast, but if you look back at it on that bases loaded, 1 out, 0 outs, that sac fly, the ball was offline at third. Tork could have made that. When you're in these situations, where the Tigers, where they're at today, how they got here, is aggressive base running and good pitching.
Yeah.
They were not aggressive on the base pass at all last night. I feel like they should have put more runners in motion, hitting runs. I feel like that's something Hinch doesn't do, but I also feel like he doesn't trust his guys enough with the bats to do that.
Well, I think it's twofold. They also don't have true base stealers on his team.
Right.
Parker Meadows has elite speed, but he's not the best base stealer. But he's got elite speed.
Right.
To get him going, I understand that.
Yeah.
And the other guy, McKinstry runs well.
Yes.
And another thing is when they brought in Holton and Ramirez hit that homer on him, he switched him to the right, and Ramirez bat's almost identical from left to right, at least with power. But if I'm Holton, you have the first 2 out, you got an open base. I would have not even pitched Ramirez. I would have pitched around him, see if you would have chased some balls and then go after him. Because then you had Naylor lefty on lefty. I know he's a good hitter, but I would have trusted that matchup a lot more.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with that either, Adam. And thanks for the call. I've said for weeks, I don't pitch to Jose Ramirez.
Right. Let somebody else beat you.
Exactly.
I totally.
Nobody on base, put him on first, and then you got lefty-lefty matchup. I totally understand that.
We mentioned the bases loaded, nobody out, and they scored a run on the sacrifice fly.
Yeah.
To me, that's the key of the game is the fact that they didn't score more runs in that situation, and there was another situation where it was close. They didn't. It was like the Tigers of old, where they were so, mediocre with guys in scoring positions. Last night I think they were 1 for 11. Now, not that Cleveland was great. I think they were 2 for 9 with runners in scoring position, but I don't care what they did. It's what we did.
But that's a missed opportunity. Despite Jake Rogers hit a line shot. It was he had a nice at bat with it, but unfortunately, it's right at the shortstop, and he's able to make the double play easily. And for those who are watching on TV, you heard their crew, talking about it that looked like Torkelson took a couple hop steps towards second as soon as the ball is hit, and that's what really exposed him. I still think he would have been out even if he's standing dead still. Mm-hmm. But nonetheless, they didn't get more runs out of that situation.
Right.
Everybody thinks you should. And yet the Tigers have benefited from those situations
correct.
too. So that's just part of baseball.
How about the defensive play Cole Keith made, by the way?
That was phenomenal. The ground ball in the hole at second base, he lays out for it. Yeah, absolutely saved a run. But not only does he lay out for it, the ball takes a hop, and he has to raise his glove while he's diving for it.
And he made the save. Unfortunately, he wasn't in the nets for the Wings last night.
No, I don't know why you got to go there this early. Kenny, do you understand why he's doing this?
Because, you know why, Gator? Because you did the motion like a goalie would make a save. That's why.
Gator, I just don't think we need this. Not this early in the show.
Piling on. I know. I think it's just piling on. 248-539-9797. Tony is in Saginaw. You're next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Tony.
Hey, guys. Tony, the 20,000-mile traveler, and I'm on my way to Cleveland. I got to tell you guys, that was a phenomenal ball game last night.
It was.
That play by Cole Keith was just incredible. And I was surprised, but I'm not going to second-guess AJ that he didn't have Riley in motion. And I can agree, reflecting on it now, that I would have been back tagging up at least forcing a throw to second base, but probably busting ass. With Torkelson, I had the angle on that. He was going to be thrown out at third base. Now, the previous caller said, well, the throw was offline. This is true, but you don't know that's going to happen. And where the guy caught the ball, Torque would have been out by 4 or 5 steps.
Okay.
Now, I do have to get to this Detroit crowd, guys. I got to tell you, Matt Vierling's a nice guy. He's got great energy. But I was there. And by the way, when I showed up on, what was it, Thursday? Well, I lose track of the days now, guys.
First game Wednesday
was the day
game. Yeah, I'm down there, and that was the first inning, and I got 8 people looking at me going, my God, were you the guy on there with the guys in the morning? I said, yeah, I'm there. So first inning, I'm standing up, trying to get the people around me to stand up. I'm in those expensive seats, and I got a guy and his wife behind me saying, F you, sit down, F you, sit down. And I got to tell you, gentlemen, the Tigers fans do not understand when to bring the noise. They were as quiet as it could be. People would stand, but there would be no volume when there's 2 strikes, and we got to rain down on top of these guys. And when we come and we play the Yankees, you need to bring it. You need to be up. You need to be loud. You need to be at the top of your voice like me. My voice is just coming back. I'm playing hurt. But it is. You could hear a pin drop in there with 2 strikes. Our pitchers need us. Those hitters need to hear us. But I'll tell you what, our guys are going to make those Cleveland folks who know how to bring it, and they're going to quiet them. They're going to make them silent. And I'll be there in a gold Carhartt right over the on-deck circle in the first row with my Tigers hat on. Let's go, Tigers. See you, boys.
Tony the Tiger, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Look.
Be safe, Tony.
I mentioned it. I didn't think the crowd was that, crazy, vociferous, where you'd think after you don't have a playoff, appearance in 10 years, it would have been nuts. And it wasn't. Maybe people forgot what it was like. I don't know.
Well, maybe, or people just don't like people standing up in front of them when they don't feel like standing up. They can cheer. They can be loud as they want, cheering, sitting down in a seat. But if somebody's standing up in front of you,
2 strikes, everybody.
I don't disagree with the 2-strike thing, but starting from moment 1. I mean,
I know.
It's a marathon. It's not a sprint here.
I get it. So if people are standing up, look, I'd rather them sit down sometimes. But if they're standing up in front of me, I stood up.
There was a guy I think from the first inning. He's standing he's in the front row. He's got the first seat behind home plate, and over on the Tigers dugout side, right? But you can see him in the shot from the pitch, and he's standing up. And I'm thinking to myself, if that guy's in front of me, I'm going to get pissed because it's the first inning. Like, dude, we got plenty of time to ramp it up and getting excited, but being up there, sit down. I would have been pissed about it, but at some point during the game, you as a fan are required to do your part.
Yes,
stand up. Be loud, be proud, and get ready for it. And hopefully that's lessons learned.
Yeah.
And the Tigers will take care of business tomorrow night, we hope. And then we'll have games at some point next week against the Yankees. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Okay, so Lions talk in the 11 o'clock hour. We're talking baseball right now. Obviously, the Tigers with Game 4 last night. Disappointing loss to the Guardians of Cleveland. The Tigers lose at 5-4. They came back with a run in the ninth. Another run they got off of Emmanuel Clase, the closer for Cleveland. No longer looks invincible. The Tigers have gotten to him 2 games in a row now. Unfortunately, not enough last night to win the game, but look, it was an exciting game.
Oh, it was a terrific
from
baseball
beginning to
game.
end. That was a great baseball
Yep.
game with lots of great defensive plays. There was drama with the home runs. You had great matchups. It was just didn't work out the Tigers' way, which was unfortunate.
I have some ticket texts. This is from Will, who says, I first guessed the decision to pull Gunther for Brisky in the moment. I hated that move. Well, Gunther's left-handed, right?
So
why would you hate that move? I don't know, because they put Fry. I mean, they thought he was going to leave him in. Probably that's why they put Fry in to pinch hit for that in that spot, right? Lazardo, right? Whatever his name is.
Well,
his name Lazardo. I always forget.
Menzardo.
I'm sorry. Anyway, but yeah, so they put a righty for a lefty, so he countered with a righty. I mean, that's baseball 101. It just didn't work.
It didn't work, and it's I first guessed that only because Brisky had thrown 27 pitches the day before.
Right.
That was my concern. But looking back at it and being honest with myself afterwards, no, I didn't have a problem because it was likely to be that's the only batter he's going to face in my mind. There's no way he's going to pitch the rest of the anything else after that because it would have ended the inning, and you just needed him to get the one guy out. And unfortunately, he didn't get him out.
Right. I mean, you're going to bring in Hannafy? I mean, maybe. I mean, Foley at that point?
You have to scream it when you say it. Hannafy! Like you're upset. Like,
Are you going to bring in Hannafy or Foley at that point?
Not Foley. I'm thinking they're saving Foley for the ninth if they have a lead.
I don't know. I have no idea. It just seems that Foley's kind of been, I don't know, put on the back shelf for this stuff.
Foley has been like every Tigers closer we've seen
in
our lifetime.
Yes.
He's been either awesome or not so much.
Exactly.
There's no in between. It's like Papa Grande had all those saves in a row when he was here, and yet fans were like, are you kidding me with this guy? Because he would give up, if he had a 3-run lead, he'd give up 2 runs.
Remember the home run he gave up to Ibanez in the playoffs against the Yankees, and the Tigers ended up winning that game, but people wanted Valverde pillaged, so to speak. Here's some more ticket
pillaged,
text.
not the other word that goes with it.
Yes, exactly. I did some nice editing finally. Quan is driving.
Wait a minute. There is a filter in that.
There is a filter.
Nice.
Yeah. Quan is driving me nuts. What a pest. Signed the entire Detroit metro area. He's
so good.
I said to my daughter every time he comes up, all he does is hit. I mean, I don't mean to say you can't. He's a very good fielder, obviously.
He's a great player.
But he just is a great player.
He's a great table setter, top of that lineup. He's pesky. He does those things.
Mm-hmm.
He will be. And we mentioned this on Wednesday's show when we were out at Comerica Park. We asked the question to the people, who is the one player on Cleveland that you really, really despise? And I said, for me, I can't say it's Jose Ramirez because I like Jose Ramirez. I think he's an amazing player, so I couldn't do it. And I said, at this point, nobody has emerged just yet for me.
Right.
It's a couple games in now, or there's 4 games in now. Stephen Kwan could be that guy because he's so. But is he too good for me to hate him? Probably is. The guy who Kang had brought up was Rocchio, and I was like, Rocchio, interesting. And then he said, "You see how upset he gets when he makes it out? How upset he? Like, okay, whatever, sure, okay, I'll buy it. I'll see." And then after watching last night, it's Rocchio, and it's not even close. That guy gets out. And he's beating himself up, and it's like, you're doing that for the cameras. You got to be doing that for the cameras. It's a little much, all right? Just get back to the dugout, stew a little bit, and get back. But he's a little bit of a spaz. He's kind of like an Eckstein type player in that regard.
Yeah.
And I think Rocchio is developing into the player that I like the least on Cleveland's team.
A few more ticket texts here. Fans are getting too confident in Scooble starts. The Tigers needed to close the series last night and couldn't. The fact we left guys on bases loaded twice will be the killer and the reason we lose the series.
Well, I didn't want to use Scooble's name on yesterday's show because I've been Mr. One game at a time here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to do fallback situations for the Tigers. I didn't want to do that on yesterday's show. The game happens last night, and now we're left with the reality of a Game 5, and it's a Scooble start.
Right.
Thank God Scooble's on the mound. However, that's only part of the equation.
Yeah, you got to hit.
You've got to score runs.
Right. And Carpenter probably will not play. So we'll see what happens.
I think the benefit the Tigers have is that you're not going to see you might see Matthew Boyd. And if Matthew Boyd's pitching, that's a lefty, and Carpenter wouldn't be in the lineup anyway.
Correct.
He'd come in to pinch hit,
right?
But he wouldn't be in the lineup anyway.
Right.
School can pitch out of his mind. He can go 8 shutout innings, and it may not matter if you're not scoring.
Right.
And unfortunately, this is the pattern we've seen with the Tigers, is that they struggle to score runs. But they do step it up for Scooble. I mean, they did score enough runs for him to win 18 regular season games.
Yeah.
They scored enough for him to win. I think he's got a couple of postseason wins here. He has been lights out. Hopefully it's the same thing because his confidence is the one that ultimately is contagious and rubs off on the other players.
Here's an interesting text. First guessing. Should have intentionally walked Ramirez. The splits for Holton versus Ramirez was 4 for 8. Now it's 5 for 9. Open base, 2 outs. Walk Ramirez. Don't let him get hot or beat you. That's from Ted.
Yeah, I think the reason they did pitch to him is because there wasn't anybody on base, and if you pitch away from him if he hits you, okay, but not expecting a home run. Unfortunately, it was a home run.
Yeah. And finally, not to be overlooked, the Guardians did one of Stoney's favorite things last night.
Oh.
They staved off elimination. The only time you really use the word stave in our
Yes, we love that term.
Yes, from Tony in Oxford.
Yes, we love the term stave, and that's exactly what happened. They Guardians staved off elimination.
Yes.
Live to play another game, and that other game is tomorrow night in Cleveland. Mike is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Mike.
Hey, how you guys doing this morning?
Good. All right.
Hey, I'll do my best to stave off my vociferousness or whatever it was that Stoney said. I had a first guess right from the get-go, before even the first pitch of the game, when I found out that Reese Olson was going to be starting. And I like Reese Olson, don't get me wrong. And but I felt like when we had the bullpen days with the pitching chaos that we had going on, that's onto it. Like, he looked like he was grasping the whole time and trying to keep up with it, and looked uncomfortable the whole time. And yesterday I didn't see any of that. It seemed like, he was able to play it like a straight game like he's used to. And I was much more inclined to have another one of the bullpen days where he doesn't know what he's going to be facing at any time of the game. And so that was my first guess was right before that.
No, I see it. And I think and thanks for the call, Mike. I think with Reese Olson, you knew you're going to pitch him at some point. And when Reese Olson comes into the game, he's not coming in for an inning.
No.
Reese Olson's going to give you innings. They're trying to ramp him up so that if they continue on, when you don't have days off between games, when you get to the ALCS or if you get to the World Series, hopefully.
You need somebody who can pitch over 4 innings.
And he's that guy. And again, I think that's what you expect when you see him in there. I understand people saying, well, why not let somebody be the opener and then Reese Olson comes in and does the bulk
They did
load.
that before.
Yeah.
Game 1.
He's pitched 2 games now. 9 innings total, 8 hits, 2 walks, 2 earned runs. He was charged with 1 earned run. He gave up a 3-run homer in the first game, but that was 2 of those were charged to the previous pitcher, to Tyler Holton. And then he settled down after that and went 5 shutout innings.
Right.
Last night he went 4 innings, gave up just 1 run. Reese Olson's good.
Yeah.
And I'm glad to see that he's pitching well again, and hopefully the Tigers get another opportunity to use him. Hopefully they get to the ALCS, and then he can start one of those games, and we can get back to having at least 2 guys in the rotation, and we'll see what else they decide to do. But for that standpoint, I thought I was glad to see Reese Olson pitch. But I understand you got this formula that's been working. Why not let somebody else open it? We talked yesterday. Who do you think is going to start the game? If not Reese Olson, because you knew Reese Olson was going to pitch, who would you start? I suggested Jackson Jobe. I thought that would have been interesting.
Yeah.
Crowd would have gone nuts to see Jackson Jobe starting a game. He could have pitched just one inning and then turned things over. But I'm not mad.
Or
this is not a first guess or second guess.
Or he could have gone back to Montero to pitch one inning again.
That would have been funny if they had done that. But nonetheless, it just didn't work out for the Tigers last night. They'll get an attempt tomorrow night to win the series at Cleveland. They got the Cy Young Award winner on the mound for the Tigers in Tarek Skubal. We don't know who's going to pitch for Cleveland at this point. I'm not going to assume anything. I'm hopeful that it's going to be Matthew Boyd because I think the Tigers can get to Matthew Boyd. I'd like to see him get to Matthew Boyd, get to any pitcher. But we'll see what happens with that tomorrow night. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. If you went to the game last night, what was the mood walking out of that game? I'm just curious to see what people were saying to each other afterwards. Were there any Cleveland fans that were at the game? Did you get into it with them at all? Were you first or second guessing any of the Hinch moves? What bothered you the most out of last night's game? I agree completely with what Stoney said. What bothered him was that Riley Green didn't tag up from first to second on a long fly ball to right field off the bat of Andy Ibanez. He didn't tag up. Had he tagged up, he would have been in scoring position, and a base hit would have scored him. And there was a base hit. It was late in the game, and unfortunately that opportunity went by the wayside. This is 97.1, The Ticket. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. Remember to text. Stoney, are we getting some ticket texts?
Yes, we are, Gator. Hold on, let me get to them. Agree with Stoney and the previous callers a little bit. I was at Wednesday's game, and it was an amateur playoff baseball crowd for sure. That's Michael from Chelsea. I wouldn't call it amateur. I just didn't think it was as vociferous or loud as I expected it to be. The dumbest part of this Tigers run is them force-feeding Jackson Jobe on the team. He doesn't miss bats. Maybe he did in Double-A, but not in the Major League Baseball playoffs. He's done nothing but hinder their chances to win.
I disagree with that. I think his first outing in the playoffs, he got screwed by bad defense.
Yes.
I thought he pitched really well.
And they didn't hit the ball very hard.
Soft contact.
Yes.
Should have been an out at home from Torkelson throwing to Jake Rogers. Tork made a bad throw. Rogers couldn't handle it. Bad. The other one was a fly ball in foul territory, and Matt Vierling goes in and catches, but hesitates, doesn't throw it right away, and the run comes in and scores after, despite being a closer play at home plate. Should have either been out at home plate because he should have thrown it right away, or should have checked the runner at third base because the throw came in and the runner at third is like, I'm not coming home. He was fine. Last night, there was the Quan hit to right field.
Quan hits everybody.
But he hits the ball to right field, and Wenzel Perez is tracking it down and doesn't make the play on it.
Right.
I don't know if he should make that play half the time, 20% of the time, 70% of the time. I don't know. But I thought he should have made the play.
Yes. Look,
he didn't make the play, and then now you got runners on the corners, and then they do the safety squeeze or whatever it was, and they get the extra run.
I wasn't so sure they should have brought him back for the ninth. I had no problem when they brought him in the eighth. What I saw last night with the Tigers, a team that awakened to the fact that they're playing in prime time in big games, trying too hard to make it happen. A few minor mistakes added up to a loss. Tomorrow night's Tigers stage is not too big. Correct the mistakes, play your game, the win will come. Okay?
I would, if I had to bet the game tomorrow night, I would bet the Tigers to win. They've got the best pitcher in baseball. He'll go and he'll keep you in the game through 7, maybe even eight innings. I don't know if School was even going to want to come out of this one.
Mm-hmm.
You may have to drag him off the field.
Yes.
But I would hope that the Tiger bats do enough in the game prior to that point that it'll make it easy for him to come off the field.
Yeah.
That's the hope. It's undecided right now for Cleveland, but if it is Matthew Boyd, Matthew Boyd's got 2 pitches, and neither of them are overpowering, but he's been very good against the Tigers, at least in the first game he pitched.
Final ticket text for right now. If the Tigers can't get at least 3 runs in innings 1 through 5 off of Boyd, then I think this will be a very tall order. Yeah, look, they actually, not just, Class A, they actually got a hit off, Smith yesterday? They actually are starting, but, and Cleveland's doing the same to our bullpen, so it's familiarity breeds a lot of these hits, too.
But if it's a left-handed pitcher, you're going to go with a right-handed lineup, which takes guys out of the lineup. Now, it looks like Carpenter may be out of the lineup anyway because of whatever it is, his lower body injury, whether it's a hamstring or an ankle, whatever it is, he could be out. This takes Colt Keith out of the starting lineup, which puts Ibanez out there, but Ibanez kills lefties. So is that an advantage at the plate? I think it is, actually. Fielding-wise, both players make some nice plays at second base. So you're going to see less lefties, but they'll get an opportunity to hit at some point.
Yeah.
Wenzel Perez, is he in the game as your as a DH or an outfielder?
Probably. He's probably your DH.
And the good thing about Wenzel is that he's a switch hitter. Goes they can hit left-handed, can hit right. I'd rather see him hit left-handed, but against the lefty, he's going to go right-handed.
They need Vierling to step up a little bit. He was 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts last night, too.
Vierling needs to have a game, and Matt Vierling has had the ability to come up with a big hit when they needed to down the stretch. He seems to always come with that line drive base hit up the middle. It's like a conscious effort from him to step up and say, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm not trying to pull the ball for a double or a home run. I'm just going to go up the middle. And he does it, and it's great. Torkelson's got to step up and do something special. We don't know if Jake Rogers is going to be able to play.
Right.
If he's not, then it's going to be Dylan Dingler. Step on up. But guys have, throughout this amazing run since August 11th, they've had different guys every night, it seems, offensively be the man, which is great.
Yep.
Jared's next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Jared.
Yeah, hi. Jared here from South Line. I just want to let you guys know I know that everyone was saying that the game was a little weak on the audience, but my neighbor and I, we brought our 2 8-year-olds there, And, we were bringing it in section 137. It was an amazing time. Our kids were on their seats the entire game, hooting and hollering, screaming at the top of their lungs, waving the towels. It's an awesome game. We wish for a better outcome, but I was really excited to have the kids there. It was an unbelievable energy. And, definitely if we got to bring the heat a little bit more if we're fortunate enough to play the Yankees. And we had a great time.
It's a great experience. It's a great experience when you bring your kids. I was with my wife on Wednesday and my daughter yesterday. We had a great time.
Yeah, I mean, look, some great memories you have is going to games with your parents.
Yes.
And, I remember my dad took the whole family to the World Series in 1984. That was awesome.
Yeah.
When you get to a playoff situation, and back then only 2 teams made the playoffs. It was really special to do that. It was great, and now there are more opportunities. It's fantastic. I know my brother took his family last night. It was great. Jeff is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, boys. How's it going this morning?
All right. How are you doing?
I just got 2 points, and that's it. Point number 1, bottom of the 8th inning. We have second and third and 2 outs. Trey Sweeney came up. I said to myself, bad mistake. We need a pinch hitter for this guy. Sweeney is a great shortstop. That sucks. I think at that point, you needed a pinch hitter right then and there. The other point I got to make is Jackson Jobe.
Well, who would have been the pinch hitter you used?
The pinch hitter would have been Malloy, because he used Malloy in the 9th inning. That would be the only one.
Malloy to bat for Trey Sweeney. That's what I would have done.
Okay.
In the 9th inning, when Jackson Jobe gave up the first single, I would have pulled him at that moment because they only had 4 runs at that point, and they ended up scoring an extra run in the 9th inning, and it costing us. Those are the 2 biggest mistakes he made in that game.
Just so we can complete it, who would you have pitched instead of Jackson Jobe?
Anybody.
Well, you can't just say that. I mean, you got to have a clue about it. I mean, you can complain about it,
right? Hannafy.
Well, then say Hannafy.
Or
then okay.
Or
but
Foley.
Don't say anybody other than him.
Yeah.
Makes it seem like he was the reason to lose. No, he wasn't the reason they lost. Quan hit the ball to right field, and Perez didn't make a play.
Right.
Should he have made the play? That could be debatable. But
Correct.
I thought he could have made the play.
And if you pinch hit Malloy at that point for Sweeney, here's my question, and I don't know I got to get the box score up.
So bottom of the 8th inning.
Bottom of the 8th.
McKinstry grounded out to
Yes.
second. You had Perez at second and Green at third. So 2 on, and you're facing Clase.
Yeah. Now, he did get a double off him in the 9th inning, so whatever. Okay, so
I was going to say, well, Sweeney already faced Clase the other day and had the hit, right? As you
Yeah.
said. So why would you want to take the guy who actually had success against Clase out of the game?
No, and the other question is, so if you take him out, what do they do? Does McKinstry
then
go
you
to
start
short?
shuffling the
I mean,
outfit.
where do you go?
Shuffling everything around.
Perez might has to go play short. Who knows?
You don't want that.
No, exactly. Because you already got Verling playing first base.
Right. So there's a lot more that goes into it.
Right.
Than just simply saying, this guy's got to pitch hit for this guy.
And he wanted to at least have somebody available for the 9th inning, which he used, and he got a double.
Yeah.
I mean,
I have a hard time second-guessing
that
moves from Hinch, but that one is one I will not second-guess. I thought Sweeney coming to bat against Clase is what you do.
Right.
Because of what we just discussed. Okay, you take him out. Who plays shortstop?
Right.
Anybody. Okay.
Yeah.
97-1, the ticket.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. The Tigers are flying to Cleveland today, set for a workout, and they will battle the Guardians one final time tomorrow night at 8 p.m. to determine who moves on to face the Yankees. After falling at home last night, manager A.J. Hinch says they are psyched for the challenge. Tarek Skubal will definitely be the guy for Detroit on the mound. And how about a reversal of roles? Cleveland has their starter listed as undecided coming into today. As for Kerry Carpenter's availability for Game 5, the team was set to do tests on his left hamstring after limping into the dugout last night. Hinch called it concerning, but is waiting for official word from doctors before tomorrow. No Michigan or Michigan State football this weekend, but the game of the week is undoubtedly going to be Ohio State versus Oregon, 2 versus 3 in the country, a Big Ten battle of heavyweights in Eugene. They kick off at 7:30 tomorrow night. Huge one for the conference in the Pacific Northwest. And the Lions are working to stay healthy for the Cowboys. Only Kirby Joseph was limited yesterday. Ragnow and Branch still on track to return. We'll get an official update from Dan Campbell coming up in about 15 minutes. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Hey, Gator. It's for everybody. It's nothing wrong with your phones or your radios. It's Stoney in for Doug. Bye week, so the voice of Michigan football has the day off. Now, I do want to say hello to everybody listening in the New York region, my friends who are Yankee fans. They want to get the pulse of what we're going through right now because they want, they want to play the Tigers. Not because they think the Tigers are going to be easier than the Guardians. They just, because some of them might actually come and travel and visit and see me. So it's
because they really want the Tigers have handled the Yankees the last few times in the
playoffs. I know, exactly. And also I do want to congratulate my neighbor and friend Jenny Bordalov and her friend Elisa Burke. They were on Wheel of Fortune last night.
Oh, really?
And they didn't win the grand prize, but they did win a trip to St. Martin for a spa trip. Like they came in second place as far as the total winnings, but they did.
They didn't get a ceramic dog?
No, I don't think they
put anything on account?
No, nothing like that.
That's awesome.
It was fun to watch, and they taped it a long time ago, and they were sworn to secrecy. We had no idea. She would, the wheel was a lot harder than I thought it was to spin, and there were they lost a turn, and there were a couple of the other people had bankrupts, but it was cool seeing some of your friends on television.
No, that's totally cool. I had a friend of mine went to high school with it. She was on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And she won $60,000 or something like that.
Wow. I tried out. I took the test. I failed. Couldn't get on.
No?
No. Remember you had to do it on the phone or something?
Yeah, I've never tried to do that stuff. Yeah. I think it would have been much better at it 10 years ago than it would be now.
When I was in college, one summer I went to UCLA for summer school, and there used to be all these ads in the LA Times for to audition to be on game shows. So me and my friend, my roommate, we went and auditioned for some show called, it didn't last very long, WHEW with Tom Kennedy, and we didn't get picked. But at least I auditioned.
Tom Kennedy from the Lions? Different TK?
Tom Kennedy. Our good buddy Ryan Field.
Ryan was on The Price is Right
and won a trip.
RF was there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, that's awesome when that stuff happens. My friend Amy, when she came back, she had this whole folder of pictures, a whole photo album of what was going on. It was so proud to be on there and do that.
Speaking of Ryan Field, if the Tigers win tomorrow, he's going to be one conflicted human being.
I don't think he will be.
I think
maybe outwardly, yes, but inwardly he's got to be pulled for the Tigers.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Let's go, RF. We know how this works. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Well, look, we've been talking about the Tigers game against the Guardians last night. Obviously, the Tigers lose it. But there's a Game 5. It's tomorrow night. We can rehash what happened last night if you'd like, if there were things that you first guessed or even second guessed. More first guess than second guess. rather than after the fact. Say, I knew they should have done this. No, what were you thinking of at the time? If there was something that bothered you in the game, whether it was a substitution or who was pitching. Stoney had a great one, I thought. I'm on board with 100%. Riley Green not tagging up from first to second. Needed to have that. Needed to have that late in the game.
I think that should happen more in baseball.
I don't know why it doesn't. It seems like if there's nobody out, nobody wants to tag up. They're like, no, fly ball, we'll wait. Don't need to get thrown out at second base.
Right.
I don't think you would have been thrown out at second base. Riley Green has good speed. The guy's throwing the ball from quite a distance away, further than what it is from home to second base if he's trying to catch a stealing.
Right.
And he's got to be accurate with a throw too. Yeah, I would absolutely have had him tag up in that situation. The other part we didn't mention yet is, okay, so what's the worst happens? If he drops the ball and you're sitting at first base, then you end up at third base.
Right.
So now you got runners at first and
Because
third.
if it does hit the wall, chances, unless it takes a crazy bounce, chances are he's not going to score on that anyway.
But if you sent him on a
hit and run,
well
then he would go back. But
yeah, just go though. I mean,
right.
you tag up in that situation and did not tag up. Anyway, Tigers have a chance tomorrow night. Hopefully they get the W. Tarek Skubal on the hill against, as you heard Chris say, undecided. I don't know if that's just a way of Cleveland trying to stick it to the Tigers, but A.J. Hinch let Cleveland know who's pitching the day before, so it may not leak that out to the press, but the coaching staff for Cleveland certainly knew. But it's interesting because the matchup the first time around was Matthew Boyd and Tarek Skubal.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Matthew Boyd pitched here in Detroit. Left-handed pitcher would flip the lineup to be right-handed lineup for the Tigers. Tigers didn't get to Matthew Boyd. That was some tough sledding against him, which I was stunned by because Matthew Boyd was not very good with the Tigers, and yet somehow he's learned how to pitch in the last couple of years. Good for him, but hopefully better for the Tigers if he's back out there tomorrow because I still think he's awfully hittable. Would love to see that happen. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Tony is next up here on his cell phone. Tony, welcome to 97.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Couple of questions, couple of thoughts. We got a young team, and a lot of them guys make a little young mistakes. Yesterday was pretty smart up at bat. They was real patient at the plate early in the game. We got to be a little more patient at the plate. We had the guy on the ropes. We had BB on the ropes, and we hit it to the double play. Yeah. Another question you guys might know. We got to come next year. We're going to have to get 2 right-hand bats and maybe a couple of good pitchers. We don't have to have no $1 million pitchers, but a couple of cagey vets. And another question. What's up with Manning and Sawyer Gibson-Long?
Well, Gibson-Long is hurt coming off of major surgery.
Matt Manning's just been a major disappointment.
Yeah,
he didn't pitch well in Toledo.
But he's healthy again, and he's throwing again. So
you know what I think happened to Matt, because I kind of liked him. He had an all right spring, so we signed Maeda. So it came down to Matt and Olsen. So we started to keep Olsen. But if I think Matt would have started off and just pitched instead of Maeda, we should have picked up a bat instead of Maeda.
Well,
yeah.
But, I'm not going to go and go revisionist history what could have happened in the offseason. But, and if you're talking about the future offseason, and this is the question I have for people when they bring this up. They need to get a couple more bats. Okay, where do you want to play them? It's a young team. These guys are playing pretty well together. And I'm not saying I'm not against it. I'm just saying who and where. You want an outfielder? Why?
I want a first baseman and a third baseman.
I can get on board with that, but they better be better than what you're seeing. Now, Jace Young, we haven't really seen yet.
Right.
And, I'm not averse to him going and spending another year at AAA Toledo to earn it. Torkelson, find somebody that's better than Torkelson, and I can get on board with that. And we'll see what they decide to do with it. But, outfielder-wise, I like their outfielders.
Yeah.
I like the mix that they have right now, so it's kind of tough to see that. So it's not so. It's easy to say something like, "Oh, they need a couple more bats." Well, you got to be specific about it because you can't find them everywhere at the positions that maybe you'd like because you're pretty set in some of those positions. That being said, I'd like to spend big money on a starting pitcher. Get somebody right next to Tarek Skubal who's going to be a stud. I'd love to see if they could do something crazy like Burns.
Oh, Corbin Burns or
go big.
What do you think about bringing Jack Flaherty back? That probably wouldn't cost as much.
I don't know about Flaherty, but
I don't know.
I like going big. I like the idea of
Go
going
big or go home.
When you've got a $19 million payroll that's playing right now.
Yes, exactly.
Obviously, the payroll is more than that
Right.
with guys that aren't playing, but
Yeah.
why not go big and get the second best pitcher in the American League? Let's go and pick up Philip, who's in Detroit. Philip, welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Philip.
What's good, Gator? What's good, Stoney?
How are
What's
you,
up,
bud?
So I don't really have anything that I really want to second guess, but the two things that bothered me the most, the same thing that bothered Gator was the Perez not tracking the ball. I just thought he should have caught that ball. You know what I'm saying? But the other thing that bothered me, and I might be wrong. Maybe you can help me out with this, Tony and Gator. I'm not sure if it was Sweeney that was up to bat in the 8th inning, and Clausse just kept throwing them pitches on the inside, and none of them, I think maybe one or two, were in the strike zone. He probably threw 6 pitches, but they were all on the inside, and most of them were balls, and he kept swinging. I just kept yelling at the TV, stop swinging. He's not giving you anything to hit. Don't swing again. Please don't swing again. And he kept swinging, and I was like, oh, my God. And it was a key moment in the game where I thought if he would have just threw a walk, Clausse would have been on the ropes and been a little bit nervous, like, oh, my God. So
Oh, yeah.
what am I do now? I'm back.
There were two guys on. Okay, it was a guy on second and third with 2 outs. Sweeney was up, and foul ball, strike swinging, ball, foul ball, strike swinging.
Yeah, well, it's when you see guys, I mean, it's so different sitting in your house watching a game.
Oh, I know.
And it's like, oh, why are you swinging at that? Well, you get up there in a batter's box, a guy throwing 102 miles an hour, and tell me what you're going to swing at, what you're not going to swing at.
I know,
it's tough.
Yes.
We're getting into some Lions talk coming up here in about 15 minutes. We'll continue taking your calls and text 248-539-9797 as we continue talking about the Tigers game from last night and look forward to what we're going to see tomorrow night with the Tigers and the Guardians. 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. That is my favorite place to go. Look, if you're looking for any place to watch a big game, this is where you go to. It's the best place in town. Great food, great atmosphere, great specials, and the best wings also. Plus, the specials for Detroit baseball playoff games, they're fantastic. $4 bottles of Miller Lite and Coors Light and $3.75 20-ounce drafts of Miller Lite all day, every day. And 24 Seconds has the Sunday ticket as well. You get $4 drafts of Coors Light during Michigan State football games, and you get to watch a ton of other college football games at 24. It's amazing. They've got ESPN Plus as well, so you get all the games. Detroit hockey season, it started, and that means the specials have started too. $4 bottles of Blue and Blue Light for those games, and they're also open for lunch at 24 on Thursdays and Fridays. Hey, today's a Friday. They're open for lunch. Check them out. And if you're having a party, have it booked over at 24 Seconds up on the rooftop. It's still nice. And if you want to avoid the hassle and the driving nightmares, the parking nightmares that come on Sunday football games here in Detroit, reserve your spot on the 24-second shuttle right now. It's only $40 round trip. It's totally worth it, and this is absolutely the place to be. Every seat's a great seat. It's my favorite place to go. 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
Some more ticket text, Gator.
What do we got?
We got.
Were you going to call me Babe?
No, Bader, Harrison Bader.
Sound like you're going to call me Babe.
Two things bothered me.
Our relationship is really progressing.
Torque getting doubled off second, and Hinch putting Gunther in the game. He's about batting practice pitcher.
I thought that Torque was going to get doubled up regardless if he took the hop step or not. I just thought the ball was hit sharply enough, and he was far enough off the bag regardless that he'd be doubled up. But it's a turning point in the game without question.
Where do you stand on Gunther? I thought he's been, I don't think he's a batting practice pitcher. He's been obviously much better with the Tigers than he was in Toledo. Like
light years better. Yes, but like you said, so is everybody else that's on this staff. Yeah.
Eric in Livonia says, hard for me to criticize the Tigers on anything because none of this is supposed to be happening. Unbelievably fun game to watch last night and always good to hear Stoney on. Great show, guys. Thank you very much, Eric. Funny to listen to people calling and second-guess the manager that orchestrated this whole thing from Dave in Chesterfield. I don't think
there've been a couple. I think there've been a couple. I was like, all right,
right.
Take a seat. All right. But most people, it's not. Right. This is the first guessing. This is stuff you say. Like for me, it was. I'm not sure I would have had Bo Brisky. I wouldn't have expected Bo Brisky to pitch because he threw 27 pitches on Wednesday, or Vest for that matter, because he threw 20 pitches on Wednesday. I didn't think those guys were going to be available to him. But once Brisky comes in the game to face Fry, then you realize it's a one-batter situation, righty on righty. Does he have enough left in the tank to get this one guy out? He made a good pitch.
Yeah, he had
98 miles an hour.
It wasn't a
low
tank
part of the
issue.
strike zone.
2 strikes
on a 2-2 pitch, and unfortunately, Fry put on a great swing and launched it over the wall. And Fry's one of their better players. He's probably the third best hitter on the team.
I feel like Fry's home run sucked any and all energy and momentum from the team. They looked flat and lifeless from that point on. Hate to say it, but I think they're done.
Oh, I would completely disagree with that. You can say that. That's your opinion.
Right.
But Tarek Skubal's on the mound tomorrow night. He's their best pitcher. He's the best pitcher in baseball. I have concerns about the Tigers' offense. I don't have much concerns about Skubal. I think Skubal is what Skubal does. And hopefully he goes in there, throws 8 shutout innings. Will he? I don't know. But why would you bet against it based on how he's pitched? The offense has to show up.
Right.
It would matter so much if the Tigers got out to, like I say, it's a 3-0 lead after 6 innings. Oh, my God. How confident would you feel at that point?
Pretty damn confident.
Pretty good. Pretty good. But I do still have some lingering questions. Now, Brisky, I would imagine, is probably going to be rejuvenated, ready to go because he only threw a few pitches.
So is Vest.
Hopefully Vest is that same way. We still haven't seen Foley in a while, so Foley should be ready to go 100%. He absolutely is ready to go 100%. But if it's a typical Skubal start, you're looking at three innings of work from the bullpen. Because it is the playoffs and because it is Game 5, if Skubal's pitching well, I imagine he's going to pitch as long as he can.
Yes.
And not just, we're going to take him out after 6.
I don't think you can worry about the ALCS. If he wants to go, if he's still pitching well, and it's a tight game, tie game, you take him into the 8th, 9th inning, depending on,
if you have to.
Right. The thing that bothered me the most is the same problem they've had for a decade, an anemic offense. Although there have been some improvements with quality at bats, too many hitters in the lineup are free swingers and constantly try to pull outside pitches. It's maddening.
Well, it is an offense that is average at best. That's exactly what they were in the second half of the season. When they won the 31 out of 44 games or whatever it was, they literally had an average offense. They averaged like 4 runs a game, and that was good enough because their pitching was the best in baseball.
Right.
Because their defense was top 5 in baseball.
I don't know what their batting average was during that stretch, but the average for Major League Baseball is about 243 for the season.
Yeah, their OPS in that from the All-Star game on was above average, but not by much. Because it is what it is. But what they missed in the first half of the season was Kerry Carpenter being healthy, was, Parker Meadows had to go down to Toledo for a reason. He wasn't playing well.
Right.
They brought him at the right time, and then he got hurt. Remember, he came up in July, played like 3 games, and got hurt and missed another 3 weeks.
Right.
That was huge because Parker Meadows is great. But those were a couple of big players they missed. And then just getting any production from your shortstop. When Trey Sweeney was brought up, limited at bats, but boy, he was so much better than what Baez was.
Or Kreidler.
Or certainly Kreidler. And he was a better fielder as well. 248-539-9797. Joe is in Sterling Heights. You're next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Joe.
Hey, man, how you doing? It's good to hear from you, Stoney. I love when you sub in. It's always a treat for us listeners.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it.
So I was at the game Wednesday night, and I was also at the game Thursday night. First time ever going to a playoff game. And Wednesday I went with my daughter. Great atmosphere. Everybody was loving in the stands, whatever. Last night, it was a little bit different. You know, we had standing room only tickets, and from the first pitch, people were going to party. It's a little bit later, but people were a little bit on a different edge. And then, around the ninth inning, I actually took off and left because I was sober, whatever. But, people started arguing and they were drunk. And, there was a guy trying to fight a girl behind him because she hit him in the head with a towel. And, it just got to a point where I felt like right after that Fry home run, everything kind of just took a nosedive in the vibe in the stadium. But I totally have confidence in Skubal. But I'm weary of, us putting everything on him. I know you guys talked about it all morning, but we need our bats to wake up. We need to put up some runs right away so he's working with a lead and he's not trying to sustain a 0-0 game or a 1-1 game. But I still have confidence that we can win this game and end this series. And I think that we got it. But to somebody else's point real quick, Alex Bregman, I would love for us to try to go out in the offseason, throw as much cash at him. I don't know if him and Hinch have a good relationship and he could try to talk him to come on over, but we need a guy that when we look at the lineup, we can say, I hope this guy can, come through for us in the ninth inning like Miguel Cabrera used to, like Upton used to, like all these other big bats we used to have, like Kinsler. Like we don't have a guy like that, and we need a guy like that. What do you guys think?
Well, look, Bregman is a terrific player. I worry about as he gets older, his production going way down, and you're stuck with not a Cabrera contract, but something in that. That's what scares me the most about him. But yeah, he's a terrific player.
But he'll be 31 in the spring,
right?
So
if he can do a 4-year deal, maybe.
I mean, he's a guy who's played a lot of games in the last 3 years, 155, 161, and last year was 145 games. He's a 20 home run, 90 RBI guy. Yep. You know what you're getting with him. He's a professional hitter.
Yep.
He hits in right around 260 with an OPS that's anywhere. Last year was 7. This year it was 768, and a couple years ago it was 820. Well above average. And he's a good defensive third baseman. I don't have a problem with that.
No.
If that's a guy you want to target. How much money will it cost and how many years do you want to give the guy? That's a whole other issue. I mean, he's coming off a contract that was paying him $30 million.
Yep.
So are you going to give him, is he going to expect $30 million? Is he's only going to be 31?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you pay him that much. I don't know I think first thing is Houston going to re-sign him or not?
Right. I mean, from what you hear, he wants to go back. They want him back. We'll see if the money works. Speaking of which, ticket text. Sign Bregman to play third. Chase Young to second. Keith to first. Sorry, Torque. Thanks for your service. That's Steve from Brooklyn. Another one. Upgrade first and third. I don't need to see any more of Torque. On Gunther. Gunther's ERA during the regular season was under 1. People who think they are smarter than AJ. It's ridiculous.
Well, his ERA in the minors was way high. It was well over 5, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. I'm with Stoney. I'd like to see them tag up more. We all would like to see them tag up more.
Yes.
I remember when Manning and Mize were supposed to be our rising stars and Skubal was supposed to be an eventual 4th starter. Go figure.
I remember doing shows from spring training in Lakeland with Doug, and we were talking about Mize, Manning, and Skubal. These were the 3 young guys. It's a few years ago. 3 young guys on the squad, and who out of those 3 do you think is going to be the breakout guy? Who's going to have that career? And at the time I thought it was going to be Manning of the 3 because he hadn't
big tall
guy and really hadn't pitched a whole lot in his life to that point because was playing other sports. But I thought maybe that was going to be the guy. It hasn't worked out that way. Obviously, Skubal's a whole different animal, and good for that. You would have liked to have seen better outings from Casey Mize and at least more health. We'll see what happens with him next year if he's part of the rotation or not. Nolan is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Nolan.
Hey guys, thanks for taking the call. Something that's been frustrating me the most, and yeah, I think there was definitely certain things last night, not taking advantage of runners in scoring position as much, but that's been how we've been all year, especially towards the end. But the people that are to the extreme thinking, should have put this guy here, should have pinched hit this guy, so on and so forth. If it would have worked out, I mean, we would have been calling in saying he's a genius and stuff. Not every game is going to be perfect. I feel like these are the people that would think the Lions didn't perform well enough during the bye week. It's the playoff baseball. It's not always going to go our way. We lost 7-0 first game, and people thought the series is over. The series is far from over. We got Scuba going on Saturday. I'm fully confident. As long as we can get ahead, like you guys said, I think we can definitely move on. And I think we're due for a big breakout game with the bats. I think everyone's just been kind of spotty hitting, like I said, like we have been all year. And that's just how we've played. But I think this team's going to explode on Saturday and move on.
It would be great to see them go out and do to Cleveland what Cleveland did to Detroit in Game 1.
Yes.
Get out to a 5-0 lead and say, take your best shot now because we got the best pitcher in baseball. Good luck with that.
Right.
And just deal with it, win the game handily.
That's not what these Tigers do, though. I mean,
not typically.
No, it's
not typically. But are they due to? Because they have had some big offensive games. Are they due for it?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Is it easier to hit the ball out of the park in Cleveland than it is in Detroit?
Mm-hmm.
You betcha.
Yes. By the way, Gator, coming up shortly, some interesting injury news for the Detroit Lions.
We'll get to that. We're going to talk with Will Birchfield coming up at 12:30. Get our Lions update with Will, and we also have If I Bet It coming up at 1:35 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator and Stoney with you today. Doug's in Istanbul. We'll talk with him on Monday. Obviously, we're talking about the Tigers' loss last night and looking ahead to what's to come tomorrow night. The Tigers and Guardians, Game 5, winner take all, move on to the ALCS. And hey, here, congratulations. You get to take on the New York Yankees, which I don't think fans mind so much. Tigers have had pretty good history against the Yankees
and you
the
know
last
what?
few times.
There's a lot of hate there, so it makes it more. I mean, we were talking about this before. There's not a lot of hate so much for the Guardians. You kind of hate Cleveland a little bit, but the Yankees being the Yankees, there's hate there, so there'll be more. It'll be cool if they could play the Yankees.
Yeah, I think it's easy to.
I'm not saying they're
to
going to
conjure
win,
up
but
the
yes,
dislike
right.
of the pinstripes.
Plus,
it's easy. That's
plus,
easy.
You get to see guys like Soto and Judge. I mean, there's a little star power there.
Well, there's definite star power.
Yes.
And there's nothing
And
better
Cole
than
pitched great last night.
Than shutting down star power. There's nothing better than that.
Mm-hmm. They've done it before.
That they have.
Different era, but yes, they've done it before.
But tomorrow night, I do like the Tigers' chances in this game tomorrow night. They have the pitching advantage for sure. It doesn't matter who Cleveland's going to throw out there. Mm-hmm. Tarek Skubal's the best pitcher in baseball. And there is nothing that he has done in the playoffs that would deter you from feeling that way, or the way he finished up the regular season. He has been outstanding, and he is the guy, I think, that completely exemplifies what this team is about. This team, and AJ Hinch has described him as fearless and confident, and that's exactly what he is. He is fearless. He does not care. Doesn't care how big the moment is, doesn't care who's in the batter's box against him. He's going to go in there and he's going to mow you down, and then he's going to let you know that he just mowed you down. And it's savage at times. And I love to see that out of him, because I do think that the rest of the team feeds off of him. He's out there pitching his ass off, throwing up 0 after 0 after 0. And the team's like, we got to do something for this guy. We're going to rally around him. We're going to get it done. He's fearless. Why aren't we? And I think it plays to the Tigers' advantage.
If you believe in Vegas, the Tigers are going to win this game tomorrow. Tigers are favored, minus 125. If you take the Guardians, it's plus 105.
That's not much of a favor.
I know. Minus 125, though.
That is as narrow as it gets.
Yeah, but usually in a deciding game, the home team gets the nod. But when Frank Undecided goes up against Tarek Skubal, strange things happen.
Strange things do happen. Let's hope that it's not so strange tomorrow. That things go just according to what you expect.
Right.
Yeah, Skubal goes 7 innings, a shutout baseball. Tigers throw up 4 runs on the board, and they end up winning the game 4-1 or 4-0.
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
Yeah.
That's the way I dream about it. Nate is in Dearborn. Nate, you're next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Nate.
Hey, guys, I just started listening, but has anyone talked about how sweet it would be to win at Cleveland? I mean, I'm not a casual or a bandwagon fan. Like, I'm not the one who jumped on 2 months ago when they started to go on this run. I remember the Gardenhire years when we got beat up with their doormat every single series, 2 out of 3, 3 out of 4 they took from us. And now we have a chance to go there, pop champagne bottles in their clubhouse, celebrate on their field, be the last one standing in this division. I mean, let's go. I mean, of course, I want to win every single game. I'd love to have finished it last night, but let's go.
No, that would be fantastic. That would absolutely be fantastic. And, if you dare to dream about that, for that aspect, yeah, it would be sweet. It was sweet to shut them up and, quiet all those fans again and celebrate and then move on to the next thing, which would be amazing. I don't want this. Nobody wants this run to stop, right?
No, not at all. I have one question, though, because when I was on hold, someone talked about Alex Bregman. What do you guys think about Marcelo Ozuna? Because I think he batted over 339 home runs for Atlanta. We need a professional right-handed hitter behind Riley Green to maximize Green. I mean, have you guys anyone call up about him, or have you guys listened to him at all?
Is he a free agent?
He can opt out, and I think he's going to opt out because he almost hit 40 bombs and hit over 300. Get a new contract.
It's a team option, though.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. I could be completely wrong, so that's why I'm not sure. Was he the player on the Braves that had a lot of domestic stuff?
I just let the caller go. I'm not sure if that's the case with him, but I will tell you from a contractual standpoint, there's a team option for them to bring him back at $16 million for one more year. He's right-handed. He's 34.
Oh, it's a team option?
It's a team option.
Oh, they're bringing him back. Or they qualify.
For $16 million,
Yes.
they're probably going to bring him back unless they got but 39 home runs this year. He hit 40 last year, drove in 100 runs each of the last 2 years, hit 300 with a 925 OPS. I think that's a bargain. And there's absolutely, you would want to bring him back. He played in every game this year for Atlanta. You don't see that all that often. Look, if he hits a free agent market, he's going to get a ton of money. But I don't suspect that Atlanta lets him go because, again, team option. But if they did, I mean, he's an outfielder / DH. So, again, I like my outfield, but if you're going to add someone like this to the mix, it's hard not to. If you can get him.
Yes, exactly.
But I don't think it's likely you get him.
I know.
That's the thing.
By the way,
you mentioned Lions news.
Yes.
Some Lions injury news because we heard yesterday that Kirby Joseph had some sort of a tweak to his hamstring, and you have an update.
Yes, according to the tweet from Colton Pouncey of The Athletic, Dan Campbell spoke today and said Joseph will be practicing later today.
Okay. And they also said that they'll know more after the practice, but things are trending in the right direction.
Right. The fact that he's practicing is good.
So that puts basically everybody on the Lions roster, for the most part, healthy and active in practice. We know that Barnes is out, and the guys are out for the
Davenport,
season.
yes.
Right, those guys are out. But other people are coming back. Broderick Martin's come back. Mahogany is practicing again, although I don't think they've activated him from the PUP list yet. But they've got a full complement of guys there in practice now, which is great. Heading into the Dallas game on Sunday afternoon, which we're going to get into a little bit here in just a few minutes, they need to have all hands on deck. Want to exercise the demons of what's going on at Jerry World. It's been ugly when they play there.
Yeah.
It's been incredibly unpleasant. It's been unfair. It's been unconscionable.
And I hate the Cowboys and have hated them my whole life.
I understand.
And they have to win this game. And it's not even as far to exercise the demons or the revenge. That stuff is great. They need to win this football game because the team they're chasing has a bye this week, and they play them next week in Minnesota.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We'll talk some Lions next. You want to talk Tigers, feel free. You can text us or call us at the same number, 248-539-9797. Lions on a mind. We'll discuss with you next year. 97.1, The Ticket. So Sunday, Fox NFL Game of the Week. It's your Detroit Lions at the Dallas Cowboys. That means Tom Brady in the broadcast. Although, I don't know if it's the best broadcast, but it's Tom Brady.
Right. And I don't think anybody tunes in to hear the announcers, no matter who they are.
I think some people do it to an extent, but it's not a big extent. And the way that things have started for Brady, he's got some improving to do. But nonetheless, it's the game you're watching.
Mm-hmm.
And Stoney, you mentioned this. Obviously, you despise Dallas because you grew up in Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
It's a conference rival. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
You're a division rival.
And and since I moved here, I've had, the Lions have beaten them a couple times, obviously, 38-6 in January of 1992. What a proud game that was to be at.
Amazing.
It was amazing. So, but lately when the Lions, especially when they've gone there, they've had some weird things have happened. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, and for me, growing up, I actually was a Cowboys fan.
I thought I liked you, Gator.
Well, but it has nothing to do with Philadelphia. It has everything to do with Dallas and Pittsburgh. I was not a Pittsburgh fan growing up. I liked Jack Lambert, and that was it on that team. I didn't like anybody else. And I loved Randy White and Harvey Martin and Tony Dorsett and Roger Staubach. Loved those guys. So from an early age, I liked the Cowboys. But then the Cowboys got rid of Tom Landry, and here comes the Jimmy Johnson era, and they were less likable. And then Jimmy Johnson leaves, and here comes Barry Switzer. And I actually like Barry Switzer, but I put that aside, and I just decided I've had enough of Dallas. And now, in my much later adult life, we've been heartbroken with things that have happened in Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
It has been a house of horrors. That playoff game with Matthew Stafford and the Brandon Pettigrew and the interference that wasn't called interference initially was, and they picked the flag up. You get Des Bryant on the field throwing his helmet around when he shouldn't have been on the field at all and wasn't called for a penalty, which is that's the most ridiculous thing about the whole play, is that Des Bryant was not flagged.
Right.
Obviously, the Lions lost that playoff game, and it leaves the most bitter of tastes in your mouth, and it hasn't been spit out yet because the Lions haven't beaten the Cowboys since. We had the game last year, and it was a heck of a football game where unfortunately, there's two plays that stand out. Derek Barnes rushing Dak Prescott has him dead to rights in the end zone for a safety, but for whatever reason, I don't know what happened. He tried to just play two-hand touch or something or sidestep him and let him make the play. It's regrettable. I don't dislike Derek Barnes at all for what happened on that, because I think later in the game he made up for that with some other plays. But that led to this ridiculously long play to CeeDee Lamb, and that was awful. And then, of course, the play at the end, not reporting Dan Skipper on a 2-point conversion that they clearly had, and we know what happened. And the Lions need to get this out of their system. They need to beat the Cowboys. Like they needed to beat Seattle a couple weeks ago. They need to beat the Cowboys.
Right,
I agree with you. They need this game.
Right. The Lions have lost to the Cowboys 6 straight times. And the last, and 4 of those, or 5 of those, have been in Dallas. So the last time they actually won a game, it was here in 2013, 31-30. That might have been the game Stafford did the quarterback sneak, maybe. And they beat them down there 34-30 in 2011. But yeah, they've had crazy. I mean, if you want to go back, 5-0 playoff game in Dallas. But yeah. And the reason they need to win this game is not just to, like I said, take away those awful memories. They need this game because of where they are in the standings.
Well, now this is what the fun part is about being a Lions fan today versus years past.
Right.
Now it matters because of the season. Like, the hatred for Dallas is there, but they need this game.
Yes.
The Vikings stand atop the standings at 5-0.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got the Bears and the Packers are at 3-2. Every team in the division is better than 500 right now.
Mm-hmm.
The Bears are only going to get better as a team as the season moves on, as the quarterback gets more comfortable with playing in the National Football League.
Right.
And he's already better than 500, and he still hasn't played anywhere near what his potential is.
Correct.
Right? Then you got the Packers, And we know how explosive they can be. They've dealt with injuries. Jordan Love is back now, and they found a way to win a couple of games there with Malik Willis, you never thought was possible.
Then their defense has played much better.
Yeah.
With the new defensive coordinator, they've been really good.
They're poised to take off. But the Vikings are the team that came out of left field. They're the team that had Sam Darnold and J.J. McCarthy as the quarterbacks. Look, I'm not a J.J. McCarthy guy. He got hurt, never got a chance to show what he can do. Sam Darnold was an incredible bust for being a top pick, for being the fourth pick overall, whatever it was in the draft. But when you look at it objectively, you start to realize Sam Darnold had nothing to work with in every stop that he's been in the NFL. Nothing.
Right.
And we talked about the Vikings in the offseason when it came to, hey, if you're a free agent quarterback, where would you want to play? And I'm like, Minnesota.
Right.
Look at all the weapons that they have.
Cool. Jefferson, Addison, they got Aaron Jones now.
Hawkinson's coming back.
Right, he's not even playing yet. Maybe he'll play next week. I don't know. They're on a bye this week. And the other thing, offensively, is their head coach is one of the best play callers, formation guys in the league as a head coach, Kevin O'Connell.
They had Mullins throwing for 400 yards against the Lions.
Correct.
And he was his own worst enemy. He ends up making dumb passes that get picked off, and the Lions end up winning both of those games. But
on defensively,
it feels like anybody can be plugged in there and run that offense. And Sam Darnold's proving that, except Sam Darnold's actually taking care of the football.
Right. And defensively, they've gotten better too. Brian Flores is a really good defensive coordinator. They picked up some guys in the offseason free agency. Van Ginkel's been, obviously, he's had the pick six the other day against Rodgers, but whatever. But, he's a really good player. They did lose Danielle Hunter, but they
brought in Greenard.
Yes, exactly.
And he's awfully good.
We can't spend too much time talking about the Vikings now. We'll talk about them next week, I'm sure. But yeah, it's to beat Dallas, and you still be a game behind the Vikings, but you can't go 2 games behind the Vikings right now. If you're thinking about winning the division, that wouldn't be impossible because you can beat them and have tiebreakers that way. Look, the Cowboys are freaking vulnerable, and this isn't just hate speak. No Lawrence, no Parsons probably. They're one of their draft choices who came in. He's on IR to take. He was in for Lawrence. He's gone. Bland might be back, but other than that, the Lions should be able to just run the hell out of them. They're not a physical team, Dallas. The Lions have the best, if not the best, one of the best, as we know, offensive lines in football. It should be a Montgomery Gibbs show to begin with, and then pass down the field. Defensively, look, the Lions did not do a great job on CeeDee Lamb in that game that we talked about from last year. That's going to be the key. If they can stop Lamb and, Dowdle a little bit running the ball, they should be fine. There's no excuse for them losing this football game. This is not a great Dallas team.
The defense for Dallas leaves something to be desired because of the guys that are out, and yet the defense of Dallas Pittsburgh's not a great offense, but they won the game 20-17. They beat Pittsburgh. They held them down. Pittsburgh couldn't run the ball that well, and they played well enough. The matchup that scares me, though, is CeeDee Lamb versus the secondary because CeeDee Lamb is outstanding. He's one of the probably top 5 receivers in the National Football League, and Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb have this connection. CeeDee Lamb bails Dak Prescott out of more things. He's amazing. But Dak Prescott also puts up impressive numbers in the regular season. Last I checked, this is a regular season game. It's played at home.
Mm-hmm.
I do have some concerns about that. The fact that the Lions have yet to find somebody else to complement Aiden Hutchinson on the defensive line to get after the quarterback. There's a lot of questions about this game that we have about the Lions. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. I got a question that I want answered, but it's only going to be answered on Sunday. We won't know until we see it. But I want to bring this question up to the people as well as we continue here. We'll talk with Will Birchfield, who is going to be live from Lions practice. We'll talk with Will at 12:30. This is 97.1, The Ticket. You gonna be okay over there?
Yeah. Something wrong with this microphone. This piece of plastic was hanging, and I'm trying to put it back, and I didn't. Usually, if something breaks, it's usually my fault. This one, I can't even say it's my fault. And you know what? Whatever. Maybe we'll get an engineer.
Who normally sits there?
Usually, well, Jansen was here earlier.
Right.
And Mike sits here.
Oh, Mike sits there.
Yeah.
Well, he's gentle with the equipment. Yeah. So I don't know if I would.
There's still a giant crack in that other monitor over there? How'd that happen?
I don't know.
You were here yesterday. Anything happen with that microphone with Mike yesterday?
Not that I know of. He's been on a chair rampage, not a mic rampage.
This is true. This is true. So maybe it's a Jansen thing.
Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe John was sabotaging you. Former partner?
Whatever. I'll get blamed. I'll have to pay for it. No, I'm just kidding.
Pretty sure that's not going to happen.
Deducted from my paycheck.
You might get blamed, but I don't think I have to pay for it.
It's not a consequential part of the microphone.
All right, so leave it until the commercial break.
Yes, I am.
Although I know it's hard,
Nope.
so hard to ignore it and leave it alone when you think it's so easy to fix.
And it's not. Yes.
I got it. Some news on the Tigers front. Jason Beck, among others, Jason Beck covers the Tigers for MLB.com, says that Bly Madris is in the clubhouse for the Tigers right now because Kerry Carpenter is still limping around. So could it be possible that Bly Madris could be part of this taxi squad group of players that gets the opportunity to play in the playoffs because of an injury?
Bly Madris, when you look it up in the dictionary, means magic continues. Now, I don't know. Can you imagine him like Bly Madris coming in a pinch hit and hitting a home run to send the Tigers to the ALCS?
That would be wild.
Yes.
It would be wild. Just looking up his numbers of what he did this year earlier with the Tigers. 75 plate appearances, hit 269 with a 683 OPS, 1 home run, 5 RBIs. He was used as part-time. Outfielder, first baseman.
Mm-hmm.
So we could be DH. I mean, it fits right in the mold of Kerry Carpenter. So I understand that. But very limited options with the Tigers. What's the other possibility? Akil Baddoo, let him, because of speed and his ability to play the outfield, would that be an option?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. Madris was one of these guys that they gave an opportunity to during the season, despite doing very little at Toledo. He hit 222 at Toledo this year, but his OPS was high. It was at 767 because he hit home runs, hit doubles, and struck out a ton. 111 strikeouts in 108 games, and he struck out 20 times in 21 games with the Tigers. 20 out of 75 plate appearances.
Did not think I'd be hearing his name during this playoff run.
I did not.
No.
Not expected.
Speaking of the Tigers, we do have some ticket texts still. People want to talk about the Tigers, and we will take your Lions calls as well, 248-539-9797. Will Birchfield, the Birchie Kid, will join us at 12:30?
12:30.
The thing that bothers me is Meadows' leadoff double and 3-week swings from the heart of the lineup. That's from Gary at work.
Yeah, that hurts. That stinks.
Mm-hmm.
The Tigers had the leadoff hitter, I think, got on base 3 of the first 4 innings, if I'm not mistaken, last night. It always seems like a wasted opportunity when that person doesn't come home. And when you get a leadoff double, given it was a bloop double, but he's on second base, it's a double, and he doesn't come home, that's aggravating. So aggravating.
Talking about next year, I don't think there'd be a chance in hell that this would ever happen, but it would be wonderful. It's from Dave. He says, get Juan Soto, who's in the prime of his career. Move Keith to first, put Young on second, and get two legitimate starting pitchers. Torkelson and Mize should not be back. I understand the last part of your deal. I don't think that Juan Soto would be coming here. There is talk that his former team, Washington, with new ownership, wants to bring him back. Obviously, the Yankees want him back, no matter what happens the rest of the way. And don't underestimate the other team in New York, because Steve Cohen spends lots of money.
Yeah, well, they've got a $300 million payroll with the Mets right now.
Right.
And, it's interesting. Juan Soto's a name that I brought up way in the beginning of the season. Like, look, that's who I want. I'd love to have Juan Soto. Would the Tigers spend money to bring Juan Soto? Hey, you're in the playoffs now with nothing as a payroll.
Mm-hmm.
If you added a guy like Juan Soto to the mix, would that make a difference? It would. However, how high up that mountain of the salary do you want to go to? If you start thinking, okay, he's a guy I got to pay $35 million a year to. No, you got to up it. 35 ain't going to cut it.
No.
Do you pay him 40?
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's worth it.
It's not
He's
but
young.
It's easy for me to say because it's not my money.
Right.
There's no cap.
But the fact is that it increases the payroll, but not by some substantial amount that you can't afford anybody else.
No.
You're coming nowhere near the $150 million threshold.
If it's all about money, I don't think they'll ever be able to outbid.
Well, that's the problem.
Because it becomes a bidding war, and the Yankees will say, okay, here's your 40, we're going to go 45.
Because I was going to say, if you and I agree, yeah, I'd pay him 40 a year because I would, because he's 25, 26 years old, whatever he is. The problem is that the Yankees or the Mets or Washington or whoever it is has got the deeper pockets. They'll say, I see it ends up being, the Meekum auction bidding on a 1970 Hemi Challenger,
Yep.
Good luck, because it's just going to keep going up and up. And at some point you're like, well, my limit's 42.
Yeah.
And they're at 49 and still going.
Okay.
I got to bow out.
Yes. Dan, and working in Farmington, Dan says, why are people hating on the young pitchers? I think they're pitching great. Like these are kids pitching in front of crowds they've never been in front of, pitching against legit veteran hitters. We just need to hit more. A lot of strikeouts is the issue.
I don't think people are really ripping on the pitching. I think people are venting from last night. They're not happy that they lost. There's some things we can point to and we can say, did you question it at the time? Were you calling it out right away and saying this is the wrong move? I would not do that. Or are you just reacting to the result?
Right.
And that's not fair.
Look, the only real big criticism we got for the young pitching was somebody didn't think that Job should be on the team, but that's it. The entire situation, the entire season is on the line, and we get to send the best pitcher in baseball on the mound on full rest. This is the best situation you can be in. Go Tigers. Well, the best situation you could have been in if you had him going on extra rest in game 1. But yes, considering this, that's who you want on the mound in game 5. I really believe that in order for the Tigers to beat Cleveland tomorrow, Skubal and anyone else pitching has to pound the strike zone and stay out of the good hitting counts. For the Guardians, that's Pete and Waterford. And finally,
I think that's always been the recipe for this team.
Yes.
Is that's what they do, and when they don't, they struggle.
And finally, we need a first baseman, we need a third baseman, we need 2 quality pitchers, but I doubt we'll actually be spending big money. Well, we'll see.
I think they'll spend some money. I don't know if they're going to be willing to spend it on the corner infielders. I think the obvious place to spend it is on a starting pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's obvious. You have to.
Right.
Will they? I think they will. I think they're going to spend some money this offseason. Getting to the playoffs is, and when you're on record as saying when this team gets there, then we can start to spend a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not only did you knock off Houston, you're on the verge, and hopefully they get it done tomorrow night. But if you get to the ALCS, there's no excuses.
Right.
There's no excuses anyway because you've already into this far.
Yes.
But, they have to get that done. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Tigers and Lions and Cowboys. Sunday afternoon, it's the big game on Fox. It's the game of the week. And, of course, we were here on 97.1 The Ticket with Dan Miller and his great call. But the question I had, Stoney, was, with this game, does this game define whether or not you are all in or not with the Lions? I know there's some people that are still apprehensive about it. They don't like how the offense has performed the first 4 games of the season. That, okay, yeah, Goff was perfect, 18 for 18.
Against Seattle, they didn't look very good last night.
And now Seattle's lost 3 in a row, and you brought this up before the show. Does it start to not look like such a convincing win? We haven't seen Goff in the passing offense have an explosion game. Amon-Ra St. Brown still hasn't had a 100-yard receiving game, and last year he had 1 million of them. But this year, not just yet. Still kind of easing our way into it. If the Lions go ahead and beat the Cowboys, does this kind of define now, yep, that's the team that we're riding or dying with. We got this.
Yeah.
Or there's still going to be questions that come out of this.
Depends it depends how they play. I don't think there's going to be questions. This is a team that is a physical freaking team with identity, and if they can still just run the ball all the time, just keep running the ball. I mean, pass it obviously occasionally, like they did against. Look, 19 total pass attempts, 1 from St. Brown that Goff caught for a touchdown. But if they can run the ball effectively and only have to pass the ball 20 times or whatever, Fine. That's what you are. And Dallas is not a tough team.
Well, if Dallas is not what you assert, if they're not a tough team, then we should see a lot of David Montgomery because that is a tough SOB.
Yes.
Running behind Frank Ragnow, who is the toughest SOB. And because Ragnow is playing with a partially torn pec. I'm good, he says. He was punching Dan Campbell before their last game. I'm ready to go. Didn't play him.
No.
Kept him out. Now he's ready to go. He's practicing. And I think the Lions could hopefully get off to a real good start and just run the ball. Get 180 yards rushing in this game. I don't mind if the Lions are defined as a running football team. If that's their identity, that doesn't bother me. I think it bothers a lot of people because a lot of people they just love passing. Love to see 300, 400-yard passing games. They love the verticality of it all. Hey, using Jameson Williams, I love all that too. But I just care about winning. And what's the most effective way that you can win? Being balanced is probably best. But if this team is defined and they find their identity as a running football team, there's nothing wrong with that. Do you have a problem with it? 248-539-9797, the telephone number. We'll talk to Will Birchfield coming up at 12:30 right here on 97.1 The Ticket.
There is some good news for the Tigers.
Is there?
Jake Rogers' X-rays negative, so he will be playing. Because he says he's good to go.
Okay.
He got hit in the wrist a couple times on foul balls, and so he's good.
That's great news.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, X-rays negative on Jake Rogers. And that's according to Chris McCoskey of the Detroit News, so that is great news. All hands on deck, man.
Yep.
Everybody, everyone, although it looks like Kerry Carpenter may not be available. No. The reports are that Bly Madris has been seen in the clubhouse, which would be interesting. Interesting call-up, but he's got some pop in the bat.
Mm-hmm.
He had, I think it was 39 extra base hits or 40 extra base hits in the minors, something like that.
I believe he'd probably be the first player in Major League Baseball history to play in the playoffs with the first name Bly.
I'm not going to doubt that, but let me just. No, it's funny you say because how many guys who's named Bly for crying out, right?
I know.
And yet, sometimes, he'd be the first one with the first name Bly.
Right.
There was a Ned Bly who played. Old Ned Bly laced him up back in 1886 for Baltimore, and then Cincinnati, and then Columbus, I'm assuming. I don't think it's Colorado or Louisville. Throughout his career.
What about Captain Bly?
Yeah, that's right. Was he a captain or not? Could you call him Captain Bly? Good God, this guy was terrible. 228 plate appearances. He had a $163 with a 433 OPS.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that they have OPS numbers from the 1880s
is amazing.
What do you do? You somehow, who archives that stuff? Like they find like an old notebook of somebody who had a score sheet?
I think they had in those days batting averages and home runs, but I don't know if they had on base. They probably
do. These numbers do,
and they just feed them into a computer.
I understand, but I'm saying, how do you find the numbers in the first place? Like someone's got a scorecard from 1886?
Maybe in the National Archives, I guess. I don't know.
Man, that's something. We mentioned yesterday that Deacon Philippi.
Yeah, I was driving and I heard that name. I had no idea what was going on.
Deacon Philippi pitched because we were talking about Tyler Holton. Would he possibly start the game? Would he be starting back-to-back World Series games? That would be kind of unheard of. And Doug said, well, he remembered doing some research because he had some book about World Series facts back in the day. And Deacon Philippi was a pitcher years ago I think it was in the early 1900s. It was 1903 World Series pitching for Pittsburgh. And he pitched in 4 of the 8 games.
Right.
That they had 4 games.
How could you have a best? It was probably a best of 9, and they only played 8 games. In that series?
It was the first team to win 5. I guess
Yes.
I don't know, but the fact that this guy pitched in 4 games back then, and then it was found out. Kang did some research that he is a distant relative of Ryan Philippi, the actor.
Oh,
and then in fact, Ryan Philippi and Reese Witherspoon were married. They named their child Deacon.
Wow.
Well, that comes full circle. It's all nutty.
Crazy.
It's where we're at. Jeff's on a cell phone here. Jeff 197 on the ticket. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, how you guys doing? I love your show. I've been listening to it really religiously the last few weeks. And I just want to say something to everyone. It is so much fun to actually be caring about and talking about baseball on October 11th.
Isn't it great?
Yeah.
It is absolutely wonderful. And look, I bitch about some moves that I just think the manager has been fantastic. Mostly, he's been a wizard. He makes these moves, and almost everything has worked. But I want to remind you, Gator, yesterday you were talking about how they have to outlaw this kind of pitching. And the bottom line is...
But I didn't say how they have to. I'm saying that I think that that's where baseball is going. I think baseball is going to try to do everything they can to outlaw the opener start. Yes, I think that's the direction it's going. That's not what I want.
Look what happens when you play guys every day. They just can't do it every day.
No, of course not. It's the reason look, the Tigers, it's unprecedented what they've done because they've done it basically for 2 straight months with a 2-man rotation and then 3 up for grab starts. but it works. I don't know how they've been able to do it that long. And you figure at some point it's going to catch up to you. But in the playoffs, because of the way the playoffs are set up, at least for the divisional series, they could still get away with it because you had days off. You had days off between games 1 and 2, between games 2 and 3, and between games 4 and 5. You've got days off, so you can replenish and reuse these guys all the time. Now, the next series, I don't think it's like that. I don't think they're I think they have days off. They have like a travel day, but isn't it back to back?
Yeah,
Tony,
back to back is very hard to do.
Yeah, and then if you get to the World Series, there's like 7 games in 9 days. So again, you won't be able to continue doing this.
So one other thing, I never call radio shows. The last time I called a show on your station, I called the Stoney and Wojo show.
Well, that wasn't our station, but that's okay. Go ahead.
So that'll tell you. And I think Stoney and I are the only guys who played with Ty Cobb on the Sandlots.
Yeah, exactly.
But I just want to say my dad, who died about 20 years ago, I just wish he was here to see this, because what I remember of him is I would go to his room and it'd be September. Tigers are 20 games out of first, and he's got the transistor on, listening to every inning. And my dad would love to see this, and I'm channeling my dad and hope the Tigers can come through on Saturday.
Well, I hope they do too, Jeff.
Yes.
And thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Was your dad a big baseball guy?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Over any of them. I mean, he went. He and friends took a train from Philly to Brooklyn on the last game of the 1950 season to see them win the pennant.
Wow.
They were the old whiz kids. And he had never seen them win the World Series till 1980. He was born in 1927. And he got 2 tickets for Game 6 of the World Series when they beat the Royals. And he gave them to me and my sister. And we sat he didn't even go. He watched on TV. And we sat the last row behind the plate in the old vet.
Yeah, my dad was a big baseball guy too. He took us to the World Series in '84.
We used to go all the time, and I used to say, Dad, I loved going, but the Phillies, why we go to these baseball games? They lose all the time. He goes, Michael, they've been bad my whole life. And he was never a Philadelphia A's fan. He was always a Phillies fan. And then they obviously moved to Kansas City, then Oakland, and to Vegas.
Right.
Yes.
And then you find out later in life, it's not about the game, it's about the time spent with the
Right,
person.
exactly.
Which was really what makes it special and what made it special. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. Same number to Texas as well. Look, we got a big Lions game on Sunday we're going to talk about here. Will Birchfield, who is our writer here at 971theticket.com, he covers the Lions, covers the Tigers, covers it all. He's everywhere. I imagine he was quite busy last night going between Comerica Park and then later on over to LCA. He's over in Allen Park today. He's at practice today, checking things out. And we will talk to the Birchie kid and find out what's happening down at Allen Park and what the mindset is of the Lions as they head into this game against the Cowboys. We'll do it next year on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, time to talk to the Birchie kid. Birchie, welcome as always. I imagine you had. Did you have to make that sad walk as many did from Comerica Park over to LCA?
No, I was in Comerica Park all the way through to the end, the very bitter end. So I made a sad walk home afterwards, but no, I did not double dip like some fans last night.
Yeah. Before we get to the Lions, what do you think the chances are they're going to win tomorrow, Tigers?
Well, I mean, pretty high. I know they're favored, and they do have a pretty decent pitcher on the mound. And I was just talking to our friend Saul down here in Allen Park, who does a great job with Lions PR. He's a huge Tigers fan, and he was saying how anxious and nervous he was for tomorrow. And I said, dude, just think about how the Guardians fans feel. They're facing a pitcher who just mowed them down on Monday, who has given up 1 run in the last 28 innings, the last 4 games that he's pitched. And that's a do-or-die game. So for all of the angst and unease that the Tigers fans might be feeling, I'm sure that it is triple, quadruple that amount in Cleveland, knowing who's taking the ball for Detroit in Game 5 on Saturday. So just remember that as this game approaches.
By the way, A.J. Hinch said, as far as Carpenter goes, we're going to take as much time as we can to see what he can and can't handle. He's going to test out his hamstring today and tomorrow.
And it looks like...
Yeah, and probably very encouraging that it sounds like Jake Rogers is good to go. I know he left last night's game, and he was pinch hit for in the 9th. But, look, that's the guy who has caught every single pitch that Skubal has thrown this season. Now, you would expect Skubal to adapt regardless, but certainly you want that battery intact for a do-or-die game on Saturday, and it sounds like Rogers will indeed be in there.
Well, it's not do or die for the Lions on Sunday, but it is kind of a pivotal game here when you look at it. Lions trying to keep pace, who knew that, with the Minnesota Vikings in the division. Here come the Dallas Cowboys. Lions have to go down to Big D and play in Jerry World. It's been a house of horrors. How is the team, what's the mindset of this team heading into this game this week, Will?
Let's turn Jerry World into Jared World on Sunday, as in Jared Goff's world. And I don't think they're paying much mind or giving much credence to a revenge game after last year's, let's call it an outright robbery in Dallas. But they are chafed by the fact that they've gone there in 2 straight years and have come home empty-handed. And in the same way they were bothered by losing 3 straight to Seattle and then flipping that script on last, or I guess 2 Mondays ago, they want to go and write a new narrative on Sunday in Big D. And it's been a long time for this team to win a game in Dallas, not since, I believe, 2011 in that famous comeback down 27-3 in the second half. So there are certainly some demons to slay in Dallas on Sunday, but this team just wants to prove that they can be this iteration of the Dallas Cowboys.
And the Cowboys, obviously no Lawrence, probably no Parsons. The rookie that he got placed on the injured reserve who was taking Lawrence's place, he's out. The Lions should be able to, and I say should, just pound the hell out of this team, shouldn't they? I mean, especially running the football.
Yeah, you would expect, and having had 2 weeks to rest and recover with this bye, and getting Frank Ragnow back in there should aid that cause. And I think this certainly feels like a David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs kind of game. I know they have their new nicknames, Sonic and Knuckles, an ode to the old video game back in the day. Obviously, Jahmyr providing the supersonic speed and David Montgomery providing the brute force that makes him Knuckles. And look, the more they can run the ball, the more they can thrive in play action. And Jared Goff, who's always been an elite play action quarterback, has taken it up a notch even further this year. And, it's interesting. You obviously credit a lot of that to the run game and making the defense respect you on the ground. But Jared Goff himself gets a lot of credit for making so many of those play action handoffs look like actual handoffs. And the offensive line selling those plays as running plays and really taking advantage of the defense when they commit to the run. So the more they can run the ball early, the more they can pass it via play action as the game continues, I think they'll be in good shape on Sunday. You don't see many teams go to Dallas as a road favorite, but it feels like the Lions should be, and they are on Sunday.
And I believe on our podcast that we do with Justin Rogers, me, Birchie, and Justin, the Detroit Football Network podcast, that you can get on wherever you can find your podcast, like Odyssey. I talked to Greg Cosell, the NFL Films maven, and he talked about how great Goff is under center in play action, probably the best in the league.
Yeah, he's been picking teams apart. I think the one area where he can grow in play action and otherwise is pushing the ball downfield a little bit more in this second quarter of the season and beyond. He hasn't shied away from that in the past, but he has only attempted 8 passes of 20-plus air yards this season, and that's the third fewest in the NFL. And so I think there is room for this offense to continue stretching the field. Now, defenses as a whole in the NFL this year have made a point to take away the deep ball, and certainly defenses against the Lions have done that after seeing what J-Mo did in his first 2 games. But it still feels like there are more opportunities for Jared Goff to air the ball out. And Dak Prescott is at the other end of that equation. Like, he has taken the third most deep shots in the NFL this season, 22 passes of 20-plus air yards. So that's an offense that wants to stretch you out, that wants to get CeeDee Lamb going vertical, even tight end Jake Ferguson going down the seam. So their game plan on Sunday will likely be the same as it has been this season, and that's to throw the ball a lot and try and stretch out this defense front to back.
Provided you can keep egos in check, and it looks like this team and this coaching staff has done a great job of doing that. Lots of mouths to feed on the offense, and yet they could be even more mouths to feed because the emergence of Tim Patrick at wide receiver, and then Dan Campbell kind of talking up Allen Robinson this week as well, and as did Jared Goff. They've got more and more options coming through, and we've only scratched the surface with St. Brown and the tight ends this year.
Well, and we're going to trade for Devontae Adams next week, right? then you got to fill that mouth too. No, and look, we talked about Tim Patrick on this segment last week, Ader, and I thought Jared Goff had some seriously high praise for him with you and Karsh on Wednesday, just talking about he was exactly what we were looking for, and he has fit that role, I think, perfectly, Jared Goff said. And he has the size and the unselfishness and the catch radius and the reliability to do exactly what they want him to do. And that's essentially play the role of Josh Reynolds. And I tell you what, the more and more we hear from players about Tim Patrick and coaches about him, we feel like his role is going to really expand in the weeks ahead. And I think that's a good thing because that was the one, to me, missing element of this offense through 4 games was that X-type receiver, that red zone target, that Josh Reynolds guy that you could trust to go up and get a ball on third down, to give you a reliable receiver towards the end zone. And if Tim Patrick can indeed fill that role, then it's one less question for this offense to answer and one more question for opposing defenses to answer as the season unfolds.
Dallas has lost 3 straight home games, including the Green Bay playoff game last year. I heard Dak basically say, we need our fans to bring it, basically begging fans to show up and get juice because he knows it's an important game. I think they have the bye the following week. Do you think the Cowboys will be in desperation mode?
Yeah, I think so, and I think Detroit fans heard him. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of Lions fans there on Sunday too. You know, I think back to this offseason when Dan Campbell was talking about, you know, obviously the Lions are among the hunted now, but he said, you know, we've got our targets too. Like we've got teams that we've circled, and immediately the Cowboys came to mind. Now, I'm sure he was referring to the Niners and the Seahawks and others, but this team is, as much as they might downplay it, I think pretty lathered up for this game on Sunday, and I think this fan base will be as well.
Defense for the Lions, they've been tested a little bit this year. They played they gave up some yards against Seattle, but they ended up winning the game by a comfortable margin, even though the game didn't feel all that comfortable. But now it looks like everybody's healthy on this team, with a couple of exceptions. Guys are gone for the year, but you got a full complement of players at practice now. How much is this defense chomping at the bit to show what they can do now that they're pretty healthy after a bye week?
Yeah, in a big way, and it helps that Kirby Joseph did practice today. He had left yesterday's practice with a hamstring injury, but it sounds like that's by all accounts very minor. He was on the field just now, so obviously he should play on Sunday. And yeah, you know, you got maybe one of the best safety tandems in the NFL, and Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch. And you've got DJ Reader back on the field, and his snap count was growing. We saw him play close to 40 snaps against the Seahawks. I think the more and more that DJ Reader makes his impact felt, we'll hear more from Aleem McNeil. I mean, DJ Reader at his best is going to demand double teams from the nose, and I think that's going to allow Aleem McNeil to make more of an impact going forward. And I think the big question on Sunday is how do they defend CeeDee Lamb? We saw Carlton Davis travel with Metcalf against the Seahawks, but this is a much different receiver in CeeDee Lamb. He plays as much on the inside as he does on the outside. So I don't know if Davis travels so much like he did with Metcalf, but I think this defense, which has talked all offseason and even through the first month about wanting to be the best defense in the NFL, feels like they're beginning to find themselves entering the second quarter of the season.
And if you remember from the last time they played, CeeDee Lamb, 13 catches, 227 yards, 122 in yak yardage. Now one, I think,
with a monster play.
Yeah, guy slipped and fell. But other than that, I mean, he's one of the obviously best receivers in the league. They're going to try to probably pin him on go up against Arnold, I would think, too.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll move him around, and I think the Lions will have an all-hands-on-deck approach. You know, you'll probably see some double teams, some bracketing. They really like their matchups with Carlton Davis, but the way that they deploy CeeDee Lamb forces you to defend him in different ways for sure. And look, the biggest question about this defense now is just how do they replace Derek Barnes? He was doing so much through 4 games or 3 games, I guess, before his injury, and it sounds like that's likely season ending. I assume he's going to need surgery, and Nowake is the guy who's going to get the bulk of the replacement snaps anyways on Sunday, I would assume, and that's the guy that played his college ball at Saginaw Valley State, D2 Saginaw Valley State, and the Lions signed him as an undrafted free agent last year, gave him a pretty big deal. The Cardinals poached him. The Lions poached him back this offseason, and I think they want to see what he can do. You know, that Sam linebacker role is pretty specific in Aaron Glenn's defense. You have to be able to rush from the end. You have to be able to drop into coverage, and you also have to run fit it. It requires a pretty athletic profile, and I think that they feel like Nowake can fill that, not to maybe the same extent that Barnes did, but they're going to give him a shot, and the more he can prove to fill that role, the more this defense will feel better about itself. So on Sunday, certainly, and beyond.
Will, last question for you. How am I going to feel on Monday?
I think you're going to feel great about a 4-1 football team and a Tigers-Yankees ALCS matchup in New York. And by then, Gator, It's pretty much a guarantee because the Tigers always beat the Yankees in the playoffs. So you could pretty much punch their ticket to the World Series if they win tomorrow.
You are Mr. Positive. Can you imagine covering sports in New York on Monday if that happens? You got the Yankees and the Tigers. The Mets will be in L.A., but or San Diego. They're playing that day. The Red Wings are at the Garden Monday night, and the Jets host the Bills. That's Monday.
It might not be Detroit versus everybody, but it's certainly Detroit versus New York proper, I guess, right, moving forward. And look, this is so revitalizing for this sports town. I mean, I remember moving here in 2016, and I thought I was moving to a town of winners, and we ended up with basically 8 years of losing. So to see these teams all begin to reestablish themselves at once is so reinvigorating and so well-deserved for a proud sports city. So let's hope these runs continue as long as possible.
They saw that the Birchfields had another will. Once the baby was born, winning started again.
There it is, and brought another Gator to town, too. So
that's right.
I already got my hands full, but we'll see what we can do.
All right, Birchie, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, you got it, guys. Thanks a lot.
Will Birchfield from 971theticket.com gives us a little skinny on what's going on at Allen Park and a little bit of insight what happened last night at Comerica Park as well. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. You want to talk Lions? You want to talk Tigers? We're here for you. We might even mention the Red Wings a little bit because they made their debut last night too. So unfortunately, it kind of gets lost in all this. And then again, the way they played last night, you kind of want it to be lost. We'll discuss it next year. 97.1 The Ticket. Stoney, getting ready for another Lions game, it's another opportunity, though I feel like opportunities are running out for this guy. And it's James Houston.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a huge James Houston fan based off what he did that rookie season with the 8 sacks and the 7 games or whatever the total was. It was fantastic to see. Unfortunately, last year, season cut short early because of the broken ankle. Came back at the end of the season, really not much of an impact. And this season has started, and I thought, okay, they went out and they got Marcus Davenport. Going to be tough to unseat him. Then Davenport gets hurt for the year. This is James Houston's time to step up and show what he can do. And unfortunately, he hasn't done much.
He's a one-trick pony.
But it's a great trick.
Yeah, but it's not working,
That's
one.
the concern.
And he had the one game where he was one was decline, but he was offside. He lined up offsides twice.
That to me is you should never have the pre-snap penalties are maddening, right?
Lack of discipline.
Pre-snap penalties, post-whistle penalties, those are the worst.
Yeah,
because they're all disciplined.
Mm-hmm.
But my concern with him is that even when he's in there, there's not an impact. He's not getting pressure on the quarterback. His one trick is that he is a great pass rusher, and he hasn't shown that. At times, with my eyes watching it from the press box, with the home games anyway, he looks lost.
I know.
Like sometimes he's not even sure where was I supposed to line up here or there. When he gets there, it's he's doing things that we haven't seen him do before, trying to do some kind of spin that's not working. And I'm really concerned because I think this guy's a talent, but it's not getting realized this year, and I'm not sure why that is. Now, I guess what I take solace in is that rookie season, nobody expected anything out of him, and it came out of the blue halfway through the year.
Correct.
But the reason it came out is because he had to earn his way to get there. And at some point, it clicked with him in practice because they weren't even talking about him.
No.
But at some point in practice, things worked, and they're like, well, maybe we should give him a chance, and then they did. But he's got to get it done in practice, and we're not hearing anything about James Houston in practice.
No, and we didn't hear much favorable in training camp either.
No, and then what little we could see when we were out there for a few days, again, not a ton there. The thing that I did notice was how massive Marcus Davenport is as an individual.
Right.
And it's unfortunate he's not there. But what we did hear about was Levi Onwuzurike.
He's been terrific.
Everyone said this guy is going to have his breakout season. He's a dude. He's one of these guys. And now he's the opposite guy right now, the way that they're working things out, whether it's Onwuzurike or Pascal. It feels like one of those two guys is at the other end. The numbers aren't there yet, but it does feel like they're getting a little bit of pressure. Does this defensive line still concern you? We heard Will talk about DJ Reader, more snaps each week. He's becoming more of a presence, and if he starts commanding double teams from the inside, well, then that frees up somebody on the outside. If it frees up Hutchinson, they're just stupid.
Right.
But there should be battles that can be won, whether it's Lee McNeil or if it's Onwuzurike or if it's Josh Pascal or somebody else.
I still have concerns about the pass rush because Hutch can't do everything. I mean, I think he's 4 or 5 pressures ahead of Nick Bosa, who had a really good game last night, but Hutch has played 2 less games, and he's still ahead of him. So we have some ticket texts on the Lions. Hutch being the lone outside sack guy means teams can simply shift their play calling away from the side he lines up on. Bootlegs, rollouts, whatever, that could be dangerous with the Dak-Lamb combo. Absolutely.
It can, but if you're ahead of the game, I mean, I would expect that Aaron Glenn is aware of these things and these tendencies. If you watch game film and you see this is how teams are starting to avoid Hutchinson, then you can act accordingly and make those adjustments.
I know this show respects a hunch.
We do. We love a hunch.
I have a bad feeling about this Cowboy game. Could be a letdown spot.
I don't respect that.
I see if they would lose the game, it's certainly not from a letdown. They're going to be geared up. They haven't played in a week, and they have the whole last year.
But is that the thing, though?
That's not a letdown.
Is there a laziness coming out of a bye week?
No,
you lost the momentum. You had all this momentum, a perfect offensive game from Jared Goff, and then you got to wait.
No, because of who the opponent is. If they were playing the Jaguars, I'd say maybe a letdown. They're playing the Cowboys. They remember the last time they were there.
They're playing the Cowboys. They're playing that. It's the national game of the week.
Yes, if they lose, they lose. It ain't going to be because of a letdown. I don't think.
Dan Campbell said this week with their morning show that look, I love the 425 game because
Right.
all eyes are on you.
Yeah.
You got some time to rest. You're ready to go for this. Let's go.
Goff needs a breakout game. Need to see a dominant showing against Dallas.
I kind of thought 18 to 18 for 292 and a couple touchdowns and a receiving touchdown.
Pretty
I
good.
thought that was a breakout. That's
Pretty
not
good.
a breakout?
Yeah. If we are good, we win in Dallas. If we are pretending that we're good, we'll lose in Dallas. The question, the F word will come up if they lose. Fraud. We do also have some.
Easy.
Well, I wouldn't say it.
You wouldn't?
No.
Then why would you say the F word comes up?
From fans and media, the national pundits and things like that.
You think the Lions would be looked at as frauds if they lose at Dallas?
To some people, they might be. I mean, come on. You lost to Dallas and you lost to Tampa. I mean.
But is Dallas not supposed to be a good team?
No, they're not. They're playing awful right now.
They just beat Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh's got no offense.
Just saying, they just beat them.
Pittsburgh's got no offense.
Well, they threw for 350 yards and,
No, they can't lose to the Cowboys. Maybe I wouldn't.
Now why don't you just admit it? I'll go all Dan Campbell on. Why don't you just say it? If they lose, they're fraudulent. Say it, Stoney.
I'm not saying.
Why don't you say it?
Because I'm not. I don't think they're fraudulent.
Okay.
Now, if they get blown out, I would say they're fraudulent.
248-539-9797, the telephone number. Want to get your calls on the Lions? You still want to talk Tigers? We're here for you. It's the same number to text as well. We got lots of ticket texts to get to. Again, 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, the ticket. That is a Friday, and we got a weekend to look forward to. A lot going on this weekend for Detroit area sports fans, despite the fact that there's no Michigan State game, there's no Michigan game. Both teams are on a bye week, yet it doesn't matter. We got massive events both days with the Tigers in Game 5 against Cleveland at Cleveland on Saturday night, although rumor has it maybe it might get moved up a little bit earlier if there's weather concerns. Keep an eye on that.
Doppler 97.1.
I'm just saying, I thought I heard that this morning, but maybe not. Maybe that's not the case. But 8 o'clock, going right up against Ohio State and Oregon, which I'm not thrilled about because I'd like to see both of those games in their entirety.
I think it affects the Tigers' opponents' fans more than it affects most of us.
Definitely, yes. But I think people do like to keep an eye on what happens with the Big Ten.
Those suck guys, yes.
And whether or not Oregon is, what kind of team Oregon is. But hey, you got Tigers tomorrow night.
Mm-hmm.
Red Wings play tomorrow as well, right, Kenny?
Yes, against the Predators.
So they get that, and then we've got, of course, the Lions on Sunday at Dallas. So both our big teams are on the road in hostile territory. We know Dallas is going to be hostile territory. It just is. They're hostile, whether the fans are or not. That stadium's hostile towards Detroit.
Yes, indeed. All right, we have some ticket texts. Lions 31, Dallas 20. That's from Rick Out Dashing.
Okay, I like that.
I don't care if it's in the air or on the ground. Winning in the NFL is hard, especially on the road. Just take care of business. Agree.
I agree with that, but I think that most people want to see it done through the air.
I find a good running game to be very exhilarating, almost just as much as passing. Just win the game.
I have a good friend of mine who is a huge fan of the NFL and loves a running game more than anybody I've ever seen in my life. He hates when teams throw the ball. And I'm like, you're such a throwback. And he's not that old. But I'm like, dude, that's a lot. Like, he's a big Vikings fan. For whatever reason. And he's
Chuck Foreman.
Right? And he's frustrated with the Vikings throwing the ball as much as they do because he loves to see a running offense. But I don't care. If you've got the horses to go, do it.
Yeah.
What I love about the Lions running attack, when you have this two-pronged, what they call it, Sonic and Knuckles.
Yeah.
Love it. Is that these guys keep each other fresh. And the most important part is what Bertie was touching on, and you did as well. It sets up play-action passing. And Jared Goff is a stud when it comes to the play-action pass. So if you establish this running game early, all of a sudden the safeties start to cheat up. And, Mel Kiper's nightmare about the cover two, and they can't do the cover two. Got to bring the guy up and go to the line of scrimmage. And that way we can see more ball and pass the ball downfield and all that. Yeah, we'd like to see that. And that's exactly what can happen. And then you unleash Jamison Williams, whether it's dragging him across the field where you can't keep up with him and eventually you hit him in stride and boom, he takes up the sideline, or run a deep post to J-Mo and you're able to hit it because that safety has to pause for half a second because he sees David Montgomery lurching forward or he sees Jahmyr Gibbs lurching forward.
And don't forget about Sam Laporta. Don't
forget about it.
I don't think I'm all in if we beat the Cowboys. I'm all in if we beat the Vikings on the 20th. There'll still be questions about the Lions until they play the Vikings. If they beat the Vikings, then I think the questions will be answered. That's from G. Just think a few years ago, the Lions were struggling to get one running back to 100 yards. Now we are defined as a running team.
Right. Isn't that crazy? It's crazy good.
All right. In capital letters, C.D. Lamb will have 12 to 15 catches. Once again, we'll see Aaron Glenn doesn't know what he's doing. He won't be able to figure out a way to stop C.D. Lamb.
Well,
he won't be alone.
Look, that can happen, and the Lions can still win. Last I saw, okay, let me just think about this. Justin Jefferson, does he kill the Lions?
Yeah.
Did the Vikings beat the Lions last year?
No.
Okay. Mike Evans. Awesome, right?
Yeah.
Although maybe that's a bad example to bring up because the Bucs did beat the Lions this year.
Godwin Evans didn't do much in that game.
But
see, they stopped down Mike Evans and lost.
Thank you. But I guess my point is that they go up against great receivers. They did all last year, and they're still able to win those games.
Right.
Interestingly enough, they weren't able to beat the Cowboys. That's why it matters. Sunday matters. I think it does matter to exercise those demons. I think this game does have an extra chip on their shoulder. They won't talk about it. They'll say it's just the next game on the schedule. And it is. But now that the game's on the schedule, now you can polish up that chip on that shoulder, shine it up real nice, and get out there and use it to your advantage.
And beat the hell out of those bastards.
Let's go see it. 248-539-9797. Ariel's in Southfield. You're next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Ariel.
Yo, what's up, brothers? How you doing?
Doing well.
Oh, yes. The Tigers, they're overachievers. They lost last night in a nail-biter, but I still think they can pull it up tomorrow. They have to stick to the game plan and just pitch well. That bullpen has to be lights out, and they have to play smart baseball. They shouldn't have. The bullpen kind of let them down yesterday, but they can tomorrow. If they can continue playing the way they're playing, they have a good chance to win and play the Stinkies next week in the ACS.
Well, LCS, yeah. And thanks for the call, Ariel. I think he hit on something that's big there. To me, it's not the bullpen. I think the bullpen was fine. They gave up some hits there, but I think it's the little things. He says that you got to pay attention to the details, and it's the other stuff.
Like tagging up from first base to second base.
That's it. Yeah. It's not getting doubled up on a line drive if you can help it.
Right.
It's things like that. It's taking that extra base. It's making that play. It's backing up somebody at a base in case there's a wild throw. How about this? Not throwing a wild pitch. Those things, like the things that seem easier to control, if they focus on doing the details and they do their prep work, this team will absolutely beat Cleveland tomorrow night if they can do that stuff.
Here's some ticket text on the Tigers. Jerry from Ypsilanti says, do you think Pete Alonso would be doable? Yeah, but I don't know what the price is going to be. He's so streaky. Whatever. I wouldn't completely object to it, but I don't know if he's the guy that they need. The one player I want here in Detroit is Walker Buehler. We could probably get him cheaper than expected, and Chris Fetter can rejuvenate his career. He's still pitching, right?
Yeah, he pitched the other night. I watched him pitch.
He's not as good as he was, but
30 years old.
Right. Yeah. Fits the Flaherty model, that's for sure.
Coming off an injury, missed all of 2023. Started 16 games this year. Had a horrible ERA of 5.38, a horrible WHIP of 1.55. But if you can work your magic, if you can get Fetter made, as we like to say here, or if you can get hinched up, then maybe things that'd be a perfect a player to try to look at. I'm looking at his contract. He is a free agent after this year. So
what the heck?
Why not make it your next Flaherty project?
Forget that. Just go after
or
a
Lorenzen
Burns
project. I'd love that.
Tyler in Fowlerville says, is it crazy for me to have assumed a potential Carpenter replacement tomorrow would have been Baddoo? He's had some clutch moments.
It's not crazy to think that. I think that was probably the likely option in my mind was it was going to be Baddoo, but apparently if he can't go, it might be Bly Madris.
Yeah.
I like having the speed element, but Madris stole 21 bases this year with Toledo.
Mm-hmm.
I like having a little pop in the bat. Well, Madris had 41 extra base hits at Toledo.
Mm-hmm.
He had an OPS in the 760 range. I believe it was 760.
They both have unique names.
That they do. Not many
Baddoos.
Well,
Madrises.
Akil. I always liked the name Akil. Although it was Achilles Smith was the quarterback at Oregon.
Tigers are going to take care of business in the Mistake by the Lake. Win by 5 or more with an exclamation point. Say it with your chest, Gator. That's from Kevin in Lincoln Park.
Well, look, that's a question. How chesty are you? How chesty are you about the Tigers and their opportunity tomorrow night to get to the ALCS? If they win the game, they're in the ALCS, and it's the Yankees. I love the fact that you've got the best pitcher in baseball. I don't love that I don't know who's pitching for Cleveland. I wish I knew. Like if you were going to tell me it's Matthew Boyd, I'm fine. Let's go. Let's get back at him. He was too good in the first game. He's not that good of a pitcher. Let's go. LFG. Get the right-handed bats out there. Come on, Torque. Let's launch some Torque bombs.
You're chesty?
I am.
See, I'm like my prom date. I'm not chesty at all. Drop the bag on Vladdy Jr.
At first, that.
He's only. I'm not going to get into it, but hey.
I mean,
she was one of my best friends, so that's different. Drop the bag on Vladdy at first since he's
I'll
only
leave it alone.
25.
I could go
Stats
a
are so
million
close
places
to
with
young
that.
Miggy, let's go. All right, Kenny, you're the Blue Jay fan. Is Vlad Jr. a free agent?
I'm not sure about his contract right now, but I'm not sure you want to pick up Vlad Jr. He didn't start turning it up until the season was basically over. Then he turned into a mega all-star superstar, but before that, he was absolutely terrible. No pop in the bat, no average, nothing.
Okay.
And obviously not very fast.
He is not a free agent.
Okay.
He'll be a free agent in 2026, so he's arbitration eligible.
So he'll be great next year.
He will be great next year,
Yeah.
which is why
Contract year.
which may be a trade for him.
The Tigers need a first base, third base, shortstop, one more platoon outfielder, one more catcher, and at least 2 good starting pitchers. Well, I agree. First base, third base.
I think
shortstop. I think they're content. I have no idea if they would go after Adames or something like that. I think they're content having a really good field, not great offensive shortstop with Sweeney.
Yeah, Sweeney's a little bit older, but he's also very good defensively. I feel like I'm kind of on the same boat with you. Not a great option at short, but leaps and bounds better than what you've had. And really, is he a seat holder for when McGonigal comes up,
right?
Or somebody else that they have in the organization that'll be brought up. But if they were to go ahead and say no, we want to make that splash move and go sign Willie Adames, I'm here for it too. I don't think you're going to address both first and third.
No.
I think you're going to get in short for that matter. I think out of those positions, I think you can lock down one of those guys with a free agent, get one free agent wise. But pitching staff is a different story. You have to add pitchers to it.
Right.
But that's putting the cart ahead of the horse. We got games left to play. I said games. I did say it.
Ooh.
I did say it. I want to feel chesty about this. I want to get excited about this game tomorrow night. I don't want to sit here biting my nails, feeling a pit in my stomach. All right. I know we gave Costa a little bit of a hard time yesterday about him, saying, oh, the series is over. No, the series wasn't over. All right. But this game tomorrow night, I'm feeling chesty about it. I love their chances. It starts with the pitcher. That pitcher, that guy has the confidence that is contagious. Let's hope that's the case. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. So what are the plans when the team plays on the road? The viewing plans. Are you filling in for anybody next week?
No,
I'm just wondering if do you have to take notes?
Of which game?
Well, of either, but I'm thinking of the Lions first of all.
Well, yes, because I have the post-game show.
Then obviously you do.
Me and Jennifer Hammond. Right after the Lions network signs off for 2 hours.
So clearly you will have to
yes,
pay
indeed.
attention to that.
Mm-hmm.
Saturday night, Tigers.
Well, Saturday's a different deal normally. First of all, it's our anniversary.
Oh, well, happy anniversary.
And nothing says anniversary more than going through a 24-hour fast because it is the Day of Atonement.
There you go.
So my wife will be atoning for her sin of marrying me.
Oh, goodness.
Yes.
The joys
she's a saint, yes.
The joys of Yom Kippur.
Yeah, there is no joy in Yom Kippur. It's one of the only religious holidays that I actually pay that close attention to. I actually do fast. It's the only one I won't work on.
Is this one it combines with Passover?
No. Combines kind of with Rosh Hashanah.
Rosh Hashanah.
Yeah. Anyway.
The New Year.
So we'll be
Happy
having our break fast after, we go to synagogue tomorrow, and then break fast tomorrow evening.
So as soon as sundown hits, it's to the trough.
It's just chow. Yeah, go to the trough.
Well, fortunately.
Bagels and lox and whitefish and all that, my favorite foods.
It gets darker earlier. So before the game, you're able to fuel up.
Yeah, like I thought if the Yankees would have lost, it'd be great. The game would be at like 4:30, and but now it's at 8 o'clock, so it's like not as much fun.
No,
no.
But you'll be gorged.
I know I'll be gorged, and I'll still be gorging during the game.
You allowed to drink?
Oh yes.
You allowed to drink during the fast?
No.
Oh.
I mean, it depends. It's like it's.
Kenny may look like a rabbi, but
you're right. Yeah. One of the beauties.
I'm sorry, Kenny. I took shots. It's normally not my thing to take
I know.
shots.
And
minding my own business back here, doing nothing.
Taking a stray.
In this day and age of anti-Semitism and all that other crap, one of the beauties of, I think, Judaism is there are different sects, so to speak. So I'm of the Reformed, so I'm not that religious. That's the way I was
not
brought
Orthodox.
up. Right.
Correct.
There, if you're really religious, you're not supposed to drive on Yom Kippur. You're not supposed to watch television or any of that stuff. That ain't going to be me. I'll go to synagogue. I'm not walking to synagogue. I'm driving. I'm
right. So you
over
can
to
say,
watch TV. Yeah.
Like I like to say, you're Jewish.
Correct. Correct. Exactly.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. We will have our picks coming up at 1:35 with the If I Bet It segment, but it's a big weekend. Tigers game tomorrow night. Monster football. We got a couple great football games tomorrow. You got the Red River Shootout with Oklahoma and Texas. They're playing at the Cotton Bowl.
What's the Big Ten game tonight?
Tonight, it's a good question. I know that we've got the big game is tomorrow night.
Yes.
With Oregon and Ohio State, which is being played at Oregon, which is interesting. Tonight, we have Northwestern at Maryland.
Oh, boy.
Well, Maryland can be exciting. They put points up on the board.
Exciting. Northwestern is always,
A slog. Total on that one's 45.5. We'll see if that one comes up in the If I Bet It segment.
That's right.
But there's football tonight and tomorrow. And then, of course, we got the Lions on Sunday. 248-539-9797. Let's go back to the phones. And James is in Tecumseh. James, welcome to 97 The Ticket.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Question for you. Would you say the Tigers are playing with house money right now?
Yes.
Most definitely.
Yes.
No, there's no yes. Most definitely.
Well, don't ask a question and don't expect some pushback.
Yes.
I think I felt that way when the beginning of the series began, but now that it's tied up and it's all the marbles, I kind of lost the feeling of house money.
And when you had a chance to clinch it at home?
But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about playing with house money just to be in the playoffs alone.
Yes.
We should not have been there. We had a 5% or 1% chance.
I don't care about the numbers. I'm actually, I guess to me, no, I don't feel like it's house money.
I do, because you know what? It makes me enjoy. I watched that game last night. Was I disappointed? Yes. Was it heartbreaking? No, because I enjoyed the game. It was one of the best playoff games I've seen in a long time.
It's not heartbreaking because it's not an elimination game. Now, if they lose tomorrow night, you're going to tell me you're not going to be heartbroken because you're going to you're going to say, well, it was house money, doesn't matter?
Yeah, it does not matter because this team should not have been there.
Why?
And I'm enjoying the ride.
I'm not saying don't enjoy.
what
I'm
they're
enjoying the
doing.
ride too, dude. But they were the best team in baseball for 2 months. It's not like they did it for 2 weeks. So it's for people to say that. Well, hang on. I'm just saying for people to say that they don't, didn't expect them to be there. No, we didn't expect them to be there. But the way that they played, because they were the best team, they deserve to be there. Maybe you didn't expect it, but they deserve to be there.
I agree that we deserve to be there, but I'm saying that this is not an overwhelming defeat if we lose.
Well, I'm not going to go into it with a defeatist attitude, which I think kind of is. Am I wrong?
A little bit. I mean, look,
if you go into it thinking that it's house money, and I understand that perspective going into a series, but once we're into thick, this is it.
Oh yeah, look, I
don't think it's house money anymore. Now, will I console myself down the road if they were to lose the game tomorrow night? Will I say, well, hey, what a hell of a season it was? I didn't expect it. Of course I will.
Look,
but right now, I'm not going into it going, well, if they lose, then I won't be that bummed about it. The hell I won't be that bummed about it.
And even if you don't expect them to win, like if I was betting, I think I'd bet on Cleveland. And if they do lose, I'm still going to be.
But you're that guy anyway.
Right. I'm
you're
still
a self-loathing fan.
But I'm still going to be pissed. Like last night, in the middle of the night, I woke up and saw the home run like 3 times by Fry. I still get pissed off at those things.
Kenny, where do you stand on this?
I guess I'm somewhere in between you guys. I will be bummed out. I don't know about heartbroken, but I will be really sad if they end up losing tomorrow.
Right.
But where I'm at with it is like I look at how we entered this playoffs as Tiger fans versus how as Lions fans we're going to enter this upcoming playoffs. I think those are 2 very different vibes.
Yes.
And I would be much more heartbroken when the Lions lose, if the Lions lose.
Well, yeah, because there's expectations of the whole thing. And I get that. But I'm saying, well, now it's game 5, okay? They had a chance to close out in game 4, and they didn't. And there were some opportunities you saw that, oh, man, if they had done this, had they done that, maybe we'd be talking about the Yankees right now.
Right.
So that whole house money thing has gone out the window with me. And I'm not angry that the person has that opinion. You can have that opinion. That's fine. But for me, I know if they lose tomorrow night, I'm going to be pissed.
Yeah.
I'm going to be stewing. I'm not going to be fun to be around.
Especially if they would happen to lose in like heartbreaking fashion.
Why make it worse? What are you doing?
No, I'm just talking that makes a big difference as far as your psyche goes, I think.
I don't know, man. I mean, if you lose, they could lose 7-0 or they could lose 1-0, and I'm still going to be pissed either way. I'll get over it. I'll be fine. And it may not even take 24 hours for me to get over it because the next, big thing is on the board, which is the Lions.
Mm-hmm.
And to Kenny's point, there are way different expectations for both teams going into it. But
absolutely.
Once you're in the playoffs, it feels like all bets are off with how your emotions are going to run. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. If I Bet It, coming up at 1:35, and it's next year, 97.1, The Ticket. Welcome back to 97.1 The Ticket. Karschen Anderson program. Gator and Stoney with you today. Doug should be back from Turkey on Monday's show. We'll see how the weekend was for him. But we're talking with you about the big game tomorrow night. The Tigers taking on the Guardians in Game 5 of the divisional series. Winner gets to move on, take on the Yankees in the ALCS. That'd be fantastic if the Tigers win. Tarek Skubal on the mound against undecided. Normally it's the other way around. It's undecided for the Tigers going against somebody you know, but that's not the case. Cleveland's not saying who's starting just yet, though I would expect that the manager vote would let A.J. Hinch know at some point tonight who it is, because that's what A.J. did with him. But we don't know. You would think it would be Matthew Boyd. He started Game 1 and pitched well for the Guardians.
You would think.
Game 2, I should say.
You would think.
But he pitched well, so why wouldn't he pitch in this one? Well, we don't know, but he's lefty. Be a righty lineup if that's the case. Kerry Carpenter doesn't look good. Apparently still limping around in the locker room. They're going to wait to the last minute before they make a decision, but it was reported from a number of people there that Bly Madris, the outfielder first baseman from Toledo who had played a little bit with the Tigers this year, that he was seen in the clubhouse. So would he get the call up to the roster if Carpenter's unable to go? We'll see. We got a big Lions game on Sunday. Lions at Dallas. It has been a house of horrors at Jerry World. Hopefully the Lions can exercise the demons. It's been, 6 straight games they've lost to Dallas?
Yeah.
It was 6 straight games they lost to Seattle. Lions beat Seattle by double digits. Is the same thing going to happen on Sunday?
I think the Lions are going to win. They should win, put it that way. That's Mr. Negative here. The Lions are going to win.
Trying to get back on the train.
No, I'm just they haven't beaten them in 6 straight. So
it's time.
It's time.
It's time.
They're the better football team.
That's it right there, right? It's the better football team.
Yes.
Mike is in Tecumseh. Mike, welcome to 97 on the Ticket.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure, Mike.
I just want to make a comment here because I've been listening all morning, and this is really starting to get to me. Yeah, I'm a diehard Tiger fan. Have been my whole life. The good, the bad, it doesn't matter. You know what? If you're a Tiger fan, you are behind this team no matter what they do.
Yeah.
Do they deserve to be where they're at? Yes, they do. They deserve it, and they proved it. They proved that they deserve to be there. Now, yes, they made some mistakes last night. Everybody does. Every team makes mistakes. Are we out of this yet? Not by a long shot. We will beat them tomorrow. We will face the Yankees. And I want to say we are going to be World Series champions.
Wow. Well, I like the that's some
like that optimism,
enthusiasm, some optimism.
Yeah.
A lot of isms and asms.
Mm-hmm.
There'll be some asms if they win.
Yeah.
If they get there. But they do deserve to be there. There's no question the Tigers deserve to be where they're at because of the way they played for the last 2 months. Did they get help? Absolutely. Thank you, Minnesota, for sucking as badly as you did, for allowing us the lane to get in there. But the Tigers weren't the only team that could have gotten into the playoffs.
Right.
They weren't alone.
Seattle, there are
plenty of other teams are chasing and failed.
Yes.
The Tigers took advantage of it. They got hot.
They beat
Don't
Seattle.
let them get hot.
They beat Seattle 5 out of 6 games. You don't think that resonates in Seattle's
Did
mind?
they win like the last 6 against Kansas City or something?
Well, they swept them last 3. I don't remember what they beat before,
They
but
beat
yes.
the Yankees 2 out of 3 games.
Yes.
They beat the Dodgers. This is a team that deserves to be where they're at, which is playing for a spot to get into the ALCS, without question. Graham is next up in Sylvan Lake. Graham, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Graham.
Hey, fellas, how are you?
Good.
Listen, I feel like Hinch is playing like a master chess player. I think he's playing the long game. I think when we see him do things like putting Job in or letting Sweeney bat, I think he's giving those guys innings, putting them in tough situations, so that when he uses them down the road against the Yankees or in the World Series, those guys aren't in those situations the first time. Last night was not an elimination game. Would it have been great to win and great to win at home? Absolutely. But I don't think Hinch is approaching it like that. I think he's looking at it like it's a 5-game series. what does he do to get us the win, to clinch and get us to the next level, and still play all of his players, get them all the right amount of innings in tough situations so they're ready to face him later. And he's been doing it all year. He's been leaving pitchers in when you're scratching your head going, well, why isn't he pulling that guy out? And I think the answer is so that he's faced that tough stuff and he's been in that situation. So down the road, he won't come in shaking in his boots.
I'll disagree. I'll disagree with you a little bit because his whole philosophy is let's win tonight, worry about the next game, and that's what I think he's I don't think he's managing for the next game or managed for the next game.
I agree with you, Stoney. I think that they were trying to win the game last night.
Yes,
because having Tarek Skubal available for you for game 1 of the ALCS instead of what might now be
game 3.
Game 3, it's a massive difference. I didn't have any issue with the decisions he made last night of keeping Jackson Jobe in the game to pitch the 9th inning. It didn't bother me. I thought Wenzel Perez could have made a play in right field that he didn't make. I'm not blaming Wenzel.
Right.
It's not the easiest play, but I've seen him make plays like that, so I thought that he was going to make that one. He didn't. I'm not blaming Trey Sweeney for not getting a hit a second time against Clase when he did it in the other game. I wouldn't have taken him out. Let him swing the bat. You know why? Who's going to shortstop if you take him out? You start moving people all over the field, you're going to have a position where somebody is not used to playing there, and it doesn't make any sense. So the only things I were first guessing yesterday, it really happened kind of before the game, and that was asking myself, do Will Vest and Bo Brisky have enough left in the tank to pitch again tonight? Because Brisky had thrown 27 pitches on Wednesday, and Vest had thrown 20. Well, Bo Brisky comes in the game to face the pinch hitter, and if it's just one batter, which I think is all he was trying to do, is you got enough for this one guy? I got enough, Skip. Go out there and do it. And he threw a ball 98 miles an hour in the low part of the strike zone, and Fry just put a great swing on it and knocked it out of the park.
It had nothing to do with not having enough gas to get the next guy out.
It wasn't. So I'm not really concerned with that. I'm excited about what can happen tomorrow night with the game against the Guardians, which will be to see who gets to go to the ALCS. Time now for If I Bet It. That's right. I was 4-2 for the week last week, 15-12 on the season, 3-2 with my shoot the boot guarantee. Stoney, this week you will be playing the role of Doug Karsh. You got Doug's picks in front of you. We start with college football. Stoney.
USC taking Penn State. Of course, I'm going to take a Big Ten game because I'm Doug Karsh. USC getting 3.5 at home against the Nittany Lions. You know, John Jansen can't stand James Franklin. Franklin this week was bitching about the lack of runway space at his own airport, so they had to bus to Harrisburg to fly to Los Angeles. So Doug is taking the Trojans plus the 3.5.
Fair enough. Pitt is giving up 3 points at home. They're taking on Cal. Poor Cal has to travel all the way back across the country after hosting Miami. And I just think it's too much. That's traumatic. Losing when you had a 25-point lead, that's brutal. Now you got to go 3,000 miles to take on Pitt, who's actually pretty good this year. I like Pitt -3.
Well, Doug has a different point spread for that game, but he agrees with you. In fact, that's his lock.
Oh, the car house lock of the week.
Yes. Did I give that away too early? I don't know.
No, that's what you have to say when it is.
Pitt -2.5.
Okay, well, it has moved up to 3 on the source that we use,
okay.
So that's fine. We're both on board with that. Wisconsin, I go to Big Ten again here. Well, it's my first foray into the Big Ten anyway, but the second Big Ten game we're picking. Wisconsin's getting 1.5 at Rutgers. Now, Scotty just blew the doors off of Purdue last week. Rutgers, I think, is overrated and overvalued. Everybody gets excited when Rutgers wins a few games. They think, oh, my God, Rutgers could be back here. No, you're still Rutgers. I like Wisconsin. Getting 1.5, I think, is ridiculous. I'll take it.
The other college game, Mr. Karsh, goes for the Red River Shootout. Texas, Oklahoma. Defense, not great at Oklahoma.
But
it's a little better at Texas, too. But he's going for the shootout. Over 49.5.
Not dumb. Not dumb. Quinn Ewers will be at a quarterback there, but we'll see if, both those defenses are improved. Will they be improved enough to keep it under 9 touchdowns or 7 touchdowns? We'll see. My last college game, Ohio State is giving 3 points at Oregon. Look, I back Ohio State. I think they're for real until they're proven otherwise. It's only 3 points. If Oregon's gonna win this game, I think they're gonna win it by more than 3, but I don't think they're gonna win the game. I like Ohio State in this one minus the 3 points. Moving on to the NFL.
All right. The Battle of I-95, kind of a close 35, 40 minutes apart. The Baltimore Ravens taking on the Washington Commanders. They're hosting them in Baltimore. The Ravens giving 6.5 points to Jaden Daniels and the Commanders. Doug Karsh likes Lamar Jackson more. He's taking the Ravens minus 6.5.
That's a lot of points to give up. And there's the hook there, too. Very interesting. Houston giving up 7. They are at New England. The Patriots are going to start with Drake May at quarterback. Starting a rookie against a defense that can get after you. I think it's about time that the Houston started playing big boy football again, even though they're not going to have Nico Collins. It's okay. They've got other weapons offensively, but defensively, this is where the game's going to be won. Houston's going to attack and destroy Drake May and win this game by more than 7.
The next NFL game for Mr. Karsh, the Denver Broncos travel to Los Angeles, I believe. Oh, no, they're home. Anyway, the Broncos +3 taking on the Jim Harbaugh coached Los Angeles Chargers. It is in Denver, and he's taking the home dog, the Denver Broncos, +3.
Oh, betting against Harbs. Interesting. Tampa Bay is on the road. They're at New Orleans. The Buccaneers are giving up 3.5 points. But look, who's playing quarterback for the New Orleans Saints? Don't look now, but it's Spencer Rattler.
The Rattler.
I love the fact that Tampa's going to take on the Rattler. It's 3.5 points. Give up those points. Tampa wins this one all day.
And finally, Mr. Karsh, for some reason he's attracted to this game. Cincinnati taking on the New York Football Giants. Now, I know Danny Dimes looked pretty good last week, actually.
He did.
They are home, and he is taking the over in that game, which is at 47.5.
Well, it's a high total. I'm going to go with the other New York teams, and I'm looking at Buffalo at the Jets. The Bills are giving up 1.5. That's it. They're only giving up 1.5 to the Jets. The Jets, as somebody said this morning, are a dumpster fire. I couldn't agree more. They just fired Robert Saleh. They've demoted their offensive coordinator, Hackett. This team is just a train wreck. I love that they're a train wreck. I am here for that train wreck. And the train's going to come all day long. Buffalo minus the 1.5 at the Jets. It's my shoot the boot lock of the week.
Wow, beautiful.
So there you have it.
Well, here's mine.
Oh, you got one for you?
Doug, yeah. Lions, Cowboys, parlay, Lions, and the over. There you go.
So it's Lions minus 5.5, I believe.
No, I thought it was -3.
Is it -3? Okay.
Hold on. Wait. 5.5 is a different animal. Hold on. Let me
go with 3.
Lions -3, and the over/under is 52.
Okay. Well, you have to mention what those numbers are, otherwise nobody knows what the hell you're talking about.
Right.
So.
Yeah. The Lions, Cowboys. As I scroll down here, it is it's 3. Period. 3 points.
-3. And the over/under is 52, and you got the over?
It is 52, and I have the over.
All right, there you have it. We'll wrap things up, and we'll talk with Mike and Rico next year. 97.1, The Ticket.
Mike and Rico coming up at 2 o'clock. They'll be in here as we do a little crosstalk before. We have some breaking news involving the Detroit Tigers.
Yeah, this is kind of big.
Yes. Due to possible weather conditions in Cleveland, first pitch will be 1:08.
That's a big change.
1:08.
That's a big change,
Yes.
going from watching the game at night to watching the game in the early afternoon.
Exactly. So 1:08, first pitch, Tigers, Guardians.
I mean, personally, I love it so that I can enjoy Ohio State and Oregon and what other games we have in the evening.
There are a lot of people that I know are going to be somehow trying to figure out a way to listen to the Tiger game while they're in synagogue.
Oh, well, right. This is, and those people might include yourself.
I'm going to try to go to the earlier service.
What?
See, that's the beauty of Reform Judaism. It's only like an hour and a half, 2 hours, as opposed to being there all day.
Sure. There is that. A
friend of mine told me a story when he was a kid.
Yeah.
That when the Tigers were playing in the 68 World Series, the rabbi said, we're going to take a break and we'll be back half hour after the game starts.
No kidding.
Yes, because that's when all the World Series games were.
That's right, because they were afternoon games.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder how this affects people that were planning to go to Cleveland for the game, like thinking, "Oh, I got time to sleep in."
Yeah.
You get the car packed up. We'll just, now you don't.
No.
Now you gotta be ready to go in the morning.
Yeah.
You got to leave the house at like 8 o'clock. Get there around 11. You got a couple hours beforehand to find your parking spot.
Mm-hmm.
Get some tailgating in. That's how I would handle it.
Yeah,
that's me.
I get it. Believe me.
Probably leave earlier than that, actually.
I understand.
I know Kenny's on board. You'd be with me to tailgate early in the morning, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we were able to tailgate with Stoney before the game on Wednesday. That was cool.
Yes.
Thanks for the beverage. I appreciate that.
No, it was good, wasn't it?
It really was.
Yes. Was it bee's knees or something? Bourbon?
It was like bourbon and like apple cider.
I don't know what it was, but it was really good.
It was better than I expected it to be. I like bourbon a lot, like tequila a lot, but this was a nice. You know what I liked the most about that drink is that even though it was like a takeout from like one of the food truck type things.
Yeah.
But the plastic glass it was in,
yes,
it was one of those like bulbous.
Yes, it was it was kind of sturdy.
I said bulbous. I'm not afraid.
That's okay.
I love those cups.
Yes.
Those plastic ones. So you could reuse them if you want, but they're great for parties, whatever. They're perfect for that type of drink.
Yeah,
really enjoyed it.
Mm-hmm.
So your gut feeling now that the game's moved up. I suppose we should be here about a starting pitcher a lot sooner than
look
not.
Go look at Scooble's splits between day and night.
Well, yeah. Do I want to do that?
Somebody, I think they're pretty close.
Well, it feels like he's good no matter what the situation is.
Yes.
But I'm
not worried about that.
So what's your gut feeling on how this works for the Tigers tomorrow?
I think it's going to be a real close game. I think Scuba's going to pitch really well, and I think they'll lose like 2-1 or something like that. Sorry. I mean, it doesn't make me a bad fan. I'm still rooting just as hard as if I thought they would win. If I think they were going to win. It doesn't make a difference. I just think Game 5 on the road, yeah, you have the better pitcher. But I don't know.
His splits are so different, though. Day games, he's made 12 starts, Tarek Skubal has.
This is just for this season?
For this season. Well, I'm not worried about seasons back.
Okay.
In 12 starts this year, he's thrown 74 innings for a 2.42 earned run average. He was 6-2 in those games.
That's,
a 190
day?
Well, it was the day games, yeah,
right.
With a 190 batting average against. In night games, I mean, it's a 2.37 ERA.
Oh, a little better.
With a 2.08 batting average against. So they don't hit as well off him, but he had given up maybe
more
an
walks.
extra earned run. Yeah, well, that's why.
He's really good no matter what the weather, no matter what the daylight is.
That's what's amazing about Tarek Skubal is it just doesn't matter.
I know.
No matter what the split situation, it's right down the middle.
Yeah.
You know, hey, how do you do against lefties and righties? Well, I mean, he is better against lefties than against righties, as you would imagine. But righties, it's no day in the park.
No.
With an OPS of 572 against versus 485 from the lefties. Not good for them. But great news for the Tigers. I have a great feeling about this. I think it's going to be a close game. I think it's going to hang in a balance there. But Skubal's going to pitch out of his mind. Well, not even out of his mind. He's just going to pitch how Skubal does.
Just be Skubal.
Yeah, I think he goes at least 7 innings. And I'm going to say the Tigers win this one by a score of 3-1.
Okay. I hope you're right, and I'm wrong.
I hope to hell I'm right because I'm not going to be happy when I come in on Monday if things don't go well. And then, of course, we got the Lions game. You're already on record saying you like the Lions to cover.
The Lions are winning, and they're going to cover.
I like the Lions winning this game as well.
Those words usually don't come out of my mouth.
No, normally not. Mm-hmm. I know it sounds like all sunshine and lollipops and rainbows and stuff like that here. Although, well, you get the rainbow in the sunshine. But I do think the Lions are the better team. The fact that they're without the two best defensive players, or two of their best defensive players, that's huge.
Yes.
If Micah Parsons is unable to go, and it seems like he is, that's a massive advantage for the Lions because that guy is one of the biggest problems to defend in the entire National Football League and has been since he got into the National Football League. So, yes, I'm glad we don't have to see that matchup where Parsons comes off the edge, whether it's against Decker or against Sewell, even though I like the chances with our guys, particularly Penei Sewell because he's great. But if there's no Parsons, I just don't see the Cowboys being good enough to get things done.
And just because I want to end the note and the show bothering Kenny, how about the Wings Preds tomorrow? You gonna make a prediction on that game?
Oh, it looks like Rico's in there for crosstalk. How about that?
Talbot in goal tomorrow.
It is Talbot in goal, and I like Talbot in goal. I'm not a big Husso fan, but
he showed it last night. That fourth goal was a joke.
Well, it's one game, first game of the season.
SOW.
Only
same old Wings so
Just
far.
Stop it.
So far.
Just stop it.
I know.
Just stop
I'm just
it.
having fun.
It's not fun. It's not fun for me.
It's just one game, so it shouldn't bother you.
Might be fun for Rico. How are you, man?
It's not fun for me.
Okay.
Rico's good. His Niners kicked butt last night.
Well, they found a way to hold on to it.
I was going to say, what's up with that? Lately, it's a shaky team.
I don't know. Nobody here pays that much. They only have half a team. Everybody's hurt. Their second kicker that they just signed made a tackle.
Forgot about the kicking situation.
And they had to he had to leave the field.
They got a third kicker now?
I don't know. They got 10 days, so they got to figure out here his shoulder. But it's like, Scott, they were down to their fifth string running back at the end of the game. So I got it.
I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't watch a minute of it last night. I was watching other stuff. So
yeah, they just.
Because without McCaffrey, they've been just fine.
Yeah, but he got hurt.
McCaffrey to them in the red zone is what Laporta is to the Lions. When he's healthy, they're deadly. When he's not, they can't score in the red zone. So,
but they got the
unless
W.
You're running trick plays.
But they got the W. That's all that counts. Something that we did not see in this town yesterday.
So what's happening on the show today? I imagine it's pretty much the same thing we were going through.
Oh,
some Tigers, some Lions.
Yeah, Tigers, Lions. If Lions can't go to Dallas and win this game, then you're not a Super Bowl contending team. Plain and simple. Just that, like that.
That's strong. Mike and Rico coming up next year. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill, a travel and workout day today for the Tigers ahead of tomorrow's winner-go-home Game 5 of the ALDS in Cleveland. And there's now a brand new start time for the game. The threat of rain has moved first pitch from 8:08 to 1:08. Speaking to the media this afternoon in Cleveland at Progressive Field, manager A.J. Hinch says Kerry Carpenter will be a game-time decision. Fingers crossed right now on his hamstring injury. Jake Rogers good to go for Game 5. X-rays are negative after he took a couple of foul tips off his wrist last night. Do or die in Cleveland. Tarek Skubal gets the ball. Pre-game coverage starts at 12:40 tomorrow, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Lions had full participation at this afternoon's practice before Sunday's showdown with the Cowboys. Kirby Joseph was limited yesterday, but practiced fully today. Detroit right now a 3-point favorite, looking for revenge in Dallas. Wings look to bounce back from their opening night loss. They host the Predators tomorrow night at Little Caesars Arena, 7 o'clock puck drop. And the Pistons, they play preseason game number 3 tonight in Phoenix. They're 1-1 so far as they tune up for the regular season. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
David, that's just not very nice. And it's not where we're starting the show today. But poor Kenny. Jesus. You guys were all excited for Tigers and Guardians last night. No, not Kenny. The man in the turquoise tee was fired up to be at the LCA. Cutscene. The whoopee cushion. Wrong button. All right, so let's get into it. We got a lot of ground to cover, Rico. TJ may actually show up for work today. Also exciting. We'll get to the Lions in a little bit. Let's talk Tigers. I had a bad feeling going into yesterday. Basically, everything I said on the air happened, and now we are on to a Game 5, which was Saturday night, is now 1 in the afternoon. Lot to unpack with that because of the Kerry Carpenter situation. And I have another bad feeling. So I'll just get it out of the way.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
Look, we need to talk about this. I want to know people's, takeaways from last night. I'll give you mine. And then what is your confidence level Saturday afternoon, excuse me. First of all, understand something, Rico. We can play the audio for people just joining of A.J. Hinch. I want you to tell me, we're not doctors, and we didn't even stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night. But when you listen to A.J. Hinch, does he sound like a man who's confident that Kerry Carpenter is going to play tomorrow?
No.
Okay, so if I take Kerry Bonds out of this lineup, that's impactful. Okay? No, it's not Jose Ramirez, but he's your version of that. He's your best player. He's your best hitter, and he's a weapon against righties.
Correct.
True or false?
Correct.
Okay, then.
But
if he don't play, that's a big hit.
But at this point, can you get him for one pinch hit? Can you bring him off the bench?
Gibby with the Dodgers. He can barely move his legs.
Coach, Skip, give me the bat. I got this.
Look, last night, the problem I have is it feels like more than Game 4 slipped away. And we talked about this. You were joking around with the BOGO thing, but now, even if you advance, there is no more fantasies of Skubal 3 times. And frankly, unless the series goes 7, you know how many times you're going to get Skubal? Once.
once. Second of all, you now got to go back to Cleveland, and you got to ask Skubal against the same team that he faced earlier this week to go and do it again, which essentially is be perfect. Now, you saw it a little bit last night, Rico, whether it was Cade Smith for the Guardians or Hunter Gaddis, or in your case, Bo Brisky. These elite relievers who look untouchable, the more that you get to see them, the more bad-ish happens. And whether that's David Fry deep into the night, or whether it's, look, Clase giving up the double in the run, Gaddis giving up some base runners, Cade Smith's unhittable. Is he? I feel like more than last night slipped away, and I'm very nervous for Saturday. Now, clearly, there's nobody I'd rather have in baseball than Skubal, but this is the same young group who didn't realize where they were, or the same young group that was having fun. Guess what? Everybody knows when you've pulled through the gates of Disneyland, this is a winner-take-all on the road, Game 5 of the ALDS. You can't plead ignorance. And I worry they're going to tighten up a little bit.
See, I don't think they're going to tighten up, Mike, because this, even though they lost last night, they still battled to the bottom of the ninth, scratching across that run. If this was a 5-0 game, yeah, I may feel the way that you do. They didn't quit. They didn't quit last night. And the fact of knowing that you do have Skubal. Now, I feel the opposite of you. I feel very good about tomorrow afternoon. But I think this is a battle that I thought you would not have to play him. You're going to win the battle, but you may end up losing the war. And by losing the war means it's going to hurt you against the Yankees. And I know we're on to Saturday. But you win that game Saturday, which I think you will. You're right. At the most, you may get a second start out of Skubal, but that's not promised, because
you got to get to Game 7.
Yeah, I was about to say, by the time he pitches, it's going to be, what, Game 3?
It's 3 and 7. That's it. It's non-negotiable. So look at the travel schedule. You're going to play 5 games in 6 nights.
Yeah.
If you wanted the best crack at winning next round, you had to win last night.
But we're not going to focus on next round. I think they're going to get this game tomorrow. This is the best. What?
Oh, David's.
We're not going to focus on next round. I thought we said World Series yesterday.
No, David.
You said.
David, I said, let's go back and Odyssey Rewind. It's a great thing to have.
Please listen. It's free.
It's free. You win last night, World Series, because everything's set up that you could take Game 1 in New York, and then you can come back with him in Game 5. You didn't win last night. So that's off the table. That deal's off the table. Okay, I'm like the Feds. When I offer the deal, you better take it.
But you also said we were going to blow them out at the end of yesterday's show. What happened to that?
Well, you allowed them to score 5 runs. If they didn't score the 5 runs, it would have been 4-0.
You lied to us, Rico.
Oh, no. This man doesn't lie.
I gave you hope.
Hey, I'll tell you one thing. Tigers gave you more than your wings gave you.
Oh, wow.
I'm just saying, no. You know, you lobbed a grenade in Rico's cereal bowl. I had to pick it out of the milk and throw it back at you. Now, thank you, Snoop.
I mean, just when they bring in Augustine down from East Lansing, couldn't be any worse.
Okay. People, I want to know where you're at with it. And we're going to get to football. We have to. Lions have a very, very sneaky game this weekend, and I can't wait to talk about it. But I want to know where you're at. Don't turtle now. Now, yesterday, I knew the minute I brought it up on the air, I'd get made fun of. Everybody thought I was crazy because I said, no, I got a bad feeling about last night's game. And I gave a lot of reasons why. And now we're sitting here, and I'm supposed to sit here and come on the air and just say, no problem, full confidence, you're going to win Saturday night. Well, I've already told you, facing the same team twice in a week, never a good idea. And I may not have Kerry Carpenter. I apologize if I view that as problematic. And, you know, we talk about it all the time, right? Well, hey, you know, can this guy turn it around? Or you were hearing the quotes about Aaron Judge pregame, and it was, hey, one swing, he'll get turned around. Okay, last night on base 3 times. Looked different. Well, you let a David Fry get off the mat. You let a J-Ram get off the mat. Quan just keeps hitting. And you start Rico. Look, here's the other one. You know who's a rat and a pain in the ass in their lineup is Rokia. Mm-hmm. The point is, they're going home. And look, your advantage on the mound, it's clear. Okay, I don't care who Cleveland puts out there. It won't be close to Skubal. But I am nervous. And if you wanted it, I think you really needed to get that thing done last night. But that's why they play the games. So let's see what happens.
I think you're all right to be nervous, Mike, because it is a winner take all, and you've seen enough of these as Yankee fans that, man, anything could happen. You're looking at whoever gets that first run is got the psychological advantage because now the other team is pressing, and you're not.
Now look at this. Come on now. Don't tell me one loss, the air's all out of your balloon. What happened to all the baseball diehards? Now, come on now. Don't do weak sauce on a beautiful fall afternoon. You got a Game 5 in the ALDS. Don't hide. And we got Lions Cowboys we're going to get to. Don't hide.
You got a Game 5 with the best pitcher in baseball. You should be feeling good about yourself. You really should. You should. I mean, I know you don't, but I'm looking at this as
you should feel blessed.
Who would you rather have out there?
No one.
So you have that. And put it this way, if it went the other way around and you asked, hey, Cleveland, would you like to have Game 5 with Skubal? Yes. You have him, though.
Yeah, I agree. I just think the problem is you're not going to have Vogt make the same mistakes he made the first go-around. I thought Vogt did a better job than AJ last night, including a safety squeeze, which is an unthinkable call in 2024, and he did it.
You know what? That warmed my heart.
Oh, I know. You love that Willie Wilson garbage from 1984.
Yeah, I did a quiet yes, but I was like, the play. Not because they scored. You just don't see, like, that's old school, but that's the baseball that I like.
And that won them the game. They needed that run to win that game.
Right. It's.
But did you notice how Vogt held his water last night? He didn't make the moves too early. He waited, and one of those moves, David Fry, paid the ultimate dividend. Look, you are very live tomorrow.
Oh, you are.
But I worry about the Carpenter thing. And I'll tell you what we'll do. David, cue up the sound. Let's play it on the bump back. So don't make a move. I want you guys to hear this. Tell me if when you hear AJ talking, that sounds like a guy confident Carpenter's playing. And by the way, moving the game up by 7 hours does not help you. It cuts your ability for game day treatment down to half.
Yeah, but I think the whole time you're hoping to just bring him in off the bench. I don't think that he was going to be able to play a full game. At this point,
if he's your DH, what difference does it make?
That's true.
I don't think he's taking 4 or 5 at-bats tomorrow.
That's true. Yeah, just get ready because he's going to hit it. If he does get a hit, it's going to be a single.
No.
He ain't stretching. He's not trying to stretch that into a double or a triple.
Well, no, okay, but see, all of it is relevant.
Yeah.
He's such a good player, and he's such a weapon. I'm going to be really interested, but pardon me if I have doubts that he's playing. 248-539-9797. Here's Rico.
Somebody asked me the other day, do you know how many devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi network? And you know what? It's way more than I thought. I actually went home, counted the number of connected devices I own, and it's more than a dozen, all to keep me connected to all the good stuff like streaming and video gaming and interneting and security, you name it, okay? Xfinity knows the number of devices we have connected to our internet is growing by the year. That's why they've engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. Hundreds, for real. Now through October 20th, get 150 megabit internet from Xfinity for just $30 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract and get free Wi-Fi equipment included. And ask how you can get eligible free 5G phone with Xfinity Mobile. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit the store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply, requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Taxes and fees extra after promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary.
America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience built for you, the fan. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the big screen. Saturday night, Oregon, Ohio State, downtown Vegas on a big screen outside. Yeah, Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Does that instill confidence that Kerry Carpenter's playing tomorrow? No. I don't know what universe it would. If he plays, it's a huge boost. I don't think he's playing. Yeah. That's just me. I'm not a doctor. I know what I saw. You're dealing with a hamstring, and he's a guy who puts he is absolutely, he crushes with the bottom half of his body. I don't see it. But let's talk about it. Let's go to the people. Your thoughts from last night? You want to talk about particular situations? Happy to. And what's your confidence level? All on the line. They've moved the game up, by the way. Rain in the area, so it's no longer a night kick. It's a 1:08 afternoon delight. What do you want to do? You got every right to feel, hey, we got a real shot at this, but confidence went out the window when you didn't close it out at home.
You still have the best pitcher out there, and but when managers or coaches come out there and give you the soft shoe on the injury, they know at this point they're praying that the doctors can come up with something or some way to get their guy on the field. Because if their guy is okay, coaches universally will just simply say, "Oh, he's playing. Don't worry about it. Oh, torn pec. Don't worry about it. He's going to play." But we're getting treatment and coach speak. I don't know if he's going to be ready. We may get one pitch hit out of him.
248-539-9797. We lead off the day with Mike, 97.1. What's up, Mike?
Not much, guys. How are you?
Good.
Good. I agree with Rico. I think anytime you've got the best pitcher in the game on the mound, you've got a 6 out. My confidence level is at a 6. It's not as high as it was at the beginning of the week. But offensively, Cleveland had one good inning in game 1, and they've had really one good game offensively all series. So putting all that together, I do believe the Tigers can scratch and claw out a run. And now, yes, taking Carpenter out of the offense hurts, but you're still mixing and matching the offense to produce runs. And that's where I think 1 through 9 offensively, that's been our strength, because it was the bottom third of the order that won us the game in game 2 with school start.
Right. It was Rogers and Sweeney extending the inning into Kerry Carpenter.
Right. But Parker Meadows has been having a lot better at bats. His approach has been significantly better. Can you manufacture runs that way?
I know.
And do we unlock?
I know, man. Look, I'm at a 5, right? Like 5 is even Steven. A 1 is Michigan State against Ohio State. A 10 is if you're, Ohio State and you're playing Akron. I'm right in the middle. Like, you absolutely got a right to believe, Mike. You're at a 6, I'm at a 5. It feels like you let more than just a game slip away last night. And maybe I'm wrong for feeling that way.
I think there's a difference between guys at the major league level seeing relievers consistently game 1, game 2, game 3 versus now Scuba can look at the tape and he can look at which guys were more off balance. Can you get it's a monumental ask, but can you get Quan off balance? Because when Quan gets on, their offense is completely different than when he's not on base.
He is a pest. He really is. Yeah. And I mean, his power was up a little bit this year from like 1 to 10. But yeah, Mike, he's a pest. He's such a pro. Obviously, Gold Glove left fielder. But his at-bats, and I'll tell you the other guy that has been a real pain in the ass is Rocchio. And there's a value in it. Like, what I would comp to is, okay, the team that you might be playing if you win Saturday. Gleyber Torres in this 4-game set against the Royals Do you know how many pitches Gleyber Torres saw? 80.
Wow.
80.
It's a lot more than I was going to say.
Why is it relevant? Because, like for instance, there were moments in the Skubal start where the Guardians, the first go-around, had the ability to have actual at-bats, and instead I think it was Angel Jimenez swung at the first pitch. And you go, well, wait a second, this dude's on 85 pitches. A good at-bat here could knock him out of the game, even if you don't get on base. I wonder if they make an adjustment. Now, look, he wants to work fast. I'm stepping out. I'm going to use my timeout as a hitter. I'm going to try to be more disruptive. 2, he wants to pound the zone. Great. At least take 1. Make him throw you strikes. Make him early on come into the zone. I wonder what their adjustment will be. No, of course I'm confident, but I'm just not more.
It's not money in the bank.
I view it coin flippy. So whatever confidence you have when you call heads or tails, that's what I have about tomorrow.
Look, man, it's not cliche, but it is an elimination game. And seriously, both teams are going to be very pressed. Both teams are going to try to get that first run. Normally in games like this, it's whoever makes the first mistake loses.
You get a 2-0 lead on Boyd early, and I hand Skubal a baseball with a 2-0 lead, my confidence goes to like an 8.5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yeah.
But if you guys believe I'm making too much of the Carpenter thing, it's your prerogative. Yeah. I'm not mad at you if you say that.
No, and like I said, most elimination games, if you really it's which team did something stupid to lose the game. Not necessarily you took the game, but they served up a bad pitch or they did this, and you lost it because you made a mental error. You walked somebody, and that walk came back to bite you, or you got an error, and that run came across and scored, which should have been an inning-ending double play.
Let's go to Matt, Oxford, 97.1. Matty, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys, sorry about that. So, I admit I'm a little nervous, scared, whatever word you want to use. Yeah. It feels a smidge like the, hit midnight, turn back into a pumpkin. Carpenter getting hurts a lot. And I think that obviously when you look at tonight's games, we have the pitching advantage. But here's the reality. Cleveland's a little better than us. Like, they just are. They're a little ahead of where we are. Besides, I don't know, maybe I'd rather have, Parker over Lane Thomas. Otherwise, they're better at most positions. And that's really tough to overcome in a 5-game series. And we've done a good job so far. But, man, without Carpenter, it just feels like a 1-0 loss coming. It just does.
Oh, boy. Matt, listen, I don't disagree with a lot of what you're saying. Don't let it be a 1-0 loss. That is going to be really hard to take. You know what I mean? Like, if your season ends and it's in a baseball game like last night, you can kind of live with the result because you felt like you really had it and then you didn't, then you took it back. Oh, Matt, 1-0. That is the most depressing way to finish this. Don't do that.
I know, but it's hard for me to find, like, unless, to your point, right? Let's say Parker gets a hit and, whatever, Riley Green gets them over and they get a run across or two, great. But besides that, where are you seeing a big hit coming from? Like, I don't want to pin it all on, obviously, Colt Keith hasn't been great, and we all know what Torque's been doing. But, like, we don't have, as much as I don't really love Josh Naylor, he's a hell of a lot better than Torque.
No, and think about this. Here's the other thing. Matt, I feel like every time I see the Tigers hit a flare, it drops. Newsflash.
Yep.
Rent's going to be due. I mean, even last night, Seal, another flare. Who hit the ball early on? And there were three Guardians standing around the damn thing, and the ball drops. Like, that stuff normalizes. So, Matt, I admit it. You feel like, are we about to see the other side? I don't know.
Right. And there's a lot of data that in the postseason, it does. I mean, run scoring isn't that far down, but it does come down to one swing a lot because hits are at a premium, and one swing makes a difference. And this team doesn't have enough one-swing guys.
Yeah. If Skubal can give you 6 innings, 1 earned run, confidence goes to an 8.5. He's got to be damn near perfect tomorrow. I have a hard time believing Skubal could give you a regular season start, give up a couple of runs, be really good but not great, and you win. And when you are demanding a guy be great in a closeout Game 5, after what he did in Game 1, you are asking a lot. I don't care if it was JV in his prime. You're asking a ton.
It's the stuff that legends are made of. But, 1-0 games are the worst because it means that every pitch until the final out, you are on the edge of your seat.
A 1-0 game is the Red Box Bowl. Nobody wants a Red Box Bowl. State loses 7-6. Right, you can't have a Red Box Bowl.
I can't believe they actually brought that up last week, too.
No Red Box Bowl.
No, they did. It was like, and here's Justin Herbert winning the. Just
Well, they were deep into the materials.
I know.
Because Oregon was going full Snoop Dogg on us.
No, they found it.
248-539-9797. All right, football Saturday night. October is here. Days are shorter. The foliage, people. Crisp Old Nation Oktoberfest is back. German-style lager. It blends old and new. Perfect to welcome football season on a chilly but not cold Saturday afternoon. Taste the difference with one of America's great independent craft breweries. It's Old Nation. Right here in Williamston. Support local, support independent. 21 and up. Old Nation Brewing Company reminds you, as always, to please drink responsibly. All right, we do it every week at this time. Curated, incubated, creative. It's called the Prop Bet Casino.
That was pretty much summed up last week. We all did bad. We all tied. We all got 6 right. That was it. Couldn't make this up if I tried. So we're going to do better this week.
Mm-hmm.
Let's start off. Red River Shootout. Quinn, yours. Over, under, 2.5 touchdown passes.
Over if they plan on winning the game, because I don't think they're going to be able to run the football. Over.
Yeah, same exact logic. Over.
Yeah, he's back. They have to, so over.
I'm going to go under because I think he runs one in. Jeremiah Smith. Well, let's go to Ohio State, Oregon. Jeremiah Smith. First half touchdowns. He's got to score this touchdown in the first half. Over, under, 0.5. Will he score in the first half?
First half touchdown? When the hell did that become a thing?
I just found out about it, and I was fascinated.
Oh, for God's sakes. Under. It's a ridiculous prop.
Ooh, Rico, that's such a good line.
Ooh.
I'll take the over.
Yeah, I'll take the over as well.
Me too. You know, you could actually get first quarter.
Okay. Now we've hit the bottom of the chili pot. Bottom of the chili pot.
More passing yards, Will Howard or Dylan Gabriel?
I'm going to go Gabriel. I don't like Will Howard. It just doesn't go beyond that. And a lot of what they're doing feels very conservative, no?
It does.
I'll take the explosiveness of Oregon.
Maybe they were saving their plays.
Right. We're in week 7. We were saving plays. Give me Gabriel.
I think they're going to have to take that approach. I think they're going to have to air it out, so I'll go with Will Howard.
I'm going to go with the theory that they'll be behind, so Howard.
I'm going to go with Dylan Gabriel because I just think that Oregon is just going to dominate the game. But he likes to throw the ball. Even when they're winning, he still likes to throw. Let's go to USC, Penn State. Miller Moss, touchdowns, passing. Over, under, 2.5.
Over. I think they're live in this game. And Lord knows they ain't going to run it. Go over.
I think they're live in this game as well. Plus, James Franklin, no thank you. I'll take the over.
That's it. It's because of James Franklin. Defense, no. I'm going to go Miller Moss over.
Who has Penn State faced that can throw the ball? The answer is nobody.
No one.
West Virginia, Illinois, Kent State, Bowling Green. Who the hell they've faced?
Well, I just think that I'm going to go over because USC doesn't play defense, and they're going to have to be playing catch-up. I think Penn State jumps to an early lead. They're going to have to play from behind. More passing yards. Jackson Dart or Nussmeier?
Nussmeier.
Oh.
Jackson Dart on the road is not the same player. You can go check the splits. LSU won't run it. They don't want to run it. Nussmeier against a leaky Ole Miss secondary.
Yeah, same logic. Nussmeier for me as well.
Yeah, around the board. Nussmeier.
Basically, you copied off my assignment. You two are shameless.
For that one, yeah.
This is going to be interesting. Let's go.
The fact that you didn't give a pick?
No, I said I agreed. No.
No one heard you. No one heard you.
I did not hear that either.
No one heard you.
Nussmeier.
Yes.
We're all across.
I like that pick, Rico.
Thank you.
Now we can move on.
Travis Hunter, combined touchdowns and interceptions, over under 3.5.
Touchdowns and interceptions.
Yes.
Under.
I get the jack of all trades prop that you're doing here, but that's a lot, man. I'm going to go under.
That is a ton. I'll go over.
I'm going to go over as well, gentlemen.
Yes, another illustrious selection, Rico.
Now, you know what? The funny thing is, we didn't do this one last week because of time, and it was the week to do this. Top 25 upsets.
I always say
we missed that.
Right, I always say over, and he picks the week I bet on every underdog in those upsets.
Because here was the thing. Because it was such a boring week. You know what? Because the over-under was 1.5, just to let you know.
Oh, God.
Over-under top 25 upsets for this week.
Under.
17 games involving the top 25 teams. Over-under 3.5.
Under. Like, you cannot have back-to-back weekends like that, or you're going to see the nuclear reactor explode. Under.
It can't possibly be. I'm going to say under as well.
All right, just to maybe gain ground on it, I'll go over.
I'm going over as well, David.
Oh, my.
Let's go to the NFL. Jared Goff's first incomplete pass over under 6.5 attempts because he was perfect.
You can bet on this? That's
you can in the prop bet casino.
Right, at your alleyway casino. Under. I mean, it's hard to start a game 6 for 6, 7 for 7. Under.
So he'd have to be 7 for 7 for it to go over. I'll say over.
Can I offer a custom prop?
Yeah.
Jared Goff rushing yards this week. Over under 5.5 yards. You have one?
You know what? I'll skip to that one next, just for you.
Mobile Goff season.
So I'm going to go over for the attempts.
You're going to go over? Yep. I am going to go under. For you, Mike, I'm going to move this up.
Okay.
Jared Goff rushing yards or
over. Oh, that's what I'm picking.
Tarek Skubal strikeouts.
Oh my God. Jared Goff rushing yards.
Let's go.
He'll have 7. Skubal will have 6. Mobile Goff is a movement.
I'm going to go Skubal.
Kenny, you going Goff? Yeah. I'm going to go Skubal as well, David.
All speed training.
Over under J-Mo touchdowns 0.5.
Under.
I think they're going to try to neutralize the deep threat, so I'm going to go under as well.
I'm going to go over.
I'm going to go over as well, David. I think he gets a touchdown because that's just what he does. More rushing yards, Jahmyr Gibbs or Montgomery?
Go David Montgomery. The heartbeat of the team, the pacemaker, the stabilizer. Give me Monty.
He's the heartbeat, but Gibbs is a little bit more explosive, so I'll go Gibbs.
Yeah, he's only going to need one to get longer, so it's going to be Gibbs.
Whoa.
I am going Gibbs as well. CeeDee Lamb receiving yards over under 81.5.
Just going over. It doesn't matter. You triple covered a guy. They still find him. I'll go over.
I want to say under because I really want to believe in the secondary.
Wah. That's not how this game works.
It isn't. Dak and CD had a rough game last week connecting, so they're going to connect. They're going to go
sure
over.
CD called and just walked over and was like, dude, you're ass. Yeah. It was right on TV.
So Dak's going to throw the ball to him every single attempt.
Okay. Kenny, this one's for you because I like to have fun.
Yes.
Terrion Arnold, PI calls.
Oh, no.
Over, under
1.5. Okay, fine. Over. Oh, no.
Under. I believe in Terrion Arnold. Under.
He still doesn't get the rookie discount, though.
We fixed it in the bye week.
Okay.
Under.
Well, he's not going against the number one guy. Cook is out, so I'm going to go under.
What about the dude who sprained his nuts?
Oh, yeah.
Remember that quote after the Steelers game?
He should be back.
One of his linemen is like, unbelievable catch. He sprained his effing nuts, and then he caught the ball. I'm like, wait, what? That was the best audio in the history of the NFL.
Yeah, I'm going to go over. I don't think that he's learned his pass interference. He will get it, and then he'll do the Tayshaun. Last one, guys. Over, under. Lions 4th down attempts or Tigers runs on Saturday.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow, that's good. That's wow, Rico. Wow. Ooh, Doug. Tiger runs. Try to be positive.
Yeah, I was kind of just thinking F at Tigers run, so that's where I'm at too.
Lions attempts.
Lions attempts as well for me. That's your prop bet casino 97.1.
NFL's flying by, but you can still jump in with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Get started, $200 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 wager. The SGPs, Thursday night, hopefully you had a Purdy one. Good heavens. Hey, were there any odds on Isaac Guerrero? If you bet it, you won. FanDuel.com/ticket.
Plus 850. I'm not going to say I did.
Make any moment more with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and up. Present Michigan. First online money wager only. $5 for deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. We will turn our attention to football. TJ Lang joining us, hopefully top of the hour if his alarm clock went off Right now, we check in with our man in Vegas from Circa, Derek Stevens, joining us. D, what's going on, buddy? And Derek.
Yep. No, good to talk to you guys. Getting ready for a big weekend in sports.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you as we got into this weekend. Last weekend was utter chaos. What was it? 5 of the top 11 teams in America lose. I don't imagine a lot of people were on those underdogs. Is that the type of weekend that the book is floating around the pool on a giant swan?
No, it really wasn't, to be honest with you. You know, like when I always say those lines, like who does the house need? I can always say, well, we always need whoever's playing Alabama. That's true. But we don't need them to win outright. My God. That wasn't any good. That game kind of hurt us. So no, it wasn't a great weekend for the house, actually.
Okay,
really? Because I can't imagine too many people walking up to the book saying, give me 500 on Vanderbilt. Like that's when you hand them the number and say you may want to call this.
These outright dogs, a lot of outright dogs that won, a lot of these crazy parlays that hit. So it was. We've had a lot of good weeks so far this year, but last week just wasn't one of them.
Let me ask you a question, and it's rare you see it, but where a number gets stuck and it sits at a flat 3 or a flat 7. It doesn't happen a lot. But like right now, at least, I don't know where you're at this minute at Circa, but a lot of sports books are sitting Lions a flat 3-point favorite or Chargers a 3-point favorite. What goes into the science of that with your risk team on like how a number gets stuck sitting right there?
Yeah, 3's the number. 3's the number where it gets stuck. So, yeah, right now we've got the Lions as a 3-point favorite, but a little bit of juice to the Lions, so minus 120. But, yeah, when you get on a 3, it takes a lot to get off that 3. So we're going to have a much, much bigger decision before we would ever move to a 3.5. Because when you move at half a point, you could get sided, and that's when a sports book has massive liability. So we're gonna hang on that 3 as long as we possibly can. But if you have to, if it just starts steamrolling, yeah, then you got to go to 3.5, and then we have a lot of extra risk.
Talking with Derek Stevens. Hey, Derek, which of the college games, because there's a lot of good games on Saturday, are you taking the most bets on?
Oh, for sure. It's Ohio State, Oregon. Or that game was going to dominate. It's at the right time of day. It'll be far and away the most wagered game of the day on Saturday.
So I know who you're rooting for. That goes without saying. But Tigers, Saturday, game moved up to 1 o'clock because of the weather. Tigers were installed as a slight favorite, but early action on that game. Are people betting Tigers?
Yeah, there's definitely some Scooble respect right here. I think everybody's hanging for some information on how Carpenter's doing. But Scooble really looked good in Cleveland last week. So yeah, we have them installed as a minus 117 favorite. But these game 5s, you just never know what's going to happen. I do believe the fact that the game got moved up. That is advantage road team. Historically, it's been advantage road team. If you remember when the Tigers played the Yankees and they had to move a game 5 up and Verlander had to go.
Yeah,
it's a unique thing on these elimination games when they have to move a game up because of weather. So it usually helps the road team a little bit.
All right. Well, Derek, listen. Obviously, it's what we're all rooting for, but I had to ask.
And Derek, because I'm fascinated, where we're looking at with the survivor pool.
Oh boy. We're down from 14,226,000. We're down to 221 Circus Survivor entries left. There's one person with 6 of them left. There's 5 people with 3, 13 people with 2, and there are 193 single entry Circus Survivors still alive. So overall, down to 221, chasing that 14.2 million.
Oh, boy. We talked about it earlier. This might be the first year that it's ever been down to a lone survivor before the end of the season at all.
Will it make it to Thanksgiving?
Right. This season's been nuts. Derek,
it's never happened before. It's always gone the distance, and there's never been a sole Circus Survivor. So both of those scenarios are in play here this year, 2024.
Derek, appreciate it. We will talk to you in a week, okay?
All right, sounds
Thanks,
good.
Man.
Take care, guys.
You got it. That's Derek Stevens from Circa. David, a few ticket texts, and then we will turn our attention Lions and Cowboys for a little bit. What do you got?
Not going to beat Cleveland twice in their stadium in the playoffs. Don't care who's pitching, unless Skubal pitches 9, but that's not going to happen. Really felt like 8:08 first pitch would have given the Tigers an advantage, small ball versus long ball. But now that it's been moved, that is a bummer. We're going to lose now. Confidence is shaking.
Wait, because the game got moved. Okay.
Yeah. Confidence is shaken, not going to lie. I feel like Cleveland's offense is coming alive and our magical bullpen is losing its shine a little bit. But let's go. I did buy tickets anyway.
See, I don't think Cleveland's offense came alive. Cleveland played good baseball. They played, it was a chess match out there between the two managers, but it wasn't like they were just killing it, knocking home runs out the park. Now, if that was the case, I'd feel that way, but it was 5-4.
They hit 2 home runs. They had 11 hits.
Go ahead.
Ramirez was struggling. He's
Right.
now, I think, alive now. Fry was struggling. He's now, I think, alive in my mind. So as a fan, when I see that, which is what you were worried about, what I was worried about going into game 2 because they hadn't done anything, well, there we go.
I guess what I'm saying is you didn't see that first inning where it was just over before you even sat down and, you know what, we're better than you today, and you have no shot. When they scored 5 runs before the first out in game 1.
Right, but that was fluky.
No, Mike, that's what I'm saying.
I'm trying to understand. Help me.
What I'm saying is it's not like yesterday you had an inning like that where they just went out there and they just beat you and you had to play catch up the entire day. Yesterday's game was a back and forth type of thing where both teams were in this thing until the very last out.
Right. The point is when someone says their offense is coming alive and they do have 5 runs and they do hit 2 home runs and they have 11 hits, I don't take issue with that.
Yeah, when they keep answering every other inning, it's like, okay.
No. My issue is it's not like the Tigers were just getting outplayed. They were battling back and forth the entire game. It wasn't as if they scored all 5 runs and then the Tigers had to try to play catch up to try to make this thing interesting.
Go ahead, David.
You are not alone. Everyone should be nervous. It's baseball. It's one game. Anything can happen. That's why they play the game. But yeah, I'm nervous about it.
Dude, it's baseball, and the postseason is largely coin flips. And then you get to a deciding game after you had a chance to close it out at home and you had the lead in the 8th inning. I'm sorry. I got a hard – and then you find out our best baseball player, at least the best hitter we got, and surely the best one against righties, may not play for a team that's already woefully challenged on offense.
Yeah, and then on top of this, with like this ticket texter saying the Tigers had plenty of chances, 1 for 11 with runners in scoring position is the problem. They took too many times, 1 pitch, 1 out.
There's also something here, too, is I do wonder, is Brisky even available? With the amount that he's pitched in this series. Now, again, Will Vest will be. Do you unearth Foley, who apparently is on the outs? Because look at how he pitched against Houston. The point is, Skubal's got to get you minimum 6 tomorrow. And it's got to be, man, if you could have him give you 6, and I don't care if you're up 1-0. My confidence would soar. But you're asking this kid to be perfect.
And then you also got to strike early offensively. You cannot just continue to let inning after inning after inning happen and you're not – you have to strike. Even if it's just 1-0 early, you got to get something going.
I wish we could see the lineup. I'm fascinated to see what they're going to do, especially if Carp doesn't – look, if they have a lefty on the mound, AJ's already shown you he wouldn't start the game with Carp, but he would weaponize him and use him later. All right, so you would – David, we don't have time for it. I'll do it during the break. I want to go back and look at the Game 2 lineup when Carpenter didn't start the game and what the lineup was, and then they deployed him later. Without him in there, I got a hard time with it. But we'll see. Maybe Skubal's that good. Maybe he just goes and blanks
I have it
again.
right here. Game 2. Malloy, Vierling, Ibanez, Green, Perez, Torkelson, Meadows, Rogers, Sweeney. That was the initial lineup.
Okay. See, you don't want to get in the business of doing something different. But if I've got an advanced screening of what AJ's going to do, and I don't trust Boyd a second time through this lineup, well, I'll tell you what I wouldn't do. I wouldn't start him.
Really?
No, I would do something different. I would do a little bullpen chaos. Maybe I start the game with Cade Smith. But you're not going to do – that's not how they play.
Right, I was like –
I'm just telling you. You're stacking those righties against a soft-tossing lefty who you've already gotten a look at, who none of us believe in. Maybe there's your opportunities that first inning.
Tipping this cap to AJ. This is what you did, right?
Yeah,
That's what I do.
Turnabout's fair play. All right, it's been a decade since we had an October like this in Detroit. Moran Buick GMC celebrating with employee pricing for everyone on the 2025 Buick Encore GX Preferred. $239 a month, 0 down, 39 months. Sign and drive. No employee discount required. You can upgrade your tailgating game. Moran Buick GMC, the 24 Sierra 4-wheel drive LT Elevation Crew Cab. Lease at $239 a month, 24 months, $999 down. GM employees and immediate family members. MoranExpress.com for any and all service. And, of course, it's Moran Buick GMC where you always get that best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor. Or visit them online, MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Tigers have traveled to Cleveland and are holding a workout day today before tomorrow's do-or-die Game 5 of the ALS, or ADL, or ALDS, that is. Need more caffeine or something. This one's now got a new start time too, Mike. Rain expected in Cleveland tomorrow night. First pitch now at 8:08 instead of 1:08 instead of 8:08. Manager A.J. Hinch told the media this afternoon at Progressive Field that Kerry Carpenter is going to be a game time decision with his hamstring injury. Also, he talked about what it's like to manage this kind of game. Jake Rogers is healthy for Game 5. X-rays negative after he took a couple of foul tips off his wrist last night. Winner go home in Cleveland. Tarek Skubal will start. Pregame coverage at 12:40 right here on 97.1. The Lions, they had full participation at today's practice ahead of Sunday's showdown with the Cowboys. Kirby Joseph was limited yesterday, but practiced fully today. Detroit's a 3-point favorite looking for revenge in Dallas. And the Wings, they look to bounce back from their opening night loss. They host the Predators tomorrow night at Little Caesars Arena. Yep, puck drop at 7. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, here we go. 3 o'clock, football. We will take a break from the Tigers unless TJ wants to offer an opinion on them. I've got a lot to ask. A, it's great of you to show up this week.
Thank
B, can I ask about the Jets? Is it selfish if I ask about the Jets?
No.
Because
made some headlines this week.
And you've been on the Leadership Eagle Council in a locker room. You've been part of a veteran commission. Just explain to me. And I also, look, clearly you know Aaron Rodgers. How am I supposed to believe he didn't get Robert Saleh clipped?
I don't know if he got him clipped, but there's absolutely no way Woody Johnson did that without getting his input.
Thank you.
Yeah, so, look, Aaron said what he had to say this week, that, surprise, and we talked about my injury, but come on.
I don't have the power you think I have.
You're not going to make that move without, and I don't know if he signed off on it, speaking of Aaron Rodgers, but there's absolutely no way that he found out Tuesday with the rest of everybody else.
See, I have to think that if he walked in there and says, I'm thinking about getting rid of Saleh. No, I like him. Sure? Yeah. All right, he can stay as coach.
Exactly.
So if you don't do that, in essence, you got him clipped. Because you didn't walk in there and say, no, I want to keep my coach.
He probably didn't do much to help the cause. But
you know what's fascinating? But then in turn, they clipped Nathaniel Hackett. Now, they offered Hackett a soft landing. I know that. Factually.
I must have missed that. Did Hackett get fired?
No.
They took the.
They were going to let him resign with some dignity.
That.
Instead, they stripped him of his play calling and said, "Here's a Rubik's Cube. Go sit in the corner."
Okay.
Now that's Aaron Rodgers' guy. That's his dude. So it doesn't add up where Aaron gets his way and then they clip his boy. I had to ask you because you have no smarm. You've been a part of that leadership kind of vault in a locker room. And it's crazy. And again, it's the Jets. This is what they do. But it's insane. How does the rest of the room react?
Sounds like the guys on the defensive side weren't happy.
Yeah.
Because honestly, their defense hasn't been the problem.
No.
Their defense has been.
Aaron threw a pick 6 last week. That's why they lost.
3 interceptions. He was terrible. Maybe it was a situation that Woody Johnson's like, hey, we're terrible right now. We're underperforming. We got to make a move. We got to jumpstart this team. It's either Hackett or it's Saleh. We got to do something, right? And like you said, Aaron Rodgers vouched for Nathaniel Hackett, right? He called him his favorite coach ever. He wants him. So, and I'm not saying that he gave him a choice, say it's one or the other, but if he had to stand on his head for one of those guys, I would assume it was Nathaniel Hackett.
Right. It's crazy.
Yeah, and it was. Look, was Saleh good? No, they weren't bad, but underachieving for the roster that they had, absolutely. So, but I've never been a part of a in-season firing. I was here in Detroit when Caldwell got let go, but that was at the end of the season. I don't think any of us knew that was coming. That nobody, Bob Quinn or nobody asked, the veterans on the team, hey, how would you feel about this? You just kind of came in and you saw the news.
You mean they didn't come to you and go, TJ,
not
do
me.
you bless this firing?
Absolutely not.
Do you think?
But a guy like Aaron Rodgers,
right.
with the amount of power he has and say that he has, there's absolutely no way in hell.
Breaking news
that he found out on Tuesday.
Breaking news. TJ says.
What?
You fired Caldwell.
Oh, okay. That's enough. That's enough.
That's actual live audio of TJ talking to management.
You also, what looked weird last week watching that Jets game too? That looked like an Aaron Rodgers, it looked like an I'm going to show you how much we need Devontae game. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I thought watching that game.
22 targets to Garrett Wilson.
And he's just chucking it into coverage, and he's just throwing the ball in half a second. He's not buying time anymore. He's just dropping back and chucking it. And I think that was kind of like maybe Saleh didn't want to bring in Devontae. Maybe he felt You know, that, and this might be conspiracy path here, but maybe that kind of looked like a game that was like, oh, you don't want Devontae? Okay, watch this.
Now
watch
we're getting the good stuff.
I'm going to show you how much we need him. I don't think it was, but that's what it looked like. That's what it looked like to me.
TJ, you know what it looks like to me? It looks like the Jets are trying to get in early on either Vrabel or Belichick, knowing both are out there. I don't think this is going to be the first in-season firing of a coach because you got two coaches out there that, let's face it, in New York, especially if you can get Belichick to go to the Jets, that would sell. That the fan base would eat it up. Oh, he's with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, that'd be juicy too. Going to a division rival of the Patriots, where he spent all those years. That would be. I think it sometimes guys, ownership or GMs feel. You can kind of feel the energy deflating out of your football building, the roster and the locker room. And sometimes they have to make moves that will try to wake guys up a little bit, and try to give you a jolt of come back to the real world, man. Like we got to start turning it around here. There's going to be a lot more slips, in our lockers when we start showing up if this thing doesn't start turning around.
Where do you sit with the Lions? Off a bye week, obviously getting Frank back helps. It's a weird spot. I don't quite understand. Lions are only a 3-point favorite over what looks like half the Cowboys roster. What's your confidence level going down to Big D this week?
I feel good.
Pretty good,
I
right?
do. I do. Coming off a bye week and getting healthy and everybody practicing. I think Kirby was the only guy that got a little nicked up, which sounded like he was going to practice at least today. We'll check the report here in a little bit, but no, I feel good, man. I think this offense finally figured it out. It took them a few weeks, but that Seattle game, they were rolling and they were playing good. And the defense, did you slip a little bit? Yeah, you let up a few too many big plays, but I think they're playing really good team football in all three phases. And you combine that too, like you mentioned. Micah Parsons probably not going to play. Lawrence on IR.
Zach Martin did not practice yesterday. I don't have the update today.
I didn't see it. It sounded like it could have been maybe a vet rest day.
Little Calvin Johnson
I
type
could
deal.
be wrong, but it kind of sounded like, and Zach's been around for 13, 14, maybe a vet rest day, but they're banged up at their positions that they're difference makers. I mean, Micah Parsons, DeMarcus Lawrence, that's your defense, right? Eric Hendricks didn't practice, I don't think, at all this week, Wednesday or Thursday.
Definitely
He's their
didn't
leading
Thursday.
tackler.
Yep.
So I combine that with the fact that I think the Lions are hitting their early season stride here, and I feel confident. I really do.
You know what, TJ? I couldn't wait to ask you this question because you played offensive line. A torn pec. It just seems like you shouldn't be effective as an offensive lineman with a torn pec. Am I just looking at this like you guys are just Supermen out there, or is there something wrong that you can go out there and just get this thing done? You got a torn pec.
Yeah.
And it's no big deal.
I don't think it's a fully torn pec. I only say, and I don't know, but I only say that because anytime somebody tears a pec, it's a season ender. I mean, you don't see at least 8, 10, 12 weeks, right?
Yeah,
I think
3
it was
months. Yeah.
Gardner Johnson did it last week. He ended up coming back late in the playoffs, but partially torn, you start thinking, and look, I mean, torn is torn, right? But there are different severities of that injury. Yes, does it affect you? Absolutely, but
I mean, he's pulling a Ronnie Lott. Just cut it out. Let's play.
I mean, a guy like Frank, I mean, the last time he played a fully 100% healthy game was when? You know what I mean? Like, he's been banged up the last couple of years with the toe and the foot, and now the.
Well, you hear what Goff said on these airwaves?
It's difficult.
Goff said he came into the huddle and he goes, "Guys, I think I just tore my pec." And Goff's like, "You basically get the hell out of here." He's like, "No, I'm good. Just keep rolling."
You sure?
Like, casually just comes back to the huddle, goes, "I think I just blew out my
Something
pec."
doesn't feel right. Yeah, and it doesn't. That's one of the injuries too. Like an ACL, that it's not really painful. You know what I mean? Like, you just feel discomfort, and you're like, can I stretch this out? Right? Something doesn't feel right. It feels a little weird, but it's not painful. So as long as you can, a guy like Frank that can go out there and still be effective without battling an excruciating amount of pain. He's tough as nails, man. He's an Iron Man. He's going to be hard to keep him off the field.
We have 3 critical questions for you, and only one of them is about the Tigers. We're going to get to it next. Then we have 2 TJ questions.
Tigers. I'm excited, man.
And we're going to talk
Game 5.
All right, we're going to talk about.
I know. You got.
Are
me
you
excited.
going?
You got. No,
I'm kidding.
I'll be on my way to Dallas.
Huge sports in
I
Dallas.
was there Wednesday, though. I was there Wednesday.
All right, everybody calm down. Rico, tell them about it, and then we're going to get to TJ.
Specs at LTU, guys. You want a career in radio, TV, you're a graphic design artist. Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal and get your dreams started. It's very simple. You just need to be curious. You need to go and visit that website, ltu.edu/specs, and you're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in the city of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who actually work in the business. Well, Rico, what does that mean? It means from day one, you're going to learn what it takes in the lab to make it in your new career path that you have now chosen. So, look, whether you want radio, TV, or graphic design, Specs at LTU can help you out. And with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you'll learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
When it comes to IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm specializes in the resolution of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose, because they're not just some tax service. They're going to advocate for you. They'll get on the offensive versus the IRS, keep you out of it, fight for you, and hopefully guide you to saving your time and money. So visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again. All right, TJ Lang with us. We got it's not breaking news. We don't need to hit the sounder, but we know who's starting for the Guardians tomorrow. First of all, the game is moved. So if you're just getting in your car, you're busy on a Friday, it's not 8 o'clock anymore. Weather is moving it up. It's going to be a 1:08 start. Now, that's good if you care about football. We'll get the Tigers in that lousy noon window. And then by 3:30, 4 o'clock, your game wraps, and you get the elite college card of the fall. But the big news is, it's as expected. Matthew Boyd's going to be their starter. So best guess, Carpenter wouldn't have started anyways. Probably in a Ibanez day to lead at DH potentially. They go righties at the top of the order.
Yeah.
That's my best guess. So, TJ, microphone on. You tell me. Now, last night, I had a bad feeling about the game. And I feel like in the aftermath, they lost more than just the game. First of all, even if you win, I think you've blown a real shot to beat the Yankees. Because now Skubal can't pitch till Game 3, and you may not see a Game 7. You needed to tee him up in Game 1. But where are you at with tomorrow's game?
50-50.
Coin flip.
It's a coin flip. I mean, it's Game 5 of elimination game of a playoffs. I mean, am I confident? Yeah. I mean, you got anytime you have Tarek Skubal on the mound, you got
you
a
feel
chance to
good
win.
enough, but the Carpenter thing crushes me.
It does. That hurts. And
He's
the
been
last last time I think Boyd only pitched 5 innings. I don't even if he made it through 5 innings.
No,
but they couldn't find a way to get any solid contact.
4 2/3.
Right?
4 2/3.
I think Stephen Vogt would take 5 years off his own life if he could get 4 2/3 from Boyd if shutout ball tomorrow. Put it to you that way.
Yeah, and I think if you're the Tigers, they did it Wednesday, going up early, but that's kind of the recipe to beat that team. You got to get up early and you got to keep that Cleveland bullpen out of it, right?
If I can give Skubal a 2-0 lead,
as crazy as that sounds, I mean, Class A is let up four runs in 2 games, right? I mean, that's crazy.
Justin Henry Malloy gets up there and hits a laser beam on a 100-mile-an-hour cutter. I go, what planet am I on?
It's wild. It's almost the question's almost like who's got to have a big game, right? Because they've kind of taken turns in their wins. Carpenter obviously with the big home run. Riley Green really hadn't done anything, right? And then Wednesday he gets an RBI in the first inning. Torkelson hasn't done anything. Wednesday gets the double for another hour. It kind of seems like they're rotating who's going to step up.
Look at McKinstry last night.
McKinstry,
Who the hell has McKinstry opposite field bomb? What?
And he had a double. He had that one costly mistake in Game 1 where he had the the shot down the line and it kind of just took a weird bounce on him. But he's been hitting the ball well. So you look at the lineup and you're just like, man, you're gonna have to find that one guy that's just got to step up. Is it going to be a Riley Green? Could it be a Torque, man? Like these games, and we saw last night with how close they are, they're decided a lot of times by one swing.
Yeah, the unlikely hero. The guy that you're like, I didn't have him on the bingo card.
It might come in the first inning. It might have to come again in the 8th inning, like we've seen so far. But
I think the biggest thing is if Carp doesn't play, it takes away AJ's biggest chip. Because you look, and I mean this, there's no sarcasm. You fear if I bring in a legitimate right-handed reliever, I know who AJ's going to put in this game. And I don't care who it is right now. Carpenter is winning those battles, lefty-righty. He's killing people. So it's just one of those things that if I take that off the board, the next biggest chip, you can laugh, it's Ibanez. But Ibanez will start the game because of Boyd. I will be stunned if Ibanez doesn't start. Now, why does it matter? Because once you get through the first turn in the order, maybe twice, Boyd's gone. The minute I put a righty in the game, Ibanez is out. Well, now all of Cleveland's righties can stack towards the end, and I know Babe Ruth's not coming off the bench. Maybe I'm nerding out here, but it's Game 5 of the ALDS, and Carpenter he's the dude for them. Yeah. If there's one at bat right now, season on the line, and there's a righty on the mound, who are you picking to take that at bat? Kerry Carpenter.
Right.
If he doesn't play, maybe I'm letting it affect me because TJ's right. It is a different hero every day. It is. Wensiel Perez, another flare. And, of course, it drops.
And I think if not, this is where Carpenter just goes up there and does pull that Gibby, where he just, give me the bat.
Oh, Jesus.
You know what? I got one time. I can do this, coach. And he just gets it done.
Yeah. 7th, 8th inning.
If that happens, Cookies is going to have a baby in his pants. Please.
Well, even if you're 50%, if you're Kerry Carpenter, like you said, I mean, you're not putting him up there to try to get a single or a double necessarily, but if you need that one big shot.
Right. Or there's men on base. You know what? Just get to first and we'll put somebody in to run for you.
Yeah.
Don't try to stretch this thing out. Just go.
You know, the fun thing about A.J. Hinch, too, is I think he's got other teams. Now, it worked yesterday for Cleveland with the, the pinch hitters and kind of them shuffling their lineup up. But they haven't done that, really, all season. Cleveland didn't. And I think A.J.'s kind of got, at least for a couple games, had Cleveland out of their comfort zone. You know what I mean? They didn't want to play the way they had to play with the pinch runners and the pinch hitters.
I think he schooled Vogt the first time, where Vogt panicked after game 1. And in game 2, remember, Will Brennan starts the game. He takes him out without him hitting.
Yeah.
And is using up John Kenzie Noel and using David Fry. And then that allowed AJ to flip the script later.
Mm-hmm.
But what you didn't see was Vogt do that last night.
Right.
Then he pulled the ripcord late, and he ends up with the 2-run homer for Fry.
Yeah. But that's something that Cleveland doesn't, they haven't done. They don't want to do. So I think that's the A.J. Hinch effect. And I still have to catch myself at some decisions that A.J. makes, even at the game Wednesday. Montero's out there pitching, and he gets like 5 pitches, 6 pitches, and you're like, oh, man, he's feeling it. He's in his zone. We're getting a couple lazy fly balls. Why are you benching? Oh, okay, like pause, right? Like this is what A.J. does. We got to trust it. I know that Cater Montero he threw 6 pitches, and he was looking good, but, I got to catch myself because there's been so many times this year where I think all of us look at it, and you're like, oh, why? Why right now? Why not do it? Save it. Why? But he's come out
TJ,
on the right side more than not.
I know where you're going to go with this.
I'm not going to say a word.
But no. I need you to say a word. The game tomorrow is happening. It's 1-0. The Tigers have it. You hit the end of the 7th, and Scooble's only at 85 pitches. Do you just ride it out as far as he can go?
Yep.
Knowing you're up 1-0.
How many pitches?
He's at 85.
Yeah, I do.
I'd let him
elimination game, man.
I'd let him start the inning, but son, if you don't go out and have an 8-pitch inning, you ain't finishing the inning.
Right.
Yes, 85.
Or is it just an automatic bench? Well, thank you for the 7, and we'll go to no.
I think it would probably depend on where Cleveland's at in their lineup too. If they're at the 6, 7, 8 hitters, you probably say, let's keep riding this thing. But elimination game, all bets are off the table.
Yeah, if he's dealing,
we can't save you for a game 3 in a week that we might not be playing in. We got to go get this one. So,
and that's
you go out there, you lay it on the line, you got to do what you got to do, and hey, we'll collect the pieces, when this thing settles.
Because even if you win the game and you overpitch him, you're not pitching again to game 3 or 4 anyway.
Or all of 2025.
Yeah. So that's why.
No, hear me again.
Oh.
F around and find out. You got to be very careful.
No, you do. Yeah.
I'm just saying.
There's a fine line. Playoffs, right? You got to.
But it is one of those.
Do what you got to do,
this is elimination game, man. You're so close. I don't know when the next. We all said this is not sustainable for next year. Don't know when the next time you're going to be this close to making it to the championship round. Yeah. I'm going to monitor this. I got a quick hook. Once your first 5 pitches will let me know how far you're going to go into this 8th inning.
Yeah, and he could use a game like he did in game 2, right, where he had a couple like 5, 6, 7 pitch innings. Mm-hmm. And he's capable of doing it, man. He peppers the strike zone, and I love his pace too. He gets the ball and he's like, "Get in the box, let's go." Here comes another one. If
I'm the Guardians,
90 pitches, maybe you start the game and you say, "Okay, this is going to be our goal," but if all of a sudden you're in the 8th inning and you got a couple 6, 7 pitch innings and you're looking at 83, 84, do you give them one more? I think you have to.
My instruction to the Guardians: every guy has got 1 timeout to use per at bat. I'm stopping him after a couple pitches every time. I'm going to step out. I'm going to use as many timeouts as that ump's going to offer me. Now you only get like 1 per at bat now.
Yeah,
they don't look kindly on it, but you got to break his rhythm because you're right. Once he gets that ball, he makes Scherzer look like a guy who works slow. He works so fast.
Yeah, he just fires it, gets a sign and go. I know you weren't a big fan of it, but I'm kind of excited to see the crowd reaction tomorrow too. With Tarek when he was kind of celebrating, he was getting the crowd, kind of. I know you didn't like it. I did like it. I mean, because it's Tarek Skubal, he's our guy, and he's quite frankly a young.
Well, his mom agrees with me.
I know. I loved it though. I thought that was just rivalry. I thought it was passion. I thought it was playoff emotion.
The crowd will let them have it.
Probably could have gone without the STFU part, but
that's kind of where I was at.
I kind of dug it, man. And you know what? Those fans aren't going to let him off the hook easy tomorrow. They're going to be peppering him the entire game.
Yeah, and his response will be 7 shutout innings and 8 Ks.
Yeah.
Like he's got to answer with his work. Don't be Jack McDowell and showing people they're number one.
Yeah,
you don't want that.
No.
What? You know what I'm talking about. Jack McDowell straight up walked off the field and goes,
single or
you're like,
double?
wait. Well, the other hand was in a glove. So
that's a good point.
I mean, there's no need for that. He's good enough. You don't need to add the extra. Yeah. The picks, we have a controversy. We need to settle this.
What, you wanted me to go 0-11 last week?
Yeah, I mean, that was the fun. Who did you turn your picks into? Because I never saw the official submission.
I never saw the submission either.
Did you see the submission, Kenny?
I saw the submission because David sent me the submission.
I did not see
Oh, David, you're lying then.
A man of...
No. Who sent me the... Rico sent it to you.
Okay. The other black. That's my bad. No, Rico sent me the...
I got him in time.
I didn't take down the picks.
You can hear me preaching at Greater Life this Sunday.
Oh, stop it.
I mean, David,
we're interchangeable, so, you know.
Oh, my goodness. David, you spin a web of lies. Are we allowing TJ's picks?
Oh, boy. He got the picks into me. Jimmy was the biggest advocate for him. Jimmy stopped me out there and said, hey, guys, TJ told you he wasn't going to be here.
See, that never was uttered.
He was
ever.
adamant of, no.
I told your producer.
I was standing
I didn't find
right
out until
here.
2:53, and I go, what do you mean he's not
I told
here?
your producer like 3 days before that.
Hold, please. Hold that thought.
You got to gripe with somebody else, man.
Listen, everyone's inept. I quit. 248-539-9797. Every time you order some pizza from Hungry Howie's, you know what you're getting. Flavored crust pizza. You're getting over 20 toppings. You're getting the best deal in town. Football Saturday of Saturdays tomorrow. Get some Hungry Howie's. And in the month of October, you also donate to a great cause. They got a 15-year relationship with the National Breast Cancer Foundation. In the month of October, every dollar spent, a portion of the proceeds goes towards finding a cure and the National Breast Cancer Foundation. So don't just order some pizza. Do some good while you're doing it. Only at Hungry Howie's.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. The Tigers have a travel and workout day today before tomorrow's winner go home Game 5 of the ALDS in Cleveland. There is a new start time for this one. The threat of rain has moved first pitch from 8:08 to 1:08. Manager A.J. Hinch told reporters this afternoon at Progressive Field that Kerry Carpenter is going to be a game-time decision with his hamstring injury. But the good news, though, the ace goes tomorrow. Tarek Skubal and his catcher's ready for Game 5, too. Jake Rogers took a couple of foul tips off his wrist last night, but x-rays negative. Pre-game coverage from Cleveland starts at 12:40 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. More at 4 o'clock or at 971theticket.com.
I only wish you could have heard TJ's thoughts on Dylan Gabriel during the commercial break, but those will remain private. We will get to the picks momentarily. You're just not a big fan of his.
No, I said I wasn't overly impressed by what he did last week.
You said it a different way. The point I'm making...
No, I said Michigan stinks.
That's right. And so does Michigan State. I mean, how bad is that game going to be?
14-13?
It'll be like 2012.
10-7?
We'll do the picks. But we got to catch him on Ticket Text first. TJ is picking Ohio State this weekend, so that's very disappointing. David, what are people talking about on the old text?
Just hope Skubal is on because he's throwing a complete game unless we're up by more than one. That is 8-2 in Tecumseh.
What planet does that person reside on?
Tigers win tomorrow, and we are in the World Series. Yankees blow. Signed Messing with Mike.
You can't hurt me. The Yankees have already done that enough.
Come on, man. Judge is back.
I wouldn't say – listen, all I will say is not facing Skubal in games 1 and 4 is good, and Garrett Cole actually earned his money last night, so that was very nice.
When I saw Judge on base, I was like, see?
Oh, yeah, 1, yeah.
It all starts with 1, Mike.
No, it starts with the fact that the Yankees draw walks, and they work the count, and they make it tough. And in a game, look, in the ALCS, if the Tigers win, you're going to play 5 games in 6 nights. My message for bullpen chaos would be good luck. That's like physically impossible what you're asking of your players.
We go to New York. We'll do a remote right outside of Yankee.
He's not being sincere. Can we just move it forward, please?
AC from Monroe says, of course, I'm concerned. The playoff plan just blew up last night. Glad they play hard all the way. Cleveland with the safety squeeze was epic, though. It's over. Playoffs done.
I haven't arrived at that point either. Look, the safety squeeze is just something you don't prepare for in 2024. That was a ballsy call by Vogt. And the execution of it, the slide by Rocchio, it was flawless.
TJ, you talked about how great Skubal was. Someone saying, don't forget about the double plays that helped him stay in that game late.
Couple with they had one first and third, too, I think.
Yeah, and the mistake Vogt made is he didn't send Quan on the first pitch. It made no sense to me. You're protecting against double play, but also the odds of Rogers throwing that ball down to second with a man on third, very low in that situation.
Right.
He didn't send him. What do you end up with? Magic.
Yep.
Skubal.
Yeah, good defense all series. I thought Perez probably had a shot at catching that one yesterday. It looked like a tough play, but
it was.
That turned out to be a
big play.
Big one too.
No, it was. Look, and I mean, Cole Keith, that's the best play you'll ever see him make.
Yeah.
He'll never have anything better than that last night. That saved another run.
Yeah. Defense has been good, yeah.
The path to winning tomorrow will be offense. I predict a race to 5 type game.
Well, considering the total in the game is listed at 5.5, I don't know that I agree there.
I think if you get to 3, I think if the Tigers get 3.
You hand Skubal a 3-0 lead, and I get anywhere towards the 7th inning, my confidence is like a 9.
Yeah. Even 2, I think I'm feeling pretty confident.
Sure.
3 runs, yeah.
Anything where one swing and a bat can't tie it, yes, I'm with you. But again, what are your bats going to produce? I got to see what's up with Carpenter. If he don't play, yeah, I'm in a tough spot there. David, one more, and then we got to get to the picks.
Oh, someone with a conspiracy theory. I have an advanced degree in meteorology. There's no way the game was going to get called because of rain. They did this to screw the Tigers with the carp injury.
Well, you do realize that the road team wins more day games than night games in deciding games, right?
Don't let facts get in.
There you go. You're right. Mother Nature hates Kerry Carpenter's hamstring. That's the headline today. All right, well, sports are in full swing. Got one of the great college football Saturdays of the fall. Paulson's, a huge sale. They have got you covered from, well, today through Monday the 14th, their Columbus Day sale. Surround sound speakers, receivers, furniture, televisions, discounts on everything, thousands of dollars of savings, and it's all available at their store in Farmington Hills. Stop by, best display of technology in Metro Detroit, and remember, their prices are always lower than Amazon Prime and Best Buy. They will show you right in the store so you know you're not paying more. Plus, you're getting the best service in the game. It's Paulson's, your technology partner. All right, let's get to business. We do it every week. It is time for the picks. Thank you, Snoop Dogg. All right, let's get to business. Let's go. A magical week. Absentee TJ and Rico, 8-3. Tremendous job, boys.
Thank you.
All right, Arizona.
We should get a pod.
We should.
In Provo. I've got one you can have. Number 14, BYU, a 4-point favorite. We go to Rico Beard.
Mike, you know what? Arizona's playing well, but you know what? I think that BYU at home, they'll cover this. Give me BYU.
Over to Kenny Cott.
I'm not going to lie to you and tell you I've watched every BYU game, but I will say is they're 5-0 against the spread. Zona only covered once. Give me BYU.
Over to Hatchet.
Well, I have watched every Arizona game, and they can look like a top 25 team, but they're a roller coaster. They lost to T-Tech last week, which means they'll win this week, Arizona.
TJ Lang.
I'm throwing everything out the window after Kenny's stat of the day, 5-0 against the spread. Look, Arizona's decent. They got some big home run players, but I like that BYU defense. I'm going to take them to cover at home.
Those uniforms are indeed. I hate this game. Give me Arizona. BYU's a fraud. Number 4, Penn State traveling to USC. Penn State laying 4. We go to Rico Beard.
Indy, I hate this game. It is this game. Here's the thing. USC has fallen behind in pretty much every game, and then they fought their way back. They can't stop the run. Penn State can run the ball. They're going to fall down to Penn State, and Penn State, I hate to say this, James Franklin, he's going to cover. Give me Penn State.
Kenny Cott.
James Franklin stinks, and he has to travel across the country. Give me USC.
David?
I'm going to go USC here.
Very nuanced. TJ?
I'm going USC only because, like Kenny said, I just absolutely have no trust in James Franklin. I think he's a fraud.
No one's betting on USC yet the line is moving down. Why? I don't know. Time zones and things. Fight on. Give me USC. Texas laying 14.5 in the Red River against Oklahoma. Mr. Rico Beard.
Mike, I know Oklahoma's missing a lot of people, the receivers, but in the Red River shootout, these games are a lot closer. So give me Oklahoma in the points.
Kenneth?
Yeah, rivalry game, 14.5, a lot of points. I agree with Rico. Give me Oklahoma.
David in a lilac shirt. You know he's throwing it in the system tonight.
Doesn't matter if it's a rivalry game or not. Oklahoma's missing a lot of players here. 14.5, it could be 30.5. I'm going Texas.
Mr. TJ Lang.
Yeah, Quinn Ewers is back. I think he's going to remind everybody why he's the starting quarterback instead of Arch Manning and have himself a day. I think this is going to be a blowout. I'm taking Texas big.
I just got problems with a true freshman quarterback, down 3 wide receivers, and a shaky O-line. I hate a big number like this in a rivalry, but I'll go Texas. Ole Miss at LSU. Saturday night in Death Valley. Ole Miss laying 3.5. Mr. Rico Beard.
Mike, they're going to be down in Death Valley. Mike the Tiger will be prowling the sidelines.
Yes.
Give me LSU in a flat-out victory.
Excellent choice, sir. Mr. Kenny Cott.
Man, to hell with the Tiger. Give me Ole Miss.
Unbelievable. We go to David.
They're playing at Death Valley, playing at night. Ole Miss is going to die a horrible death. LSU here.
Over to TJ.
Are these the two most punchable faces for college football coaches with Brian Kelly and Lane Kiffin? I think they are.
Plausible.
I hate picking this game, but Ole Miss probably going to be playing without their top receiver, Trey Harris, leading the nation with almost 900 yards of receiving. I think that's going to hinder that offense too much. I'm taking, unfortunately, the punchable face of Brian Kelly.
Jackson Dart's not the same away from home. They also stop the run. Great. LSU doesn't run it. Give me the Tigers. Give me the 3.5. Cue up neck, please. Let's go over to that's fabulous.
It is.
Ohio State, Oregon. Game of the day. Number 2, number 3. OSU laying 3.5. We got a Rico Beard.
Mike, for this game, I am going to say I believe in the fact that Ohio State has to cross the Mississippi to go out west. Teams don't do well. Oregon is going to be a lot more focused. I don't believe in Will Howard yet. I do Dylan Gabriel. Give me the Oregon Ducks. Quack, quack.
Over to Kenny Cott.
Yeah, basically copying off my notes. Ohio State traveling all the way to Oregon. I don't trust it. Give me Oregon.
Okay,
David?
It isn't even about traveling out west. I don't think Ohio State's better than Oregon. Oregon all day.
Wow, great production right there.
Guess I'm going on a limb on my own. I'm taking Ohio State, and mostly because I just wasn't really that impressed with Dylan Gabriel last week against Michigan State. Now, I know you said, hey, they're playing a terrible team. He wasn't all amped up, but some of those red zone turnovers
they were bad.
Were really, really bad. I think that's going to be the difference.
I'm using one stat. It's data. You don't have to follow it, but it's pretty nuanced, pretty accurate. Coaches that use way too much Just for Men in their beard only cover at a 32% rate. Can't go with Ryan Day. It's egregious. You got to stop, Ryan. Come home. Mama's calling. Give me Oregon. Give me the 3.5.
I'm going to need to see the list of coaches on that list. I need to see that.
Think about it, though. He's not even faking. Like, don't they make it where it's got like a touch of gray? Hashtag like realism.
It's getting blacker and
The
blacker
dude looks
by the
like
week.
Brian Wilson, the former pitcher for the Giants, putting shoe pop. Thank you, Jim. It's incredible. All right, let's go to Sunday in the National Football League. Unbelievable. Cardinals, Pack laying 5.5, Mr. Rico Beard.
Mike, 5.5. I've learned that's the devil's number. And the Packers look a little shaky, and I guess I'm starting to believe in Kyler Murray. Give me the Cards.
Kenny Cat.
Yeah, devil's number, but I'll step on the rake. Give me Green Bay.
David.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm doing this. I'm also going to trust Kyler Murray and the Arizona Cardinals on this one.
TJ.
I'm taking Green Bay. I think Kyler Murray is turnover prone, and Green Bay's defense, 16 takeaways? I know they're happy they got your guy, Mike Xavier McKinney, back there with
I'm
5
thrilled they did
interceptions
too.
on the season. I think that's going to be the difference. I'm taking Green Bay at home.
Yeah, like I'm rooting for the Cards. I like them. They're fun. But back-to-back, San Francisco, then 2 Green Bay. Jordan Love, after that stupid pick, looked like the Jordan Love that we thought he was going to be. Give me the Pack. Game of the week, fun-wise. Commanders, Ravens. Ravens laying the 6.5. Mr. Rico Beard.
Not really a big fan of the 6.5 points, Mike. And the Commanders have just been scoring points at will and winning games. Give me the Commanders.
Kenny.
I think this is where the Commanders come back down to earth a little bit. Give me Baltimore.
David.
I'm going to go with the black quarterback here. The new black quarterback. I'm going with the Commanders.
TJ.
Rookie quarterback in that place, in that building. I know it's not a night game, but that's a steep task. I think this could be a Baltimore game, much like we saw about the same time last year against Detroit. They could be just due for an offensive explosion. I'm taking the Ravens.
Gov, please. Yeah, you know what? It's just been too easy for Jaden Daniels. I wouldn't touch this game in real life at all, but you're forcing me to. Give me the Ravens. It's just, come on, it can't be this easy for Jaden Daniels. There's got to be a...
I think it is.
Oh, boy. All right, Bengals, Giants. Sunday night football. Bengals laying 3.5. You know what to do.
Yeah, I do, Mike.
You know what to do.
They're traveling out to New York.
You know what to do.
Daniel Jones looks like he is all that.
You know what to do.
Give me Joe Burrow and the Bengals.
Unbelievable. Kenny, go ahead.
The least confident in all of my picks. I'm going to take the Chiefs.
Very tepid. All right. Hatchet.
Yeah, this is, the
Come on.
Bengals look so bad, so I have to go Giants here, reluctantly.
TJ, you know what to do.
I know. I just changed my pick. And
You going to assault another old man today?
Nah, I think I am. Sorry, G.
No.
The Bengals can't be this bad. They just can't. They have too much talent.
I don't think the Giants are
Be
that
that
good.
bad. No, I don't either.
What if
You
it's
combine
24-21, Bengals win, Giants
I know.
cover?
That's why I'm going back and
Okay,
forth
Stoney.
on it. Bengals defense has been terrible. You feel like Lou Anarumo's got to turn it around eventually. I think this is the week. I'm going to stick with the Bengals.
Quarterbacks with a blank stare cover at a 63% rate on primetime television when playing teams that wear orange. That fits Danny Jones.
You are desperate.
Does it go up if you are a mouth breather?
And if you were born in the month of November. G-man. Give me the Giants one time. Come on. For my dad, please. Bills laying 2.5. They travel to the Jets Monday night. What do you got, Rico?
Mike, we actually talked about this game. The Jets are in turmoil, fired their coach, Aaron Rodgers. The Bills should be favored by a lot more, but you know what? Kind of like Kenny said earlier, I got to step on the rake. I don't believe in the Jets. Give me the Bills.
No!
I'm stepping on the rake.
Kenny Cott.
I will step on the rake with you because I don't know why it's only 2.5, but the Jets are in absolute turmoil. So, yeah, give me the Bills.
Over to Hatchet Man.
What a 24 hours it'll be in New York when you have the Giants, the Jets, the Mets, and the Yankees all playing. Got to go Jets here.
TJ.
Home divisional underdog with the Jets after the week that they just have.
You know what to do.
I think Aaron Rodgers is going to be out to prove a point. I think the players know, hey, we can't afford one more bad loss, or there's going to be a lot of pink slips when we show up on Monday or Tuesday. I'm taking the Jets.
This is for that idiot fireman, Ed. Jets. Favorite play of the week.
That's rude.
I don't like him. Lions laid a 3. I don't like him. And he acted like an ass when he came here for Monday Night Football. I got stories. Let's keep it moving. Lions laid a 3 at the Cowboys.
He's a hero.
That's fine. What he does on Sundays is a different thing.
Don't care.
Lions, Cowboys. Lions laid the 3.
You guys ready?
Oh, Lord.
Cowboys are just missing too many pieces defensively. You know, Lions have realized what their identity is. Give me the Lions.
All right. Kenny Cott.
Rico not sipping on the haterade. That's a good sign. Give me the Lions.
Okay, David.
I hope the Cowboys are ready. Orbital, ramming, speed. I'm on to Minnesota Lions.
Over to TJ.
I'm with you. Jump on it, man. Let's go. Ramming speed. Lock of the week. I know we haven't had great luck in Dallas, but it's time to be unburdened by what has been. And we're going to take the Lions big.
Lions. I don't care. I hate the Cowboys. Bastards. Please win. All right, those are the selections. Nice job, everybody. 97-1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers have a travel and workout day today before tomorrow's winner-go-home Game 5 of the ALDS in Cleveland. There's a new start time for this one. The threat of rain has moved up first pitch from 8:08 to 1:08. Manager A.J. Hinch told reporters this afternoon at Progressive Field that Kerry Carpenter will be a game-time decision with his hamstring injury, but the ace does go tomorrow. Tarek Skubal on taking the ball in a do-or-die game. Opposing Skubal tomorrow, ex-Tiger Matt Boyd will start for the Guardians. Jake Rogers, his catcher, good to go for Game 5. He took a couple foul tips off his wrist last night, but X-rays negative. The pregame coverage from Cleveland starts at 12:40 right here on 97.1. The Lions had full participation at today's practice in Allen Park. That's before Sunday's showdown with the Cowboys. Kirby Joseph was limited yesterday, but practiced fully today. Detroit's a 3-point favorite in Dallas. Wings look to bounce back from their opening night loss. They're back on the ice tomorrow night at LCA hosting the Predators. 7 o'clock puck drop. And the Pistons play preseason game number 3 tonight. It's in Phoenix. They're 1-1 so far as they tune up for the regular season. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, very exciting. We are getting TJ to join us for Who Said It for the first time in weeks. So, without further ado,
months.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's plausible.
First time.
Let's get into it. This has gotten more difficult. David's selections, tough. Are we ready? Hit the button. Yes, David.
So here's what I did this week. We did not do it last week. So what I gathered is a collection of last week and this week. So you have Lions, you have Tigers, you have all types of things involved.
Who's eligible?
Why do you
hate us?
Everyone is eligible from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay. So 3 main day parts.
Yep.
All right. Are we ready?
Sure. Anything from the past month? Is that what he said?
No.
2 weeks.
All right.
2 weeks.
I really think they should trade Rip Hamilton for Kevin Garnett. All right, go ahead.
All right. They will be in a very good position if they win Game 1 because they'll have 2 Skubal starts to come. And right now, everything they're doing with the pitching seems to be working.
Oh, that's vague.
Sounds like anybody.
I didn't get any isms from anybody.
No tells, no
Yeah.
catchphrases, no crutches. Kenny, you're pulling at your own beard. I take it you don't have a guess.
I have no guesses right now. David, could you one more time?
They will be in a very good position if they win Game 1 because they'll have 2 Skubal starts to come. And right now, everything they're doing with the pitching seems to be working.
Gosh, that's
I'm
such an
going to
obvious
say
take, too.
I'm going to say Doug.
I kind of was leaning
Only
that.
because the whole very, like that's his word. Like they're going to be in a very good position.
Yeah. Exclamation on it. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm kind of leaning.
The only
leaning
thing that
harsh,
leads
too.
me away from you and I is you and I both said Tigers in 4. So we wouldn't have been referencing a second Skubal start. That's like the only thing I'm thinking is I don't think that would be us.
Right.
So you're saying Doug. Kenny, go ahead.
The very led me actually to Jansen, not to Doug.
Oh.
Why is that?
I guess maybe I just heard it in Jansen voice. I don't know.
But isn't very kind of a big word for John?
Jeez.
What's wrong with you? Mike, give us a guess.
All right, guys. DJ, who's your guess?
I said Cars.
All right. Get the hell with it, Karsh. Go for it. Next.
All right,
Yeah! That's tremendous work, boys. All right.
It was the very.
It was.
It was the very.
I told you it was too big of a word.
It was the very.
Let's go to number 2.
You got 3 of your next 4 on the road against NFC playoff caliber teams. We're going to learn a lot about this team in the next month.
Walleye. Or what's whatever the clause is.
It's the Evan Jenkins rule.
Okay.
So what do you have to do to yourself, Mike?
I have to not guess.
Know?
I know. Yes, I know who said this. I have to sit this out.
You have to declare, kind of like Dan Skipper.
Jank.
Oh, well, if you know, I'm guessing it's from this show. I don't assume you listen to anybody else in your free time. You always talk about how much you hate everybody.
TJ wins the day.
True. On fire right now.
Was it you? I'm going to guess Mike. I think he was really quick on that. I think I know who said it.
Well,
I'm going to guess Mike.
I think that leads me to somebody else. The other guy that he spends a lot of time with at this station, Jim Costa.
See,
he knows his opinions. Exactly. He knows his opinions. He's around him a lot.
See, I was thinking the morning show as well. I was thinking Jansen. David, one more time.
You got 3 of your next 4 on the road against NFC playoff caliber teams. We're going to learn a lot about this team in the next month.
Learn a lot about this team in the next month.
You know what? I'm going to stick. I already got the first one, so I'm with house.
A little free roll, right?
I'm going to go Jansen.
Just Mike knowing it right away gave me pause. You think he listens? I'd be shocked if he listens to the morning show. I know it's
No, it's probably Gator.
I'd be even more shocked if he listens to that show. But the fact that nobody else is picking anybody on this show is starting to give me concern.
All right, get your guesses in.
Mine's in.
Kenny?
Yeah, I said Costa. I'm in.
Oh, yeah.
Mike, are you going? You can pick now.
I can't guess. I'm reading.
Oh, he knows it too. Okay.
I think it's me.
All right. That was obvious. So Rico, you sit across from him.
Your handicap on this was excellent because you said it's got to be this show.
you right away, though, you were like, oh, I can't guess.
Yeah,
it's
he yells
kind of
a lot.
It's a giveaway.
You go in.
You think he's listening to Jansen in the morning? Come on.
You think he's listening to us?
You overthought it.
You think he's listening to us?
I thought you would listen to him. You sit across from him.
Yeah, these are actually noise canceling. They're not real headphones.
He's got the MPI pad over there.
All right, you got it. All right, let's do one more, David.
I don't care right now. I don't care what next year looks like. I don't care. The Tigers aren't supposed to be here.
A lot of I don't cares.
I'm gonna exercise the Jenkins.
I'm
rule.
gonna say that. See, that sounds.
That sounds like
Gator.
See, I was gonna say cookies. Like people who get offended about future talk about the offseason or spending or those people are like highly defensive. Well, no, I just want to live in a dream state. That's cookies.
See, I think it's Gator.
Okay.
I get where you're coming from,
All
but
right.
Gator does the same thing where he just goes on these weird tangents and he just gets angry and it now goes on his list.
Here's the problem. Kenny exercising the jank rule. Your guess is suggesting he's listening to Doug and Scott.
Works the show.
But he's taking a nap out here.
He's answering the phones for them.
Hard to listen when you're splayed out on the floor.
He answers the phone and he passes it along to the guys.
I showed up one time. The phone was off the hook. I think he unplugged it. I don't know what
I
he was
unplugged
doing.
the headset.
That's great. I'm going to pass that along to the guys.
He's rude, too. You hear 97 ticket. What do you want?
No, that's David. Sorry, we have no tickets.
The tickets are gone. Bleep.
Tickets are gone.
Stop calling me.
What? You were going to take your sick child? We don't have any. Sorry.
Jesus says
boy.
you lose.
David, are you in on this one, or you gotta okay? You can't
David
guess
can't.
either.
He knows the answers.
Oh, that's duh. Good Lord. It's been a while. I told you, it's been a long
He's
time
rusty.
since I
Give him a
played.
second.
It's been a long time since I played.
Gator or
forgot.
cookies?
Oh man,
I'm going Gator.
I think I'm gonna.
You guys go, and then I'll tell you who I think it is.
I think I'm gonna go cookies. Yeah, that whole I don't care what because he's been a big proponent about. Hey, we got to add bats. I think he finally hit the breaking point. Well, I don't care what happens next year.
And Jim
Let's
is
live
so
in the moment.
He's so matter of fact. It makes me sound wishy-washy.
And there was a lot of I don't cares in there either.
Yep.
So that was
okay.
I'm kind of with you. You swayed me. I'm
Cookies.
gonna go with James.
All right, I'll go cookies. He's cookies. You're Gator. Who do you think it is, Kenny?
I think it is a very angry, very yelly Jansen. I think
Really?
I heard that. I could be wrong, but I think I heard that.
All right, David. Who said it? Oh. Wow. We just swung and missed on the last one.
Yeah, it's still not bad though. 2 for 3.
Ooh, David, that was a good one.
These are hard. There's no. We need like some isms in there, right? Like, wow, that's Gator, right?
No,
I guess it's too. These
Dave,
are always all very obvious kind of generic statements.
David's like schoolball on the mound right now.
Yeah, David don't play around.
Give me the ball. Let's pitch again.
Just chucking heaters, man. Let's go.
All right, you got youth
That was
sports to attend.
No, I don't. I got to make a birthday dinner.
Okay, then. Good stuff.
What's on the menu?
We are having filet, some mashed potatoes, some asparagus.
Wait, whose
some
birthday?
salads. It is my wife's birthday today.
I thought it was one of the kids. I was like, wow.
No. Hot dogs and burgers, pizza. Where do you want pizza from? All right.
Right.
I do.
All right, we're out.
Wow. All right. Hey, Michael.
Okay, I just got
I
that
will
now.
let you know. I will let you know right now.
Yeah, buddy.
I will be here next week.
That's fabulous.
So all the slander you want to talk before I show up, just letting you know.
The record states this man will be here.
I will be here at 3
Sorry, I didn't hear you,
p.m. next
TJ.
Friday.
I don't know what you said. I didn't hear you.
That's who said it. Rico, take him to church.
Enjoy that dinner, TJ. Hey guys, Planet Fitness has extended their sale now through October 16th. Now is the time to save up and sign for Planet Fitness. All you need to do is bring in $1, and then after that, it is $15 a month. You can cancel anytime. You need to hurry because this time is a limited offer. $1 down gets you into Planet Fitness. And at Planet Fitness, you can enjoy a lot of Planet Fitness's brand new facilities, whether it's cardio, whether it's strength training. Planet Fitness has what you need. And if you say you're short on time, no problem. You can get a full body workout in just 30 minutes on the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. And did you know all Planet Fitness memberships include fitness training at no extra cost? So now through October 16th, just $1 down. $15 a month. Head into your local Planet Fitness right now. You can cancel anytime, but trust me, you don't want to do that. You're going to enjoy it so much. This sale has a limited time, so hurry now. Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
Being number one, not easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, determination, and the number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. They've got the experience, 111 years making the world's most comfortable mattresses. They're made right here in Michigan. So get cozy this fall with a great night's rest on a great mattress by Serta. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, so I want to take one segment today. We're going to get back to the Tigers and certainly want to bring up the Lions a little bit. But ALDS Game 5 is dominating the headlines, as it should. But one segment on something, Rico. I want to just future-proof something. So Red Wings opened their season last night. And it's a phrase I often use when people in the office ask me how I'm doing. And I say, same bleep, new day. And it just... The Red Wings looked exactly the same from last year. Now, it's one game, but it's another game where 6 goals allowed, defense was leaky. I'd probably blame the defense on 4 of them, the goalie on 2. Bottom line, they stink. They didn't look good. And you go, all offseason, I begged you to get a goalie. Oh, the prices are too high. Stevie doesn't want to pay. We talked about the blue line. Oh, what were you going to do? Give Montour 7 years? Well, okay, well, maybe if the other side is another year of this. Now it's one game. However, I looked at something before I asked Kenny, because I don't want to get yelled at by a hockey elite. Do you know the Wings' next 6 games? Are you ready for this?
Okay, go for it.
Nashville, problem. At the Rangers, distinct problem. Home for the Rangers, also distinct problem. At Nashville, problem again. At the Islanders, not a big problem, but a fringy playoff team. And then New Jersey, big problem. Why do I bring this up? Well, at the end of this 7-game rip, that's basically 10% of your schedule. And I know they'll get hot at some point this year. But the season ends the way it begins, with on paper a gauntlet. Mm-hmm. So it was one game last night, but that was Pittsburgh on a back-to-back. They didn't make a lot of moves to get tangibly better, and they dump trucked you in your own building. The Wings better not start the season slow, or you will be begging for these games later. But I wanted Kenny's opinion. Now, Kenny was upset.
Yeah, he wasn't happy.
Yeah, I think I said some unsavory things in the group chat, like to issue an apology for that.
That's okay.
Yeah, no, that game hurt my feelings, especially because we were sitting there at one point. They had on one of the screens in the LCA the Tiger game going. And at one point, the Tigers had the lead, and the Red Wings had scored the first goal. They opened up the game, and I was like,
this is bliss.
All is well.
Cutscene.
Correct. And after the Tigers let you down, then you're looking, and the Wings are slowly but surely. The defense has holes in it. The goaltending has holes in it, and you're thinking, what the heck is going on? And, yeah, that game cannot be a window into the future. I'm looking at the next 6 games here. If you split, if you go 3-3, I'm thrilled.
You're fine.
I'm fine with that.
But you understand.
It's a gauntlet.
If this is who you are and you open a season up 1-5-1.
Unacceptable.
No, it is, because the idea is we need to get at or as close to 100 points as possible to be a real playoff team. Not hold on to your asses and pray. A real playoff team.
You think about what a real playoff team does. They steal some of these games. They steal a game against a team like the Predators, who picked up Steven Stamkos. You steal a game against a Stanley Cup team like the Rangers. Again, yes, Juicy Soros. You steal a game.
Get juiced.
Well, they better not get juiced, I'm telling you. They have to split. Mike, no disrespect to your Islanders. I think that's the most gettable game here.
There's none taken. The Islanders are wholly mediocre, but they're just more mediocre than you.
They're probably fighting for the playoff spot that you're fighting for. They're right there with you.
So I'm not being an alarmist. I'm just saying it was a laugher because we were angry at the offseason. And then the Steve bots kill you. And you open up and it's same as it ever was. And then you look at the schedule and you go, okay, that has to be a blip, or you're looking at a really brutal start.
If you start off this badly, Kenny, could they make the move and just go ahead?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Cue to drop. Where's my guy from the movie?
Oh, no. You already know this. You know where this is going.
Honestly, if it was like it was at the end of last season where it looks like the team isn't trying, if that was the move that came out of it, I'd be like, you know what? At least they're showing a pulse in the front
You're looking
office.
at 1-6 after this is
Again, I'm not calling for anyone's jobs yet, but Derek Lalonde is very much on the hot seat. And if he starts off poorly, I'm not against anything at all.
No, we're not doing as if they're every game, and I only did it because last night was a big night in local sports, and the Wings home opener, there was a huge crowd there. People were amped up to be there. Our own Kenny was there, and it was atrocious.
But it's a microcosm of everything we talked about this offseason. It's how did we get better defensively?
You didn't.
How did we get better in goal?
Didn't.
A little. I'm not going to argue that Talbot didn't even start that game. But my point is, it's everything we were worried about this offseason was displayed in that game.
Hey, Kenny, at what point of last night's game was this you?
The first time they went up by 3 goals, and then Wings scored and it was down to 2. And then the second time they went up by 3, I looked at my buddy and said, "We're getting the F out of here. We're done. We're done." We left 6-7 minutes early in that game.
No, that was actually Kenny as he looked down the street and saw a car barreling towards him. Did he tell you this story?
I don't even want to get into that. You can actually see that on Odyssey's website, the hit and run outside of LCA. That was several feet from where I was standing.
Yeah,
that almost got me.
That car almost hit you.
Yes, that car almost hit me and my buddy. We had to actually full sprint to get out of the way.
So you had nothing to do with this?
No, we were literally walking back to the parking garage.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
And that happened across the street.
Didn't know if
I thought Kenny was like making a joke, like, "Oh, I almost got hit by a car," and like the Red Wings game. And he's like, "No, seriously, we had to like dive out of the like a car." And then I guess Kenny connected the dots. It ends up someone had hit someone and they were fleeing, correct?
A fatal hit and run, yes.
Oh, my God.
I thought
barreled
maybe
right at us.
See, I thought maybe this was something that extended from inside the arena.
Oh, God, no.
Kenny and his buddies got into it with somebody, and they said, there they are.
No, you know how I am at games. I'm pretty chill. I'm relaxed.
You
I have
are.
a good time. I don't mess
But
around
maybe
like that.
maybe that person yelled, "Shoot the puck" one too many times.
And I had to get him. No, honestly, that was a terrible situation. I didn't know it was that bad until I looked it up today to see if there was news about it.
Wow.
Yeah, that was wild.
How scary is that? You're just walking out of an arena. He almost gets hit by a car.
We thought we were going to be making like Jeff Petrie jokes as we were walking back to the parking garage. And
right,
yeah,
you were hoping to just like do a download about the game. Cutscene, Kenny's diving out of the way of a car.
That's exactly right. It was terrifying.
Jesus.
Not an ideal Red Wings game for your boy. Let's put it
Okay,
down.
listen. All I can guarantee you, I guarantee you this. You will have a better experience the next game you go to. Because it won't feature getting almost hit by a car.
I sure hope not, Mike. We're off to a bad
I
start.
can't promise you anything on the ice, but I can assure you will not almost get hit by a car next game.
Mo Sider gets like 2 points or 2 goals or something, and we make it back to the parking garage. Sounds good.
Yeah, it's a low bar to clear, isn't it? David, anything on the Wings, and then we're going to move. We'll get right back into football, and we'll get into the ALDS. And certainly, I'm happy to talk about the Lions. It just feels like no one's paying attention. David.
I am a hockey elite. I don't care how much offense you have or get. You will not win giving up 5 goals a game. That is from Cooper.
Well, they gave up 6.
Yeah, right. I actually hope the Wings get off to a slow start so we can get rid of this coach. He's a big part of the problem. Tony from Warren.
Can I ask this one question to the Tony of in Warrens of the world? Why is it always someone other than the guy who puts the team together? Like, I understand that you blame the manager, you blame the coach. Why? Because you can't fire a whole team. But, look, and this is one game, but if this is who they are, and they aren't tangibly better on the blue line, and they're not tangibly better in goal, at what point are you allowed in this town? Oh, Derek Lalonde. Who cares about Lalonde? The whole idea is the guy who put the team together, like, what coach is going to descend from the clouds, and this is going to be a top 4, top 5 team in the East?
Well, this might be who they are, and if that's the case, that's absolutely on Steve, no questions. But if the team's going out there and openly tanking or not trying, at some point you have to be like, that's a coaching problem.
But then I'm going to ask you. Now, I'm not, this is not a fight, so don't take it this way. I'm saying you had the opportunity after you saw them tank down the stretch to get rid of Derek Lalonde.
And that's
you
what I was
chose
calling
not
for.
to.
Yep, I agree completely. I was calling for that on the air with you when that was happening.
None of it adds up because it all falls on his doorstep. And nobody wants to say it. You're called a bad person if you say it. It's year 6. Now, come on. I mean, even if you want me to subtract the first year because, it was a terrible situation. Fine, it's year 5. We're not asking for a Stanley Cup. We're asking to make the playoffs.
That makes the coaching thing even more important because you're bringing up all these young players, your Johanssons, your Edvinsons, your young guys. You don't want them to be under a poor coaching.
It'll all be fine once Danielson gets here. 2-4.
We'll take that.
I'm sorry I brought that up. Walleye.
248-539-9797. We're glad Kenny's okay. Hopefully the team is too. We'll see. NFL flying by, but you can still play America's #1 sportsbook, FanDuel. Get started with $300 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 wager. You can build an SGP for the Sunday night matchup, anytime touchdowns, rushing yards, whatever you like. Build it, play it, FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. You can see terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatments. It's a travel and workout day for the Tigers before tomorrow's winner go-home Game 5 of the ALDS in Cleveland. And there's now a new start time for this ball game. The threat of rain has moved first pitch up from 8:08 to 1:08. Speaking to the media this afternoon at Progressive Field, manager A.J. Hinch says that Kerry Carpenter will be a game-time decision. All fingers crossed right now on his hamstring injury. It's do or die in Cleveland. Tarek Skubal, the ace, gets the ball for Detroit's Matt Boyd for the Guardians. Pre-game coverage at 12:40 right here on 97.1. And the Lions injury report is out. They had full participation at today's practice in Allen Park ahead of Sunday's showdown with the Cowboys. Kirby Joseph was limited yesterday but did practice fully today. Right now, Detroit's a 3-point favorite looking for revenge in Dallas. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. More at 5 o'clock or at 971theticket.com.
Okay, a couple notes on the Lions. Injury report is out. David has it. Now, certainly it's more relevant for the Cowboys. The only line I'm interested in is Kirby Joseph. There was a little bit of an issue where he popped on the report, but other than that, Lions are pretty healthy. By NFL standards, very healthy. The Cowboys are not. DeMarcus Lawrence is on IR. Micah Parsons has not practiced this week. I know Zach Martin didn't practice yesterday, but might just be veteran Megatron rest. But David, what do you have?
Yeah, I'll start with the Lions because it's easy. Kirby Joseph was a full participant in practice today. He is going to play, no designation. The only one that's out, Mahogany. That doesn't really matter. Ragnow's good. Branch is good. Here's the Dallas Cowboys. Questionable will be Deron Bland. And he was full participant Wednesday and Thursday, did not practice today. Whether that's just maintenance to get him back Sunday, we'll see. Questionable. The big ones for them, Eric Kendricks, out. And Micah Parsons, out.
Zach Martin?
No designation.
Damn
Full
it.
practice today.
Damn it.
See, I wonder with Micah Parsons, is it just the fact you don't need to practice? We know who you are.
Well, he's out.
Oh, he's out.
Yeah, he's out. His designation is out.
Oh.
He will not play on Sunday.
Okay. And the Lions only favored by 3.
Oh, it seems really weird. Look, Deron Bland is a big one because remember, didn't he have like 7 pick sixes last year, whatever it was?
Yes, he did.
Like getting him back, that will help them. Their secondary has been leaky to say the least. Their biggest issue has been stopping the run. Now, not against Pittsburgh because Pittsburgh hasn't done a nice thing for anybody in ages. Still can't believe I stayed up till 1 a.m. to watch that dreck. But yes, look, here's my one thing. If you're a Super Bowl team, you win the game. I'm not trying to oversimplify it. I ain't doing we're going to win by this. I don't care if you win by 1 or 100. Win the game. There is no excuse to go to Dallas and lose this game. And we talked about it. You already had an off day. You gave away that Tampa game. Fine. Fine. But your wins don't look any good. Hate to break it to you. This is a game, if you're for real and you want to truly be in this mix for the NFC home field, you go and win. Point spread be damned. Go win the game.
Just seems like the point spread should be, but I mean, 3 points, they're missing all those people. You can run the ball. They haven't been able.
And that's key, what you just said. Run the ball on them because losing Eric Kendricks, for those that don't understand, you just pay attention to Lions football here. Eric Kendricks, they're starting middle linebacker. Where's the green dot for Mike Zimmer's defense? So now you're missing your green dot linebacker. You're missing your Micah Parsons, the edge rusher.
Yeah.
And you may or may not get Deron Bland back. We'll see what happens. But that's 3 significant possible misses and losses for their defense. So, yeah, you should win on the Minnesota.
And the fact I like the fact the Lions established their identity. What you did against Seattle, man, just Goff, keep him under 20 attempts and run the ball. Good things will happen to you.
I'm totally agree with Rico on this. I don't need to be flashy.
Yeah.
Run the damn football. Yeah. Please.
If Goff hits over 34, 35 attempts,
I don't want it.
You're losing or you've gotten too cute with the offense.
I'm still hoping for a bubble screen to Goff. That's what I'm really looking for. Mobile golf season 2.0. What if we do like a jailbreak screen? One of them like little tunnel screens to a receiver, or a golf. You can't square him up. He's squirrely.
Here's why I'm going to say no.
I know, of course. I'm just pumped up he caught a touchdown pass last week.
Right, because once he lines up as a receiver, he gets treated like a receiver.
This has been a hell of a bit with mobile golf season.
It has.
Every week, his legs are impactful. David, ticket text, then we'll get some football, and then we'll go right back to Tigers ALDS Game 5.
I should be confident with the Lions in Dallas, but I can't help to think about it being Jerry's world and how they get a ton of calls favoring Dallas.
Yeah, but be better. Just be better. Overcome it. Play through it.
It was one game, and now all the Iser bots are going to be scared now. We'll be just fine. The Wings will make the playoffs.
That's why we talked about if or maybe or I can't help some of you. No one's freaking out, but I'm sorry. You open your season on a back-to-back against a team you're going to be competing against for a playoff spot, and they blow your doors out. Oh, and the goaltending and defense is the real problem. Yeah, it's okay to have a one-segment, 4-hour radio show and going, by the way, the next 6 games are hell on earth. Tighten it up, or we got a real problem in our hands.
We'll fire this guy, hire another, and if that isn't success, then I am fine with doing away with Steve Yzerman.
Oh, dear God.
Someone else says, Tigers are done. Talk Lions. This voodoo thing is over. Come Monday, please bring up how they lost and will not spend in the offseason.
No,
my gosh.
No. I please, there has to be some space before we do those shows. I beg of you. Because I can already close my eyes and envision the callers on the other end who will mock the idea of spending money and be seduced as if Trey Sweeney is Trey Turner in his prime, and how we don't need no stinking third baseman or first baseman, and we're going to do chaos all year. I already know my winter is going to be hell. No. So can we just avoid it?
It basically boils down to 3 words at that point. Let Scott cook.
Yeah, I don't do that stuff.
No, not
I didn't do it with Yzerman. I don't do it with Holmes. No, man, we're here to talk sports.
People do it with Holmes all the time.
They can do that. Go live in that world. Sports is supposed to be fun. You're supposed to be able to talk about it. Come on, man.
You have an agenda, and you're too negative.
My agenda is I want to win.
You're too negative.
Okay. You're right. Hold on. Let me check that Tiger World Series hotline. 40 years. Lions, 70. The Red Wings, it feels like 70. It's really 15. And the Pistons, it's 20. Take that lazy take and blow it out your ass. Win. Not you personally.
No. I was just like, wow, it has been 20 years.
Hey, Jordan security guard. What do you want from me?
Mike Rico, every Wing fan is disappointed in Yzerman so far. Every single one. Stevie has one more coaching firing before it lands on him.
We will see. Hey, it's one game. But they have to play good hockey from Jump Street. You don't want to have to need an 18-game rip in February where you're hot as a firecracker. You don't want to have to do what the Tigers just did. You want to be good wire to wire. You want to show real improvement. You want to become a legitimate playoff team, not one of the last teams in. Well, you got 82 games. Here's your first 7. I want to see him play well. That's all.
And to put in perspective, Pistons' last win, HDTV had not been invented yet.
Factual. But I'm negative. Hey, Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks or sells more Trex than Northville. Last year, contractors, homeowners bought enough Trex in Northville to cover 26 football fields, and there is a reason they can move that much product, because it's all in stock all the time right at Northville Lumber, right in their warehouse. Deck season is here. Gorgeous afternoon today, in fact. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro, so all you got to do, call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, sports, full swings. One of the great Saturdays of sports we're going to have all fall. Tigers at 1, Red River at 3:30, and then a night-heavy card, including Oregon and Ohio State. Upgrade your viewing experience. Paulson's Audio Video right now, today. Their Columbus Day holiday weekend sale.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. The Tigers have traveled to Cleveland and held a workout day today before tomorrow's do-or-die Game 5 of the ALDS. This one's now got a new start time. Rain expected in Cleveland tomorrow night, so first pitch has been moved from 8:08 up to 1:08. Manager A.J. Hinch told the media this afternoon at Progressive Field that Kerry Carpenter will be a game-time decision with his hamstring injury. He also talked about what it's like to manage this type of game. Winner go home in Cleveland. Tarek Skubal will start. Matt Boyd for the Guardians. Pregame coverage at 12:40 right here on 97.1. Injury report is out in Allen Park. Lions had full participation at today's practice. This before Sunday's showdown in Dallas against the Cowboys. Kirby Joseph limited yesterday, but did practice fully today. And the Wings look to bounce back from their opening night loss last night. They host the Predators tomorrow night at Little Caesars Arena. Puck drops 7 o'clock. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Good to have you with us. Let's refocus. Obviously, Lions and Cowboys on Sunday, but before we get to that, Game 5. Tigers blew their opportunity to close this thing at home. They blew their opportunity to have Tarek Skubal start Game 1 of the ALCS. But you still have the best pitcher in baseball to try to close out a very unlikely series. So here's my question, and it's very, very simple. Where is your confidence meter? And if your confidence goes from to you're somewhere on that scale. I'm trying to add some levity to it because I don't want people to be stressed out. It's 80 and sunny on a Friday.
Yes.
So are you more or more oops?
Either one works.
Yeah,
I feel that with the fact that you have Skubal going out on the mound, I'm confident that the Tigers will get this thing done. Now, I said yesterday, if you won yesterday, you're probably looking at a trip to the World Series. That's off the table now. Now you're looking at you have the best pitcher in baseball going for you, Detroit. I think that he goes out there, and, yeah, I do think that he can give you 6 good innings. Now, you got to give him some run support. But I think that Skubal out there makes me confident enough that the Tigers win this game, and we're talking about the series with the Yankees come Monday.
So are you full or are you short of that?
I'm short of that. I didn't know that there was – I thought you had to go either or.
I think that might be the Snoop drop. I think that might be just short.
Rico's confidence level would be?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm probably sitting at about a 7 out of 10.
Okay. Kenny, your confidence level from Whoopi to David making baby.
Pretty much mirroring Rico's because I'm confident, excited, I'm excited with confidence. I'm not worried. I am nervous, but it's not a worried nervous. I think I'm like a 7 or 8 out of 10. I think I'm getting there.
He's talking himself into it. All right.
But I know by game time, I might be down to a 5.
Okay.
The closer you get there, you're like,
it is easy to say it now.
Right.
But when
a day removed.
When the rally towels come out and, first time they get a threat going, or it does change. But, okay, you're confident. David, from Whoopi to your namesake, confidence level for Saturday at 1 o'clock.
I'm like Kenny. Today, yeah, I'm at a 7. Yeah, I'm real confident. You got Skubal on the mound. I believe this thing can happen. But let's just say 10 o'clock tonight, 3 o'clock in the morning, as we get closer and closer, it's going to go down a notch. And then I'm going to see their atmosphere, and it'll be a 5.
David, what are we talking about here?
We're talking about my confidence level in the Tigers.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Just wanted to make sure what we're talking about here.
I am I'm the Snoop drop for this game, right?
Okay.
Well, all right. Just like yesterday, I'll be on an island. I didn't feel.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no, I didn't feel good about yesterday's game. I was open about it. I gave you the reasons why. I am not panicked. I'm also not confident. I view a closeout game 5 with this team that is so young, and you're putting so much pressure on Skubal. The bullpen exposure, it's on the road. It's a Guardians team that you let get up off the mat. Is it wrong if I view it as a true coin flip tomorrow? And look, you don't have to care. You don't have to value it. Vegas views it almost like a coin flip. Tigers opened up at minus 125, and it's just kind of getting nibbled down towards minus 110. It's a coin flip, guys. I want to believe that they will do this, and they are this team of destiny, and Lord knows they don't quit. They didn't quit yesterday. They keep grinding. But if Kerry Carpenter's out, am I wrong to just view this like, oh, man, we're in some trouble now? Carpenter is that chess piece that if you take it away from AJ, it makes your lineup so much more predictable when Cleveland puts Boyd out there as a lefty. Because now Vogt never has to consider when he uses his right-handed hammers because Kerry Carpenter might not. And again, we don't know that he's out, but when we played that in the update for you guys, does that sound like a confident manager?
No. Because if he was playing, he would simply say, you know what, he'll be fine. He'll be in the lineup. Don't worry about it.
If
That's
he
what
plays,
managers and coaches do.
He plays, my confidence goes up a level. It does. He matters that much. Because again, for all the things we talk about with this team, no one, I don't think anyone has called or will call and say, no, we have a good offense. No, you don't. You have a timely offense. At sometimes it's been miraculous, where every ball near the foul pole stays fair or a flare. And it's the only thing that went against you, and I don't know that it went against you, I just don't know that it didn't, was the Quan catch. Every other bloop, every other flare, every other ground ball, everything's gotten through. How much more of that are you going to get? And if Carp isn't there, I go, oh, no.
Right, but haven't we been saying that for about a month now?
No, I submitted to the Magic. I gave up on even saying
up on the Magic?
I might.
Somebody get him a Joe Boo dial.
No. It's a coin flip for me tomorrow. How much confidence can I have when I call tails? I feel like it's coin flippy. I do. But I want to know what people have. 248-539-9797. I'm fine if you say, look, it's Scooble, it's full confidence. Great. How could I be mad at that? I'm not in any way, shape, or form. And I'm not negative about it. But I view it like you gave this team an opportunity to get up off the mat. You got to go back to their place. They just saw Scooble a few days ago. They'll have a battle plan. And frankly, Quan's had a great series. He's a distinct problem. Rocchio's been a pest. J-Ram woke up yesterday. Fry woke up yesterday. I go, okay.
But see, I look at it like this, if it were the other way around and it was Cleveland coming out with, let's just Scooble or somebody of his equal, I would feel like, man, it's going to be a tough go around because I got to think in Cleveland, they're thinking, okay, how do we get this man off the mound? How quickly can we get to him? Let's hope that, like, it's a whole lot of hope and praying that Scooble is just off of his game. Whereas if you're a Tigers fan, man, he's showing you even the games that he didn't get wins, he still went out there and pitched well.
You know what bothers me?
What?
Here, I don't care. I'll just say it. I'll get made fun of. I hate the fact he's on the longest scoreless streak in the game. That's like a kicker or someone who goes to the free throw line. He's made his last 38 free throws. Clang. How about last week? Right before McPherson of the Bengals goes to kick, they go, yeah, in game-winning, game-tying, or overtime situations, McPherson's hit his last 14. Zzz! Like, I get worried because it's gone so well.
Law of averages got to kick in.
You're just not meant to shut everybody out all the time.
You mean you just can't keep rolling 7s and 11s?
I mean, you can, but I do feel like Scooble's hit 7 straight blackjacks. You know, like it's just kind of one of those moments where I'm like, is it really going to happen here in a deciding game? And look, what pitcher would I rather have? I can't name too many. The only knock against Scooble would just be a lack of experience and the fact that he's probably on a 90-pitch count. But he's nasty, and he's against a Cleveland lineup that's lefty-heavy.
But see, and I also wonder, though, Mike, with the players being so young, yeah, it's an elimination game, but I think more pressure is on Cleveland because you're at home, you're supposed to win, you're supposed to advance.
That I agree with.
Where the Tigers are just, okay, let's see what we got. We got the best pitcher out there. Let's go score some runs. Let's go have some fun.
Listen, my fear will go up if you don't get to Boyd. Boyd is your advantage. That's a soft toss and lefty. You got to be able to get to Boyd. And by get to him, I talk about a run, maybe 2. Can you do that? Now, if you do that, my confidence meter goes from middle ground, which isn't the whoopee, to, like, if it's 2-0 and Scooble. Yeah. I don't think the Guardians are winning that game.
It's interesting you say that, Mike, because I just happened to be looking at that game script and the play-by-play from that game when Boyd and Scooble pitched. And we had some missed opportunities with men on base. We had a Malloy at second base in the top of the third, and we did not get him home. Same in the fourth, where we had no outs with a man at second with Perez. Like, we have to take advantage of those situations.
How about last night? Bybee was not good.
No, he wasn't.
But that was the only thing I got wrong about yesterday's game is I thought Bybee was going to be very good. He wasn't. He was even worse. He needed Dr. Frazier Crane out there. Like, Carl Willis had to come out and literally just, son, tell me your problems. Like, he couldn't locate his fastball at all. And you couldn't really get to him. So, at what point does that become a problem, fellas? Let's face it, the Skubal game was scoreless when you needed Carp's magic. Yeah. I don't know. Look, it's a coin flip. It's 1:00 tomorrow, and it's an unthinkable situation. They're even here. So there's no, the disappointment will reside in the fact that you had Cleveland here with a chance to close them out. And you had the lead in the 8th inning. That's the disappointment.
And can we please, for the love of God, stop mentioning Gibby on the text and stop calling Kenny about it. It's not the same. Carp's not going to do the same. That was 40 years ago.
And hold on. Can I just say one thing? When Gibby was hurt and did the home run, he did it as a Dodger.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm just saying, like we all love the fist pump. He was wearing a Dodger uniform in Chavez Ravine. I'm just saying the injured Gibby.
You're just going to let the facts get in the way.
No, I'm saying that if Carp is injured and you want to do injured Gibby reset.
It's not even the same.
It's just a little tough for me.
Right. Yeah, I guess they're mixing 84 with the,
No, I'm just saying from injured Gibby.
Yes.
Look, man, it's whoever pops in that game tomorrow becomes a part of Tiger history. They become a part of legend. But the fact that this team doesn't have someone to depend on, it has been a blessing, but it's also in this spot when we're looking ahead, a bit of a curse. Because I don't want to go here. But if you had that one veteran bat that we all wanted them to add, and that player was the stabilizing force, you have a different approach to where, okay, I know Carp isn't there, but I still have X. Like if you were rolling out an Alex Bregman tomorrow, and you have this veteran, experienced, quality at bat guy who has won World Series and who has been in the MVP voting, you go, okay, I'm going to lean on this guy in these pressure spots that I know what I'm getting.
You're going to make me do this, aren't you?
No, Walleye. I'm not going there today. I'm just saying when I talk about it being a coin flip, how could I possibly, with any honesty, tell our audience, no, you can absolutely count on checks note Wensil Perez. What am I? That's hope. Hope is not a strategy. That's not fair for me to do that to the audience.
You're right. No, you're right.
It is a coin flip.
And that's why I said the guarantee that you have is Skubal. So, yes.
Now, if he gets hit early and gives up a couple of runs, I go straight to Whoopi. But if you get a couple runs off Boyd early, I go straight to. And if it's scoreless, well, I'm as I must be.
Who's going to be the hero?
Who the hell knows? Spin a wheel. That's how they've been operating. Maybe it's McKinstry, Oppo power. Where the hell did that come from?
Torque finally gives it the home run we've been waiting for.
Did you have a feeling yesterday that it might have been Jace Young when he came in for Carp?
None.
I was like,
none. He's not good. No. Wow. I'm sorry, buddy.
Ended that. Nope.
I was hoping, man.
Like that
Hoping.
balloon pop. Nope.
Tell him all about it.
Somebody asked me the other day, do you know how many devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi network? It's way more than I thought. I actually went home, counted the amount of connected devices I own. It's more than a dozen. Keeps me connected to all the good stuff like streaming and interneting, you name it. Xfinity knows the number of devices we have connected to our internet is growing by the year, and that's why they've engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. Hundreds, for real. Now through October 20th, get 150 megabit in Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract and get free Wi-Fi equipment included, and ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone with Xfinity Mobile. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit the store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary.
All right, you've heard me talk about David Femininio for a long time. Listen to some of the results David and his team have gotten for injured clients. $3.5 million, $5 million, $11.5 million. You need an attorney who's not just going to fight for you, but that is communicative, that you can get a hold of. You call David, he answers, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, we'll get some of the people involved, get some ticket texts, picks coming up at 5:30, Tigers, Game 5. If you have thoughts about last night or you want to get into the confidence game, we can. I think it's coin flip. So basically, I'd be a 5 out of 10. You get into a closeout game, they're all coin flips. It's very rare. I mean, now, if you want to say, well, the Dodgers pods, not quite so, well, that's a little different. Neither of these teams, Tigers or Guardians, are super teams. Neither of them are high payroll teams. Neither of them are that far from each other. It's very coin flippy. The separator will be Scooble. But again, I have other concerns, especially if Carpenter's out. So let's go to the people. We'll go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, so you hear me? Sorry, I got to get back to my car.
Joe?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Hello?
What's up, Joe?
All right. Hey, guys. Hey, I just wanted to call on it. A couple of things that I wanted to say. Of course, the Scooble thing. I'm about 75% for sure. And the reason why is because of Scooble. The reason for the 25% is because I'm not really sure, like you said, the first couple innings, they could jump on it, and then our offense does suffer pretty poorly. The one thing, though, and I didn't do any research on this, but I can't really remember, other than the White Sox series because we didn't care, us actually losing back-to-back games. They always respond really well.
It's fair. I think the one problem is when you try to translate regular season to playoffs, you're clearly the quality's not the same when you're playing the same team. But no, Joe, you're right. When you go on a run the way they did, clearly they made a habit of not losing. And when they did, they didn't stay there. And they keep fighting. Sure. Even last night, Joe, there are a lot of teams after they spit the bit, they wouldn't have kept fighting. But they did. They led off the ninth with an extra base hit and a laser beam by Malloy. They got the run home. They just fell short. So you're right.
Yeah, man, that squeeze was an incredible play. I was there actually last night. That's where my voice was. And but man, it was a great game, great atmosphere.
I was shocked the vote went that way. I really was. You just don't see squeeze plays in today's game. You don't.
For sure, and especially not the guy that just hit the home run, right? I mean, it was crazy. I didn't see it coming either, for sure.
Yeah, it was.
Real fast though, if I could. Like they've kind of been. I mean, not quite, but they've kind of been in almost a playoff baseball, like a do or die mode. For I mean, because the whole chase, right? I mean, they couldn't lose the series, or they probably weren't gonna make it, and things. That's all I got, I guess.
No, you're
Thanks,
good,
guys.
man. No, Joe, of course. And look, there's no one doubting their effort. There's no one doubting that they're not going to fight their asses off. And I don't think in any way, shape, or form this will be easy for either team. I get concerned that you had to use your free square. I get concerned that we're asking Scooble to be perfect. Now, if your offense can do something unforeseen and really get after Boyd early and stake him to a multi-run lead, oh no, then it's infinite confidence. I would be in stunned disbelief if you gave Scooble a 2-0 lead and end up losing that game. I mean it. I'd be stunned.
The funny thing is, I didn't even think. Yes, that can happen, but if you got 2-0, when are you flying out to New York?
Okay, so we're all in agreement, right?
Yeah.
My fear, I am guilty. I'm letting the carp thing get to me.
No, and I think that especially if they got a 2-0 lead, pressure's on Cleveland. You're at home. You're supposed to be the better team. You should have never let it got to game.
The one thing I would do is this. There is no scenario where I'm starting Boyd and I don't have people warming in the pen immediately. Like, I am approaching this thing like if a run crosses, I lose. Mm-hmm. If Boyd gets in any trouble, I'm all hands on deck if I'm vote.
Second and third, one out.
First base.
Hey, Cade Smith, but just go and get him.
First base. Okay.
You get a single.
Ball
out.
One. Go to the pen.
I knew it.
Told you we shouldn't have thrown this idiot out here. David, tickets.
Confidence in this team has remained at a 6. Excited we made it this far, and I'll be okay if the run ends here, but really hope we beat the Guardians tomorrow. Confidence level is Thanksgiving. That is from Anthony. 5, because reverse chaos. Hitters are getting familiar with pitchers. So who has better hitters? Yep, 5. Wow, you're not going to give the Guardians the edge in the hit.
Thanksgiving.
So what do you think Cleveland fans are thinking now? Home game, Class A on track. Can Scooble do back-to-back wins in Cleveland?
Listen, I don't concern myself with what they think.
We're looking for a terrible Boyd tomorrow. 1 o'clock start. Away team also has a better record in the daytime.
Agreed.
From Pete.
That's Pete. That's an actual fact. Credit to you.
My confidence wanes the further we get into that game without scoring. We need to provide Scoobs or Scooball some run support.
That call was amazing yesterday. And he still thought Ausmus was the manager.
Well, Brad is a great manager.
Scooball.
What happened to World Series bound and picking up steam?
Don't look at me.
Oh, no. I said had to win last night. You didn't win. That was part of the deal. That means that you could have held off on Scooball. And pitched him in game 1. Now you got to throw him in game 5. Sorry. You can rewrite history all you want. It's called Odyssey Rewind.
Oh, my.
This is the exact reason why we need Torkelson to actually live up to his billing. He's such a bust. He shouldn't even be on this team. It's embarrassing.
Walleye.
Just
I beg of you. For all that's holy, Walleye.
Just afraid that the bullpen is getting a little tired with so much playing time. Confidence level is a 2.
Okay. The first part is factual. Bullpen exposure is real. And these guys have been operating at this level for 2 months. You're now in a playoff series. It's heightened. And when you're facing the same team every day and you're trying to pitch the same guys every day, it's why I said before the playoffs started, 3-game set, you're devastating. 5-game set, especially if it's against Cleveland, I still lean your way. 7-game set, I think you're dead. You're going to play 5 games in 6 nights. And now, Scooble wouldn't pitch till game 3, and you may never see a game 7. And throwing guys day after day after day, I think it's part of the Brisky thing. You can laugh at it. But like, oh, he bleeds. Yeah, because now, how much have we seen this guy?
No. But Mike, we had both agreed on that the 7-game series is going to probably.
No, that wasn't a me you thing.
No, right. But it was like that's why. But I had changed my opinion. If you somehow could have gotten Scooble against the Yankees in game 1,
totally changes the entire way you view the series.
Steal a game, split like you did with Cleveland. If you could split and then come back to Detroit, now I'm feeling a lot.
I wanted it for radio purposes, and we still may get it. For radio, it'll be gold. It'd be fun. I mean, sports are supposed to be fun. Last night,
you hate the Yankees. You hate the Yankees.
Exactly. I win either way. Right. Anytime you order pizza, you got the best college football Saturday of the year. Call Hungry Howie's, get some pizza, settle in. Oregon, Ohio State, your game 5 of the ALDS. And you're also going to be helping out a great cause because in October, when you order Hungry Howie's, they have a 15-year relationship with the National Breast Cancer Foundation, and every dollar you spend, a portion of the proceeds goes towards finding a cure. So order some pizza, settle in, relax, enjoy your pizza, and know you're also helping people out because you will be donating to the National Breast Cancer Foundation with a part of those proceeds. So don't just order pizza, order a little love, hope, and pizza only at Hungry Howie's.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Walking anytime, 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. The Tigers had a travel and workout day today before tomorrow's winner-go-home Game 5 of the ALDS in Cleveland. New start time for the game. The threat of rain has moved first pitch up from 8:08 to now 1:08. Manager A.J. Hinch told reporters this afternoon at Progressive Field that Kerry Carpenter will be a game-time decision with his hamstring injury. But the good news, the ace goes tomorrow. Tarek Skubal on taking the ball in a do-or-die game. Matt Boyd starts for Cleveland. Pregame coverage at 12:40 right here on 97.1. And the Pistons play preseason game number 3 in Phoenix tonight. They've already lost once to them this preseason. They're 1-1 so far, tuning up for the regular season. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. More at 6 o'clock or at 971theticket.com.
Friday. Getting ready to turn this show over to Wojo and Rieger. You're listening to 97.1. We talked Tigers. We had TJ on. We did the picks, the prop bets. If you missed anything.
What about Who Said It?
We did Who Said It.
Oh, love Who Said It.
Use your
I heard
Odyssey
Mike Jenk
Rewind
himself.
if you missed anything.
Wait, I only heard the very last one, and it was Jansen yelling and screaming about something.
Yeah, it was Jansen. I thought it was Gator. Apparently, Kenny knew it was Jansen.
Were the first four good? I missed.
no.
I got Odyssey Rewind.
Odyssey Rewind.
So you can go back and listen to the whole thing. Spoiler alert, I'm not going to tell you.
Oh,
All
no,
right.
can you at least tell me this?
Yes. You were not eligible. You were not in it.
Oh.
You haven't worked all week.
I'm not going to listen then. That was the only reason I ever listened to it.
Wojo's a narcissist.
I was in one day, I think.
Yeah.
Hey, blame the Tigers. They won't stop advancing.
So, yeah, Tigers, the game was moved up. If you just are listening, it's no longer 8 o'clock. It's a 1:08 start, so it allows you. I like Wojo's conspiracy theory.
I have a conspiracy
I won't
theory.
spoil that, but listen at 6. Wojo has an interesting conspiracy theory. Most of the time, he's full of boola, but this one.
It still might be true, but maybe
You think
Detroit
Ohio's
versus
screwing
everybody.
us? Yeah.
Yeah, Ohio's always screwing with us.
Because that is, by the way, it is the Guardians' decision, is it not? Like, they got to clear it with Major League Baseball, but
You
that's
guys
a
are going to go ahead and
Guardians
say
thing.
it now, even though I set it up for the
No,
teams.
hold on.
I'm not going to give it away. I'm not going to give it away.
I think the networks probably too.
Fair
Decision.
But I'm sure the networks would have loved an 8 o'clock game.
Yeah.
Now I know what you're going to talk about at 6 o'clock.
We're going to get into that.
David, if I was in my class, I would have basically failed both of these two.
Oh, come on. We've bucked the odds, Rico. We've
the
made
other
it so
thing,
far.
besides my major conspiracy theory on the Tigers Guardians, is if you're playing Game 5 and in the other team's ballpark that's been the favorite team all year, the first place team, the Guardians would be favored, but you have Tarek Skubal, the Tigers are the favorite. And that obviously is how much the starting pitching matters.
Yeah.
Is it enough to make you uber confident as a Tiger fan? Because the Guardians' big sluggers are waking up.
I don't think you're uber confident. I think the Guardians, they hit in the last game, but it's not like they've been doing it the entire series.
No. Neither of the Tigers.
No, I think that you feel confident, but you're not like already booking flights to New York for game 1. I don't think anybody's that confident.
But here's the thing, though. Isn't it as simple as, like, listen, Skubal will be Skubal, I would assume, and I don't think Kerry Carpenter's going to play, and whatever, you're going against the lefty, so he wouldn't have started regardless. Just hit Matthew Boyd. It's that easy.
Right.
Matthew Boyd, not a bum, 31-year. Just hit Boyd.
Yeah, you should hit Boyd.
It's that easy.
Physically hit him?
No, well, either one.
Rieger.
Either one.
Whoa!
He's a beloved former Tiger.
He's a very nice man, very charitable man, great with his time, great with the kids. Hit Matthew Boyd. It's that simple.
So lost in all of this?
Yeah.
Lions are playing a game out in
Are they?
Dallas.
Big game,
Yeah, that's
too.
an easy game, though. I saw the Cowboys injury report. That's a win.
But it's one of those, why are they only favored by 3 points?
NFL, Rico.
No, I
NFL.
think that's about right because last night, 49ers were completely beat up, and they were favored and won against a team, a decent
But
team.
they were favored by more.
Not a whole lot more, were they?
Yeah, they were favored by like 4.5, 5 points. Like this should be the Lions minus 6.5.
Who's reffing that game? The Lions Cowboys.
Oh, yeah, I read an article.
What's the little dum-dum's name? What's his name?
It's not him.
What's his name, though?
I'm drawing a blank.
We should know that.
Yeah. He was the guy. What the hell is his name?
What's his
Brad
name?
something.
Oh, my God.
Brad Allen?
No, was it Brad Allen?
Hey, you know what? Figure it out in a few minutes. How
Oh,
about
yeah,
that?
you're not here for this?
I don't care.
Oh, you don't care? It's too late in the show to care?
About who's going to be the...
It is Brad Allen, by the way.
If
Yeah,
you need to worry about who the referee is, you've already lost.
Hey,
You know what? Because here's what I'm going to say. If you're a Super Bowl team, you just go to Dallas. I don't care about the refs. I don't care what happens. You just win.
Okay, so I'll give you a Game 5 Tigers win. But that means Michigan, Michigan State, and the Lions don't win this weekend.
Yeah, we know what you're doing there. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Why not? Oh, hey, that's happened before. And I'll end it with this. Let's bring it full circle. What if I gave you the Lions win in Dallas?
Yes.
Or the Pistons end the longest losing streak in the NBA?
Wait, have they
Which would you
started
take?
another one already?
No. That's what happened.
That's right. That happened on the same
That's
day.
what happened the last time they
right.
played in Dallas.
It's kind of a bummer. I wanted 29.
Yeah, the Pistons ended their streak.
Did they? Oh, wow.
And a few hours later, the Lions
Yeah, and
lost.
nobody. It was against the Mavericks, I feel, was it not? And nobody knew about it.
I forgot who it was, but yeah, it was like they won, but that wasn't the
That was
story.
right before Brad Allen gave the Cowboys the win. Yeah.
Dan Skipper.
Guess who
reported
plays
eligible.
on Sunday?
Who?
The Detroit Pistons
Oh,
also play.
here we go.
Wait.
History repeating
It's
itself.
preseason.
I was
but
going to say, the season didn't start. If it did, I missed it.
So, yeah, just
I
You've been
guess the
busy.
hockey
You've been
season
busy.
started, didn't it?
Yeah.
So I heard a rumor of that.
not really.
No.
All right.
Well, not for the Wings, it didn't start.
Wojo, Rieger,
We got lots up.
you
Coming
guys
up.
got a full show?
Oh, yeah.
So you're out of here in 10 minutes. You're here for 4 hours.
Yes,
Pretty much,
correct.
yeah.
All right.
Yep.
That's about right.
Enjoy your weekend. 97.1.